soon as its garrison of 90,000 men had been surrounded and besieged, the German army continued its eastward sweep. To contain Novogeorgievsk, 80,000 German soldiers from essentially non-front-line units were assembled. To destroy the fort, whose bulwarks and outlying fortifications had been strengthened in 1891, the Austrian howitzers that had been so effective against Antwerp in October 1914 were again deployed, including 6 16-inch guns under the command of the victor of Antwerp, General von Besseler. The siege of Novogeorgievsk began on August 10th, the bombardment a few days later. The fortress surrendered on August 20th, when the Germans took all 90,000 of the Russian defenders prisoner, including 30 generals. Amid the terrifying struggles on the battlefield, the danger of daily life in the trenches, and the harsh privations of the prisoner-of-war camps, most serving officers were still able in all armies to call upon comforts from home. British officers on the Western Front could subscribe to special hampers made up by Harrods in London to bring them extra food and other comforts on a regular basis. Friends could be persuaded to help. Oskar Kokoschka tried to obtain some extras that autumn by asking his artistic patron in Vienna to send out to him on the Eastern Front 6 pairs thick brown socks, not wool, 300 good cigarettes, strong, 1 set silk underwear or similar, 1 bottle brandy or whiskey and glass, 1 large tin Costin's wafers, 5 tins sardines, 1 good flashlight and 5 spare batteries, 6 jars assorted savories, 3 jars preserves, 1 clothes brush, 1 tin dubbin, 1 box Soroti bonbons. If they won't all fit into 1 standard parcel, Kokoschka added, please make 2 or 3. I need everything. Again, please be as quick as you can. On August 6th, the day after the Germans entered Warsaw, in an attempt to break the Turkish defences at Gallipoli and to enable Allied ships to force their way through the Narrows, substantial British forces landed at a new beach on the Gallipoli Peninsula, at Suvla Bay. The aim of the new landing was to link up with Anzac positions to the south and to drive the Turks off the heights of Chunuk Bair and the even higher Koca Tepe, linked to it by a spur. As a means of drawing Turkish troops away from this high ground, 2 diversionary attacks were planned. The first was on the precipitous terrain above Anzac Cove, where the Australians penetrated the Turkish trenches at Lone Pine in one of the fiercest battles on the peninsula. 7 Victoria Crosses were awarded for gallantry on Lone Pine, and 1,700 of the attackers were killed and wounded. When the Australians consolidated their new trenches, more than 1,000 Turkish corpses had to be lifted out for burial. A further 4,000 Turks were killed or wounded. In the second diversionary attack at Cape Helles, the village of Krithia and the heights of Achibaba were once more the objectives, but the attack on them was beaten off by the Turks, whose total casualties that day, in dead and wounded, were 7,510. There were 3,480 British casualties. Among the British in action that day was Second Lieutenant George Horridge, who had been shot through the ribs in the June battle while trying to rescue a wounded man. Returning from hospital in Egypt in time for the August battle, he went over the top with a walking stick in one hand and a pistol in another, and returned unharmed. That night a shell landed in his trench, and he was wounded again. The Cape Helles attack was intended as a diversion for the new landing to the north at Suvla Bay. This landing was successful. Australian, New Zealand, Indian, Gurkha, and British troops coming ashore and overcoming the Turkish defenders crossed the coastal plain towards the hills. Then the generals hesitated. surprised by such a swift advance. Their minds, fashioned by the warfare on the Western Front, were attuned to victories of 100 yards. A virtually unopposed advance of half a mile bewildered them. The hesitation was decisive and disastrous. The bulk of the force stayed close to the beach, where many men enjoyed an unexpected and relaxing swim. Further south from the Australian lines at Anzac Cove, 16,000 men advanced northward through the night of August 6th, along the beach toward Suvla Bay and then inland, intent on seizing the summit of Koja Chemen Tepe. At this moment, Colonel Canongisa reached Koja Chemen Tepe. He had earlier been summoned with a Turkish division from Cape Helles to help repel the attack on Lone Pine, but having found out that he was not needed there, had gone further north, to the very section of the battlefield where he was most needed. From there he saw, in the dawn light, an Australian column 300 yards below, moving up the steep slope. Having hurried forward ahead of his men, Canongisa had only 20 soldiers with him. He ordered them to lie down and open fire. The attackers, believing this to be a substantial force, lay down, took cover, and prepared to defend their position on the slope. The heights remained in Turkish hands. During the day, Lehman von Sanders ordered 2 reserve regiments to the summit. Koja Chemen Tepe was held. Further south along the saddle, a New Zealand battalion reached the summit of Chunuk Bair. There had been no opposition. When they reached the ridge, the New Zealanders found a single Turkish machine gun and its sleeping crew. But Turkish troops on the spur on either side of them, Hill Q and Battleship Hill, opened fire, preventing reinforcements from arriving, and driving off the New Zealanders who tried to dislodge them. A Maori contingent, unable to face the intensity of the Turkish fire, sought shelter in a nearby gully. On August 9th, the attack on Koja Chemen Tepe was renewed. A small force of British and Gurkha troops reached the crest, repelling a Turkish counter-attack with a bayonet charge. They were about to drive the Turks back down the far slope, when British naval gunners, not knowing that the summit was in Allied hands, opened fire, blasting the attackers and forcing them back. During the day, the New Zealand troops holding the summit of Chunuk Bair were attacked by Turks commanded by Mustafa Kemal. They counterattacked, and the Turks were momentarily in disarray. Kemal's staff advised withdrawing down the eastern slope, but Kemal, recently promoted to colonel and awarded by the Germans the Iron Cross First Class, urged them and his men to defend their native land. "Don't rush it, my sons," he said as he walked along the Turkish trenches. "Don't be in a hurry. We will choose exactly the right minute. Then I shall go out in front. When you see me raise my hand, look to it that you have your bayonets sharp and fixed, and come out after me." The men waited. Facing the Turks on Chunuk Bair were the men who had just relieved the New Zealanders. 2 battalions of Kitchener's new army, the 6th Loyal North Lancashires and the 5th Wiltshires. They had never been in action before. There were 6 Turkish battalions forming up on the other side of the hill. The situation was clear to Kemal as a result of personal reconnaissance. At 4:45 on the morning of August 10th, Kemal gave the signal by raising his hand and walking forward. The Turks rushed at the defenders with their bayonets. The loyal North Lancashires were bayoneted to a man. The Wiltshires, who, by incredible ill luck, were at that moment resting in a valley just below, having put down their rifles and equipment, could only turn and run. The Turks now rushed down the slope, intent on forcing the British off the hill altogether. But at that moment New Zealand machine gunners on a nearby spur opened fire, and the left wing of the Turkish advance was halted. The right wing, reaching a small plateau known as the Farm, was engaged in hand-to-hand fighting by other New Army troops, men of the 38th Brigade. Among those killed was Brigadier General A. H. Baldwin, commander of the brigade, and his brigade major. They had fallen in the front line. After more than half of the British troops had been killed or wounded, the survivors fell back. The British official historian writes, "The Turks, too exhausted to follow and too weak even to stay where they were, had retreated to the main ridge. The Farm Plateau, forsaken by both sides, was held by the dying and the dead." Retreating to the crest, the Turks remained in possession of Chunuk Bair. The British line was now much deeper than it had been before the August battle, but still confined to the western side of the peninsula. For a few moments, the troops who had reached the top of Chunuk Bair had seen the waters of the Narrows glinting far below. They were never to see them again. The British objectives of August 6th were never gained. Kemal was promoted to general. At Suvla Bay, the successful landings of August 6th had been followed by 3 days of inertia and uncoordinated fighting. 25 British battalions were ashore by the morning of August 7th. Heavy fighting has been going on since yesterday at the Dardanelles, Admiral von Tirpitz wrote in his diary that day. The situation is obviously critical. Should the Dardanelles fall, the world war has been decided against us. During the morning of August 7th, only 3 Turkish battalions were on their way to reinforce the small Turkish units that were still in action at Suvla. Most of the Turkish artillery and machine guns had been withdrawn to avoid capture. Half a mile from where one small action was taking place, 6 British battalions were sitting doing nothing. "We all had the feeling," General Lehman von Sanders later wrote, "that the British leaders had delayed too long on the shore instead of advancing from the landing place at any cost." The judgment of the British official historian, Brigadier General Aspinall Oglander, who himself landed at Suvla Bay on the 3rd day, was even more severe. By the hesitation and delay of the 7th and 8th of August, he wrote, the advantages gained by the surprise landing at Suvla had all been thrown away. The 9th Corps had trifled too long with time. The chance of gaining the high ground on very easy terms had disappeared. It was now to be a fight between forces of equal numbers, with the British troops in the open, sun-baked plain, and the Turks in possession of every point of vantage. The Turks, moreover, were definitely superior in skirmishing, and in the use of their rifles, to these young New Army troops straight out from England. And once surprise had gone, there was little chance, with anything approaching equal numbers, of scoring a British success. On August 9th, British troops at Suvla succeeded in capturing Scimitar Hill in the foothills of the Chunuk Bair range, but they were driven off, and fell back in confusion towards the shore, like a crowd streaming away from a football match, as one officer described them in his diary. The Turks advanced rapidly down to the plain. One senior officer, Lieutenant Colonel H.G.A. Moore, was bayoneted by a Turk after he surrendered, and died soon afterwards. Another, Major F.W. Brunner, who was shot in the ankle on the way down from the hill, was also killed in cold blood. Among the soldiers killed at Suvla Bay was the first Newfoundlander to be killed in action in the First World War. The most recent historian of Newfoundland's contribution to the war, David McFarlane, has written, "Private Hugh McWhirter mounted no gallant attack. He uttered no brave last words. He had simply been standing, deafened by the screech and explosion of artillery, a terrified boy in an ill-fitting uniform in a front-line trench near the ridge of Caracol Dag. Then, from out of nowhere, he had been blasted to red bits of khaki and flesh by a Turkish shell. Suddenly he was gone, and those beside him in the shallow firing trench were stunned. Sprayed by bits of shrapnel, dirt, and intestine, they knew just as suddenly what this war was going to be about. On the 4-day battle for Suvla Bay and Chunuk Bair, 50,000 British and Anzac troops had been engaged, of whom 2,000 were killed and 10,000 wounded. More than 22,000 sick and wounded were taken off the peninsula and sent by sea to hospitals in Egypt and Malta. On August 13th, the military hospitals in Egypt and Malta were reported full. That day the assault was renewed. Troops advancing from the beachhead at Suvla Bay reached the Anafata Ridge below the 882-foot Teke Tepe part of the Chunuk Bair Ridge. There they halted, unwilling, as they had been a week earlier when they landed, to continue the advance as far as they might have done. A staff officer went forward to see what had happened. I found the 53rd Division in a line of lightly dug trenches, with men standing about on the parapet and even cooking in front of the trenches. He later reported no work was going on, and there was a general air of inaction. I was astonished to find that this was the front line. There were no Turkish trenches or Turks in sight, and only some occasional desultory shelling and sniping. While I was there it was discovered that some troops in trenches in bushes on our left, which for some days had been thought to be Turks, were in reality British. Within 24 hours the newly constituted Turkish 5th Division, commanded by a German officer, Major Wilmer, counterattacked, and the British were driven back. On August 14th, in London, Kitchener read General Hamilton's report on the Suvla Bay landings. He was indignant at Hamilton's account of the reluctance of the commanders to move boldly in the initial stages, and at the deficiencies revealed, such as the 53rd Welsh Territorial Division having landed without any artillery, no stores, and only a single field ambulance. I am taking steps to have these generals replaced by real fighters, Kitchener wrote to Churchill that day. 2 days later, General Stopford, commanding 9th Corps, and 2 of his division generals, General Hammersley, commanding the 11th Division, and General Lindley, commanding the 53rd Division, were relieved of their commands. General Mahon, commanding the 10th Irish Division, resigned. He was later sent to command the Salonika Army. We are all trying to understand what on earth has happened to these men and why they are showing such extraordinary lack of enterprise. Churchill's brother, Jack, who was on Ian Hamilton's staff, wrote to him when the battle was over. They are not cowards. Physically they are as fine a body of men as the regular army. I think it is partly on account of their training. They have never seen a shot fired before. For a year they have been soldiers, and during that time they have been taught only one thing: trench warfare. They have been told to dig everywhere, and have been led to expect an enemy at 100 yards range. From reading all the stories of the war, they have learnt to regard an advance of 100 yards as a matter of the greatest importance. Jack Churchill went on to explain. They landed and advanced a mile and thought they had done something wonderful. Then they had no standard to go by. No other troops were there to show them what was right. They seemed not to know what they should do. Was it right to go on so far? Might they be cut off or suddenly walk into a trap? Was an occasional bullet only a sniper, or was a hidden trench bristling with rifles waiting for them? The 10th and 11th had nothing to go by. They showed extraordinary ignorance. A shell burst near a working party, at least half a mile away. Officers and men stopped work, rushed to the low beach cliffs, and lay down taking cover. A landmine exploded, and the men near all lay flat and remained there, thinking they were being shelled. I've just heard that the 53rd are no better. A few shots sent them retreating pell-mell from Chocolate Hill. Blaming the senior officers must be left to the people who can give effect to their opinions, but there is no doubt that these divisions were completely out of hand. John Hargrave, who was serving with a field ambulance unit at Suvla, recalled the mood of the men when news of the sacking of the generals reached them, just as a new assault was ordered on the Kirech Tepe ridge, overlooking the Gulf of Saros. They were, he wrote, leaderless and lost in the midst of battle, and dreaming about packing up and going home. Most of these troops, he added, were now in a state of acute dejection. Many seemed vacant and shell-shocked, and were unfit for further service under fire. But, of course, they had to soldier on. As the Turkish forces denied victory to the Allies on the Gallipoli Peninsula, their allies continued to wreak havoc on sea and land. On August 13th, a German submarine sank the 11,000-ton Allied troop transport, the Royal Edward, near the Italian Dodecanese island of Kos. 1,865 soldiers were drowned. On the Eastern Front on August 17th, after a 1,360-gun bombardment, including the use of 16-inch naval guns and the firing of 853,000 shells, German forces captured the fortress city of Kovno. The Russian commandant of the fortress, General Grigoriev, who had failed to blow up the only railway tunnel between Ostend and Petrograd, had left the bridge over the river Niemen intact, was said never to have left his dugout except at night, and who had left the fortress before its fall without telling his chief of staff, was court-martialed and sent to 8 years' hard labor. In the military storehouses at Kovno, the Germans captured several million tins of preserved meat, the main Russian front-line supply, on which their own troops could now be fed. Further south, the German-Austrian forces approached the fortress of Brest-Litovsk, driving the Russian forces back to the river Bug. News of the suffering of the Russians as they retreated to the Bug were reported to General Gurko, who was then in Galicia. Men who had fought in several wars and many bloody battles told me that no horrors of a field of battle can be compared to the awful spectacle of the ceaseless exodus of a population, knowing neither the object of the movement nor the place where they might find rest, food, and housing. Themselves in an awful condition, they increased the troubles of the troops, especially of the transport, who had to move along roads filled with the disorganized human wave. Many a time our forces had to stop and fight a rear-guard action, just to allow this crowd to make room for the troops. God only knows what sufferings were endured here, how many tears were shed, and how many human lives were given as victims to the inexorable Moloch of war. The plight of Russia's soldiers was spreading grave discontent among all its armies. It was also swelling the prisoner-of-war camps throughout the German-conquered lands. On August 17th, the day of the fall of Kovno, the number of Russian prisoners of war was 726,694 in German prison camps, and a further 699,254 were held by the Austrians, a total of 1,425,848 Russians in captivity. Conditions in captivity could be severe. In the spring and summer of 1915, there had been a typhus epidemic among the Russians being held in a prisoner-of-war camp at Gardelegen. Of 11,000 prisoners there, 300 died. By August 1915, typhus in the camp at Wittenberg had become so rampant that the German camp administration abandoned the 15,000 Russian, British, and French prisoners of war there to their fate, surrounding the perimeter fence with machine guns and dogs. Only an outpouring of neutral criticism led the German staff to return to the camp and improve conditions in it. On August 18th, Lord Kitchener visited First Army headquarters in France. Exactly a month earlier he had been scathing about the prospects for success of any British offensive on the Western Front. Now he told Haig that the Russians had been severely handled on the Eastern Front. Vlodova, on the river Bug, fell to the Germans that day, part of the seemingly daily loss of a fortress, a city, or a town. To come to Russia's aid, Kitchener told Haig, Britain and France must both act vigorously on the Western Front. Just as the Russian appeal for help at the very end of 1914 had been a catalyst for the Anglo-French attack at the Dardanelles at the beginning of 1915, so the Russian losses on the Eastern Front that August were to be the catalyst for a new offensive in the West. Kitchener told Haig, who underlined his words in his diary that day, that we must act with all our energy and do our utmost to help the French, even though by doing so we suffered very heavy losses indeed. The continuing Russian losses in the East, culminating on August 19th with the surrender of 90,000 officers and men at Novogeorgievsk, made Kitchener's call for a renewed offensive in the West seem all the more justified and urgent. Winston Churchill, who saw Kitchener at the War Office in London that week, later recalled, "He looked at me sideways, with a very odd expression on his face. I saw he had some disclosure of importance to make, and waited. After appreciable hesitation he told me that he had agreed with the French to a great offensive in France. I said at once that there was no chance of success. He said that the scale would restore everything, including, of course, the Dardanelles. He had an air of suppressed excitement, like a man who has taken a great decision of terrible uncertainty, and is about to put it into execution." The British attack was planned for late September at Loos. On August 21st, Churchill was present at a conference in Margate, attended by the Canadian Prime Minister Robert Borden, during which Borden asked when the supply of munitions would be ample. Opinions differed. Bonar-Law answered that it would be in about 5 months, but Churchill believed it would not be until the middle of the following year. Despite this warning, the conference decided that the offensive, on which Kitchener was set, would go ahead. War strategies were sustained both by practical necessity on the battlefield and by patriotic fervor at home. This was true in all the belligerent lands. I must confess that I am bitterly disappointed at the narrow nationalist bias to be found, even among men of great stature, Einstein wrote that August from Berlin to a fellow physicist in Holland. If, in addition, one recognizes that those who are well informed and possess the power to act lack human compassion, it becomes apparent how sad is the thing that is worshipped as the fatherland. Frontiers make little difference. It is much the same everywhere. In Berlin, the Reichstag voted on August 20th to give the government whatever extra money it needed for war purposes. Only one deputy voted against, Karl Liebknecht, who also demanded immediate peace talks. Unknown to Liebknecht, the German government had itself proposed making peace with Russia, though on the basis of German territorial gains in the east carved out of the land already captured, and leaving Germany free to concentrate all her war powers on the defeat of Britain and France in the west. The Russian government replied that there could be no peace while a single German or Austrian soldier was on Russian soil. 2 million more men were about to be called into the Russian army. Yet the onward march of the Austro-German armies was inexorable. By the end of August, the Russians had been forced to abandon the fortress of Brest-Litovsk, the industrial city of Bialystok, and the Volhynian market town of Lutsk, where 7,000 Russian soldiers were taken prisoner. Among the German officers killed in the fighting was the war poet, Captain August Strahm. In the United States there had been a series of angry protests about the loss of American lives on the Lusitania, but these had not led to a declaration of war on Germany. Nor did the deaths of 3 American citizens on board the unarmed White Star liner Arabic, torpedoed without warning by the German submarine U-24 in the Irish Sea on August 19th, with the loss of 44 passengers, bring America's entry into the war any nearer. There was another incident at sea later that day, after the German submarine U-27 shelled and halted the cargo steamer Nicosia, bringing a cargo of mules from New Orleans to England. A British armored merchant ship, the Baralong, pretending to be an American merchantman flying the Stars and Stripes, approached the U-27. The disguised Baralong had on board 2 concealed guns and a platoon of Royal Marines. Lowering the Stars and Stripes and raising the British colours, she opened fire on the U-27. 12 of the submarine's crew jumped into the water. Believing wrongly that these crewmen were those who had sunk the Arabic earlier in the day, the Marines opened fire. 6 of the Germans were killed while they were in the water. The surviving 6 managed to reach the engine room of the Nicosian, where they took refuge. All 6 were hunted down and killed by the Marines, and their bodies thrown overboard. The German ambassador in Washington protested at the misuse of the American flag in murdering German sailors, an act which the American Secretary of State, Robert Lansing, described privately as shocking. On August 15th, there was a further British assault on the Turkish-held hills at Suvla Bay. After 8 hours, in which the Turks were driven back, a Turkish counterattack forced the assaulting troops to return to their trenches. One of those in the attack was Lance Corporal Francis Ledwidge, an Irish poet serving in the Royal Inniskilling Fusiliers, who wrote to a friend after the battle, "A man on my right who was mortally hit said, 'It can't be far off now,' and I began to wonder what it was. Could not be far off. Then I knew it was death, and I kept repeating the dying man's words. 'It can't be far off now.' But when the Turks began to retreat, I realized my position, and standing up I shouted out the range to the men near me, and they fell like grass before a scythe. The enemy." Ledwidge added, "It was hell. Hell. No man thought he would ever return. Just fancy, out of D Company, 250 strong, only 76 returned." Ledwidge's letter reflected the clash between hell and exhilaration. "By heavens, you should know the bravery of these men," he wrote. "Cassidy, standing on a hill with his cap on top of his rifle, shouting at the Turks to come out. Stretcher-bearers taking in friend and enemy alike. It was a horrible and a great day. I would not have missed it for worlds." Some months later, Ledwidge recalled that day, and his fellow Irishmen, most of them Roman Catholics, who were killed during it when, having been wounded on the Salonika front, he was taken to hospital in Cairo. A Church of England clergyman seemed to be taking a great interest in me, and promised me a book of poetry. But suddenly he saw on my chart that I was an R.C., and hurried from me as if I were possessed. He never came over to me since, although he has been in the ward many times. I wonder if God asked our poor chaps were they R.C.s or C of E.s when they went to him on August 15th. A final British assault was launched at Suvla Bay on August 21st, but the Turks were by then in position, well dug in, well armed, and determined not to give ground. The main objectives were the lowest foothills of the Chunuk Bair Range, Hill 60 and Scimitar Hill, against which the earlier attack on August 9th, when the Turks were not so well dug in, had failed. One officer detailed to lead the preliminary attack on Scimitar Hill, Lieutenant Colonel Sir John Milbank, had won the Victoria Cross during the Boer War, After receiving his orders at divisional headquarters, Milbank went back to his men and told them, "We are to take a redoubt, but I don't know where it is and don't think anyone else knows either. But in any case, we are to go ahead and attack any Turks we meet." The men advanced up the hill, with Milbank leading them. He was killed at their head. During the attack on Hill 60, one Australian unit of 150 men was caught in Turkish machine-gun fire, and 110 men were killed or wounded. A second unit was likewise brought to a halt with heavy casualties. As the wounded men lay in the scrub, Turkish shelling set it on fire. The scrub burned out of control, the soldiers' clothes caught fire, and many died before help could reach them. 2 men, a Presbyterian chaplain, the Reverend A. Gillison, and a stretcher-bearer, Corporal R. G. Pittendrag, who had been a Methodist clergyman in civilian life, went forward to pull the men from the flames. In attempting a similar act of rescue, the following morning, both men were killed. In the attack on Scimitar Hill, the commander of the 87th Brigade, Brigadier General Lord Longford, led his men in person, but was killed with his brigade major. Their bodies were never found. Some troops reaching a position just below the crest could look back across the plain below almost to the mouth of the Dardanelles, but the crest remained under Turkish control. Captain William Pike of the Royal Inniskilling Fusiliers, who was in reserve that day, was so determined to reach the crest that he called for volunteers and rushed forward. Neither he nor those who followed him returned. Another Inniskilling officer, Captain Gerald O'Sullivan, who had won the Victoria Cross at Krithia less than 2 months earlier for a daring bombing raid into the Turkish trenches, called for another attempt to reach the crest. One more charge for the honour of the regiment. 50 men responded to his call. Only one, a wounded sergeant, survived. The bodies of Pike and O'Sullivan were never found. One of those severely wounded in the attack on Scimitar Hill, Private F.W.O. Potts, remained on the hill for 48 hours rather than abandon a friend who was too badly wounded to move, but whom Potts could not carry. Eventually, using a shovel as an improvised sledge for his friend, and pulling him along while being fired at all the way by the Turks, he reached the British lines. For this act of courage he was awarded the Victoria Cross. The attack on Scimitar Hill was the last, and, in proportion to the numbers involved, the most costly, as well as one of the least successful of the Allied offensives on the Gallipoli Peninsula. Of the 14,300 men who took part in it, more than 5,000 were killed or wounded. The Turkish casualties were half those of the British. General Lehman von Sanders later wrote of the severe and bloody fighting. 4 British divisions, supported by gunfire from 4 cruisers, had failed to break through the Turkish defences. "It is only possible for me to remain on the defensive," a chastened General Hamilton telegraphed to Kitchener on August 23rd. 6 days later, even a planned assault on Hill 60 was given up. But Kitchener told his ministerial colleagues that day that the Turks could not last much longer. It was wishful thinking of a very costly sort, but it came only 9 days after Italy declared war on Turkey. The Italians, hoping, like Kitchener, that the defeat of the Ottoman Empire was not only imminent, but full of territorial promise for the victors. A new general was sent out to take command at Suvla, Sir Julian Byng, a veteran of the Western Front. The official historian of the Gallipoli campaign, Brigadier General Aspinall Oglander, commented, "The experienced pilot had arrived, but the ship to be steered into port was already hard on the rocks." Aspinall Oglander, who served on the peninsula throughout the campaign, also recalled a problem that August, which even the most zealous commander could not remedy. "The principal scourge from which the troops were suffering," he wrote, "was a peculiar violent form of diarrhea. Broadly speaking, the whole force, from the commander-in-chief downward, was affected by this complaint, and the men were so weak from it that few could walk at a quicker pace than a crawl. The Allied positions at Suvla were overlooked by the Turks on the high ground from which they had resisted all Allied efforts to dislodge them. On August 29th, a single Turkish shell killed 113 mules. 2 days later, Byng's chief of staff, Captain Basil Brooke, wrote home, "We are shelled all day, as there is no room back, which is rather upsetting to one's nerves. Thank goodness they have not got as much as the Boche, or as big, but quite enough to be unpleasant." Byng himself, having examined the situation, told General Hamilton that there were far too few high-explosive shells available on the peninsula to justify a further British offensive. Hamilton dismissed Byng's French standards for ammunition, commenting, "His sojourn on the Western Front has given him inflated standards as to the numbers of guns and stocks of HE shell which are essential to success, especially with troops who have suffered heavy losses." Byng did not yet realize, Hamilton added, that if he is going to wait until we are fitted out on that scale, he will have to wait till doomsday. Another contrast at Gallipoli with attitudes on the Western Front was pointed out by Basil Brooke in a letter home. "The old Turk is a great gentleman. He never shoots at the hospital ships in the bay, or at the hospitals, very different from our friend the Boche. Yet even at Gallipoli a wound did not necessarily mean a hospital ship, adequate medical help and recovery. Early that September, Vera Brittain recalled, "We heard of the first casualty to happen in our family. A cousin from Ireland, we learnt, had died of wounds after the landing at Suvla Bay. The original bullet wound behind the ear had not been serious, but he had lain untended for a week at Mudros, and was already suffering from cerebral sepsis when operated on too late by an overworked surgeon on the crowded Aquitania. I had hardly known my cousin, but it was a shock to learn that lives were being thrown away through the inadequacy of the medical services in the Mediterranean." Following the sinking of the passenger steamer Arabic, British passenger ships were armed for their own defence. The first of these to be attacked was the liner Hesperian, which was sunk on September 4th. 32 passengers were drowned. Her adversary was the U-20, commanded by Captain Schwieger. He was not to know that the Hesperian was carrying on board the corpse, only recently recovered from the sea, of a traveller on one of the earlier victims of his torpedoes, the Lusitania. On the Western Front, the 4.5-month lull between the Battle of Auber's Ridge and the Battle of Loos was a lull only in a comparative sense. Each day saw shelling, courage, fear, and death. The diary of Captain F. Hitchcock of the Leinster Regiment recorded that August the scenes of the static front line in the Ypres salient. The line was newly established where earlier fierce fighting had taken place. Hitchcock wrote of khaki figures of the previous battle hanging on strands of barbed wire in hideous attitudes, of British dead on no man's land, of German dead in the British trenches, of any grass that remained burnt up by liquid fire, and of men who were hit by spasmodic German artillery fire, having to wait until stretcher-bearers could reach them, and being hit for a second time and killed. On August 16th, Hitchcock's trenches were inspected by the Brigadier General. The brigadier said the battalion had done splendidly, and that the place was thoroughly consolidated. He, however, objected to a German's leg which was protruding out of the parapet. Hitchcock was told to have the limb buried. I called Finnegan and told him to remove the offending limb. As it would have meant pulling down the whole parapet to bury it, he took up a shovel and slashed at it with the sharp edge of the tool. After some hard bangs, he managed to sever the limb. I had turned away and was standing in the next fire bay when I overheard Finnegan remarking to another man, "And what the bloody hell will I hang me equipment on now?" This episode is an example of the outer reaches to which men's sensibilities and their humour were driven. The alternative was to pull down the parapet, risking further lives. Later that day, a wounded British soldier was found in a dying condition, as Hitchcock noted, in a nearby dugout. He appeared to have been there for days without any help. On the following day, August 17th, Hitchcock recorded in his diary how 3 dead men were discovered in a hollow. This was a sad sight, as the trio consisted of a patient lying on a stretcher and the 2 stretcher-bearers lying across him, with the slings of the stretcher still across their shoulders. All had been knocked out by the same shell. The British soldiers on Belgian soil were not entirely among friends. This aspect of the war appears in a brief diary entry by Private Edmund Hurd on August 30th. Belgian civilians caught signalling to German plane by means of a windmill, court-martialed and shot, rained in evening. On penetrating the German trenches after one attack, Hurd was shocked to find Belgian civilians there, including women who had fraternized with the Germans. He and his fellow soldiers were even more shocked to find the German trenches full of items that certainly did not exist in their own trenches: wine, cheese, coffee, and cigars. Even the German prisoners, he noted some months later, were in splendid condition and wearing good uniforms. From the wings, the anti-war movement continued to agitate for an end to the war. Between September 5th and 11th, an international socialist conference met at Zimmerwald in Switzerland. Among the Russian delegates were the Bolshevik leader Vladimir Lenin and the former Menshevik Leon Trotsky. The conference issued a manifesto demanding immediate peace and, in pursuit of their more revolutionary goals, civil war between the classes throughout Europe. The Zimmerwald deliberations and the call for peace coincided with an intensification of the air war. During an air raid on Luneville on Market Day, 48 civilians were killed and 50 injured. On the night of September 7th, in the middle of the Zimmerwald conference, a German Zeppelin started a large fire in the city of London. 6 men, 6 women, and 6 children were killed, and 30 people injured. On the following night, a second Zeppelin, dropping its bombs on Holborn and Bloomsbury, hit 2 motor buses and killed 22 people. Lenin had earlier lived in exile in nearby Clerkenwell. On the day after the raid, as Colonel Rawlinson recalled, citizens of all classes, from the Lord Mayor downwards, took steps to ensure their participation in the general demonstration of dissatisfaction. Londoners insisted on an anti-aircraft defence system. Rawlinson was sent to Paris, where General Pellet, chief of the French General Staff, agreed to provide without delay a French 75mm autocannon mounted on an armoured car. This weapon reached London within 2 days. 30 more were then ordered. To accommodate the new anti-aircraft units, the Grand Duke Michael, great-great-grandson of Catherine the Great, put Caen Wood House, scene of the magnificent ball scarcely a year earlier, at Rawlinson's disposal. Anti-aircraft barrages were eventually set up all around the capital, enabling incoming Zeppelins and later aeroplanes to be tracked from barrage to barrage. Each barrage was given a name. Raiders coming in from the north crossed Dickens, then Potsdam, then Amethyst, then Potluck. Eastern raiders came first to Jigsaw, then to Knave of Hearts, then to zigzag. As Londoners reacted to their second aerial attack by demanding an adequate defence, the International Socialists at Zimmerwald were calling for an immediate peace. 5 days after the Zimmerwald Conference ended, Albert Einstein was in Switzerland visiting the French pacifist Romain Rolland at Vevey. Einstein was not hopeful of a speedy end to the war. "The victories over Russia have revived German arrogance and appetite," he told Rolland, who recorded in his diary, "Greedy seems to Einstein the word that best characterizes the Germans, their power drive, their admiration of and belief in force, their firm determination to conquer and annex territories are everywhere apparent." Einstein added that the German government was more moderate than the people. "It has wanted to evacuate Belgium but could not do so. The officers threatened revolt. The big banks, industries, and corporations are all powerful. They expect to be repaid for the sacrifices they have made. As for the Kaiser, he was merely the tool of big business and the officers. He is decent, weak, and in despair over a war which he never wanted, and into which he was forced because he was so very easy to manipulate." On the Austrian front that September, the Russians had briefly been able to reverse the pattern of defeats when General Denikin, commanding Brusilov's 4th Division, recaptured Lutsk, but the town was lost 10 days later. There was a much more serious Russian reverse on September 18th, when German forces entered Vilna, the largest city in Russian Lithuania, taking 22,000 Russian soldiers captive. 2 weeks later, the German High Command East moved its headquarters to the city of Kovno, where in 1812 Napoleon had watched his troops cross the river Niemen on their march to Moscow. For Ludendorff, the move to Kovno was more than a military one. In pre-war years, Germany had harbored a sense of grievance at being excluded by Russia from the Baltic regions. Now that balance could be redressed. I determined to resume in the occupied territory that work of civilization at which the Germans had labored in those lands for many centuries, Ludendorff later wrote. The population, made up as it is of such a mixture of races, has never produced a culture of its own, and, left to itself, would succumb to Polish domination. His idea was that once the war was won, Lithuania and Kurland would be ruled by a German prince and colonized by German farmers. Poland, ever it would seem the plaything of its neighbors, would become a more or less independent state under German sovereignty. Germanization of the conquered eastern lands was begun at once. General Ernst von Eisenhardt-Rott was appointed the Intendant General overseeing 6 administrative areas which, independent of army control, organized financial, judicial, agricultural, and forestry systems in the occupied areas. The German nature of these efforts was paramount. Poles, Lithuanians, and Letts lived under martial law. Political activity was forbidden. No public meetings were allowed. Newspapers were censored. Courts were presided over by German judges. All school teachers had to be German and to teach in German. A Polish request for a university in Vilna was turned down by Ludendorff himself. At sea, the German submarine sinkings continued. On September 19th, when U-boat gunfire sank the British troop transport Ramazan in the Aegean Sea, 311 Indian troops were drowned. A month later, 140 British troops were drowned when a German submarine torpedoed their troopship, the Marquette. The heaviest naval toll that autumn, however, was the death of 672 German sailors on the Prince Adalbert, sunk by a British submarine in the Baltic. There were only 3 survivors. On September 27th, at the Italian port of Brindisi, Austrian saboteurs destroyed the Italian battleship Benedetto Brin. 456 sailors were killed. Behind the lines, 4 French citizens were shot by the Germans in Lille on September 22nd for having helped French prisoners of war to reach the Allied lines. In Russia, discontent in the army found an outlet in whatever cause of protest was open to it. On September 24th, 500 reservists attacked the police at a railway station in Petrograd in protest against the suspension of the Russian parliament, the Duma. Other protests took place far behind the lines, in Rostov-on-Don and Astrakhan. This was followed 5 days later by rioting in Orsha among 2,500 convalescing soldiers. Even the wounded were raising their voices against the war, to which, once mended, they would be returned. At the front, news of the disturbances cast a pall. In the village of Chertovice, in White Russia, Florence Farnborough, the British nurse with the Russian army, wrote in her diary on September 25th of the previous few days. The news which reached us from Russia was far from good. Rumors of internal disturbances were wafted to us, as on an ill wind. Bread, it was said, was growing scarce. In some parts famine already threatened to engulf the masses. The thousands of refugees swarming into the cities and towns were followed by pestilence and crime. 11. The continuing failure of the Entente. September to December 1915. The Allied offensive on the Western Front, intended to relieve Russia's military distress on the Eastern Front, began on the 25th of September 1915, 2 weeks after the end of the Zimmerwald Conference, calling for an immediate end to the war. The needs of an ally in danger could not be ignored. The defeat of Russia would enable the Germans to transfer enormous forces from the east to fight against Britain and France. The offensive was launched in 2 separate regions. The French attacked the German trench lines in Champagne, the British at Loos. These were the offensives agreed by the British and French leaders at the Calais and Chantilly Anglo-French conferences in July. In Champagne, the French made a 2-mile dent in the German line along a 15-mile front and took 1,800 Germans prisoner. The capture of the German strongpoint of La Courtine was reported with particular enthusiasm in Paris, the depth and intricacy of its communication trenches and underground tunnels being remarkable. Also in Champagne, awaiting the order to go forward, an American volunteer in the French Foreign Legion, the poet Alan Seeger, wrote home enthusiastically on September 25th. I expect to march right up the Aisne, borne on an irresistible élan. It will be the greatest moment of my life. Another American volunteer, the 19-year-old Edmund Genet, a great-great-grandson of Citizen Genet, who had been sent to America in 1792 by revolutionary France as its representative and settled in New York State, also wrote home that day, telling his parents of the German prisoners of war he saw on his way to the front. Some of them, mere boys of 16 to 20, were in a ghastly condition, bleeding, clothing torn to shreds, wounded by ball, shell, and bayonet. They were pitiable sights. I saw many who sobbed with their arms around a comrade's neck. Nearer the front line, Genet saw one poor fellow who must have been totally blinded, for he walked directly into the barbed wire and had a most trying and painful time to get out. Genet and 500 of his fellow legionnaires were in action on September 28th at the battle for the German strongpoint known as Navarin Farm, east of Rheims, where more than 300 were killed or wounded. Genet and Seeger survived. Among those killed was Henry Weston Farnsworth, a graduate of Harvard, class of 1912, who had gone straight from university to the First Balkan War as a newspaper correspondent, and who, when war broke out in Europe, hurried to be a part of it. Joining the Foreign Legion, he revelled in its diverse characters, writing to his parents of a Fijian student at Oxford, black as ink, a Dane over 6 feet, another Dane, very small and young, a Swiss carpenter, born and bred in the Alps, who sings, when given half a litre of canteen wine, far better than most comic opera stars, and the Brigadier Mussorgsky, cousin descendant of the composer. Most of those killed that September 28th are forgotten. Farnsworth is remembered because the letters he wrote to his parents survive. Among the legionnaires who were severely wounded at Navarin Farm was John Elkington, a British officer who had been court-martialed and dismissed from the British Army for his surrender document a year earlier. For his bravery in action, the French army awarded him the Médaille Militaire and the Croix de Guerre. When his award became known in London, his British commission and rank were restored to him on the personal initiative of King George V. While the French were attacking in Champagne, the British attacked at Loos. The initial bombardment was along a 6.5-mile front. Using poison gas for the first time, the British released 150 tons of chlorine across no man's land, from 5,243 gas cylinders. As a direct result of the gas, 600 German soldiers were killed. British troops advanced at one point more than 4,000 yards. One battalion was led in its assault by men dribbling a football across no man's land. On the sector of the line held by the 15th Scottish Division, the British gas failed to blow forward into the German trenches. As the men hesitated to go forward through their own gas cloud, Piper Peter Laidlaw rallied the men of his battalion by striding up and down the British parapet, playing Scotland the Brave on his bagpipes, ignoring both the gas fumes surrounding him and the German machine-gun fire. He was wounded, but continued to play. The Scotsmen went forward, overrunning the first 2 lines of German trenches. Laidlaw was awarded the Victoria Cross. Frank Cousins, one of the men of the special company who released the gas that day, wrote in his diary, "One poor lad fainted at the parapet and then went over. In came a lad with a pierced vein, which he tourniqueted. He was still there at 2 o'clock. He too wanted to go over again. Then a fellow came in, gassed. Then we got a man in who was shot through the stomach and gradually bled to death. Then came a man with a smashed leg. We helped all these. One Black Watch officer came in with a shattered leg. We got him across our trench, and his remark was typical. 'What a damned mess there is in this trench.' We were busy in the trenches till 11:30. Then I went over the top, and I worked between the 2 trenches, making men comfortable and giving water." Another of those whose task was to release the gas was Donald Grantham, who found himself, like Cousins, attending to the injured. Garside, Harris, and Aldridge were all members of a special brigade, responsible for the gas cylinders and pipes. "Heard a man gassed," he wrote in his diary, "and found Garside unconscious, brought him round and got him into a dugout nearby. Then into Fire Trench, where I found Harris dead, with a bullet hole clean through his head. Helped drag him into a dugout. This was about 9, and I did not get his blood washed off my hands for over 10 hours. Did a few bandages and helped wounded down. carried a man with wounded foot right out, then carried another part way, helped others, returned to our dugout then, went and fetched Aldridge, badly gassed, from fire trench and carried him right out to the dressing station. The death toll at Loos exceeded in intensity that of any previous battle. On September 25th, the Roll of Honor notices in the Times filled 4 columns. The soldiers made great efforts to keep up their spirits. Harold Macmillan, a future British Prime Minister, moving up to the front line at Loos with his regiment on the following day, wrote to his mother, "A stream of motor ambulances kept passing us, back from the firing line. Some of the wounded were very cheerful. One fellow I saw sitting up, nursing gleefully a German officer's helmet. 'They're running,' he shouted. For 3 hours Macmillan's regiment waited, and sang, almost ceaselessly, ragtime, and music-hall ditties, sentimental love songs, anything and everything. It was really rather wonderful." The next day, September 27th, saw Macmillan's regiment in action. His commanding officer was gassed, and both the second-in-command and the adjutant were killed. Macmillan himself was slightly wounded in the head, and shot through the right hand. He had been more frightened than hurt, he wrote to his mother from hospital, but it had been rather awful. Most of our officers are hit. The words "rather awful" masked a deep well of suffering. Pushing through Loos to the Lens-la-Bassée road on the second day of the battle, British troops crossed the road at 2 points, opposite Oulouche and opposite the Bois Hugo. Their numerical superiority was considerable, but several dozen German machine guns faced them in both places. 10 columns of extended line could clearly be discerned, recorded the German regimental diary of the men defending Oulouche. Each advancing column was estimated at more than 1,000 men. Offering such a target as had never been seen before or thought possible. Never had the machine gunners such straightforward work to do, nor done it so effectively. They traversed to and fro along the enemy's ranks unceasingly. It was 5 months since Haig had told the British War Council, "The machine gun is a much overrated weapon, and 2 per battalion is more than sufficient." He was once again being proved terribly wrong. The German regimental account continued. The men stood on the fire steps, some even on the parapets, and fired triumphantly into the mass of men advancing across open grassland. As the entire field of fire was covered with the enemy's infantry, the effect was devastating, and they could be seen falling literally in hundreds. Further south, as the British troops approached the Bois Hugo, a similar slaughter was taking place. Again the German regimental diary gave a stark picture, describing how dense masses of the enemy, line after line, appeared over the ridge, some of the officers even mounted on horseback and advancing as if carrying out a field-day drill in peacetime. Our artillery and machine guns riddled their ranks as they came on. As they crossed the northern front of the Bois Hugo, the machine guns caught them in the flank, and whole battalions were annihilated. Hundreds of men have left descriptions of the Battle of Loos, some in letters, some in recollections. 14 years later, Robert Graves, who was just 20 at the time of the battle, gave an account in his book, Goodbye to All That, of one episode, and of one officer's story. When his platoon had run about 20 yards, he signaled them to lie down and open covering fire. The din was tremendous. He saw the platoon on the left flopping down too, so he whistled the advance again. Nobody seemed to hear. He jumped up from his shell-hole and waved and signaled, "Forward!" Nobody stirred. He shouted, "You bloody cowards! Are you leaving me to go alone?" His platoon sergeant, groaning with a broken shoulder, gasped out, "Not cowards, sir, willing enough, but they're all effing dead." The Pope's nose machine-gun traversing had caught them as they rose to the whistle. So appalled were the Germans at the effect of their machine-guns that they called the battle the Field of Corpses of Loos, der Leichenfeld von Loos. Near the Bois Hugo, when the 5th British attempt to push past the wood had failed, and when wounded men began to work their way back to the British lines, one German regimental diary commented, "No shot was fired at them from the German trenches for the rest of the day. So great was the feeling of compassion and mercy for the enemy after such a victory." After that 5th attempt to push past the Bois Hugo, the attack was called off. Among the officers reported missing after he had been caught by German machine-gun fire and shell fire from the wood was 2nd Lieutenant John Kipling, the only son of Rudyard Kipling. Some years later, Rudyard Kipling was told by a soldier who had witnessed the attack, "Jerry did himself well at Loos and on us innocents. We went into it, knowing no more than our own dead what was coming, and Jerry fair lifted us out of it with machine-guns. That was all there was to it that day." After the war, Rupert Grayson, who had been wounded in the hand by the same shell splinter that killed John Kipling, became almost a surrogate son for the writer, and a prolific writer himself. He died in April 1991 at the age of 93. John Kipling's body was never found. The officer who went forward with him, 2nd Lieutenant Clifford, was also shot, either killed outright or fatally wounded. His body was found only later. Captain Cuthbert, who led the detachment, was also killed that day. His body was never found. 27 of those whom they led were also killed. Rudyard Kipling wrote of his son's death, and the death of so many sons. "That flesh we had nursed, from the first in all cleanness was given, to be blanched or gay-painted by fumes, to be cindered by fires, to be senselessly tossed and retossed in stale mutilation, from crater to crater. For this we shall take expiation. But who shall return us our children?" With an outpouring of anger, another of the young officers who fought at Loos, Roland Leighton, wrote to his fiancée, Vera Brittain, "Let him who thinks war is a glorious golden thing, who loves to roll forth stirring words of exhortation, invoking honor and praise and valor and love of country with as thoughtless and fervid a faith as inspired the priests of Baal to call on their own slumbering deity, let him but look at a little pile of sodden grey rags that cover half a skull and a shin-bone, and what might have been its ribs, or at this skeleton lying on its side, resting half-crouching as it fell, perfect, but that it is headless, and with the tattered clothing still draped round it, and let him realize how grand and glorious a thing it is to have distilled all youth and joy and life into a fetid heap of putrescence." Leighton went on to ask, "Who is there that has known and seen, who can say that victory is worth the death of even one of these?" For the French, the Champagne offensive was declared to be a success, with Joffre announcing at its close that 25,000 German soldiers had been captured, as well as 150 heavy guns. For the British, Loos was a setback that caused much heart-searching and distress. Of nearly 10,000 British soldiers who attacked at Loos, 385 officers and 7,861 men were killed or wounded. To General Haking, who on the afternoon of the second day asked the survivors, What went wrong? The official history recorded the men's answer, "We did not know what it was like. We will do it all right next time." But moods were changing. In the House of Lords, a bastion of propriety and patriotism, the battles of Neuve-Chapelle and Loos were being described as defeats. On October 8th, after a visit to Sir John French's headquarters, Haig noted in his diary, "Some of the wounded had gone home and said that they had been given impossible tasks to accomplish, and that they had not been fed." During and after the Battle of Loos, Captain W. Johnson, serving with a field ambulance, noticed a phenomenon that had not been widely seen on the battlefield since the retreat from Mons. Many of the younger members of Kitchener's new armies, the volunteers of 18 and 19, were patients sent to him from the front line with what the official medical history of the war describes as definite hysterical manifestations, mutism, and tremors. On the Eastern Front, the eastward flight of refugees from the war zone continued to add to the chaos and hardship behind the lines. Reaching the station at Brest-Litovsk on October 5th, on her way back to Moscow, Florence Farnborough noted in her diary, "All was disorder and confusion. The town had been lately raided by a German Zeppelin, and near the station 2 or 3 houses had been entirely destroyed, while in the town itself considerable havoc had been caused by incendiary bombs." On October 10th, the German poet Rilke wrote in a private letter from Munich, "Can no one prevent it and stop it?" But in a lodging-house in neutral Switzerland, the war offered a prospect of future triumph. "News from Russia testifies to the growing revolutionary mood," was Lenin's comment in a private letter on the day of Rilke's questioning. That September, an energetic naval officer, Commodore Roger Keyes, the chief of the naval staff at the Dardanelles, submitted a new plan for forcing the straits by ships alone. He was overruled by the admiral. 16 years later, Churchill commented bitterly, "I marveled much in those sad days at the standard of values and sense of proportion which prevailed among our politicians and naval and military authorities. The generals were so confident of breaking the line in France that they gathered masses of cavalry behind the assaulting troops to ride through the huge gaps they expected to open on the hostile front. To sacrifice 250,000 men in such an affair seemed to them the highest military wisdom. That was the orthodox doctrine of war. Even if it did not succeed, no error or breach of the rules would have been committed. But to lose 1/100th part as many sailors and a dozen old ships, all of which were in any case to be put on the mother bank in a few months' time, with the possibility of gaining an inestimable prize, there was a risk before which the boldest uniformed greyhead stood appalled. The Admiralty and generals had their way. The fleet continued idle at the Dardanelles. The armies shattered themselves against the German defence in France. The Bulgarians carried an army of 300,000 men to join our enemies, and Serbia, as a factor in the war, was obliterated. In Mesopotamia, the British advance along the Tigris had continued, with an assault on Kut being launched on September 26th. As the battles at Loos and in Champagne were at their height, Kut was taken, though not without some alarms when Indian troops seemed reluctant to storm the Turkish trench lines, and with hardships brought on by a thirst so intense that men were incapacitated. There was an additional cause for fear. On the first night of the battle, wounded men who could not be found in the intense blackness of the night were robbed by marauding Arabs, mutilated and murdered. Yet the aftermath of the capture of Kut seemed hopeful, the Turks still not seen as formidable enemy. Among the captured Turkish weapons was a Persian cannon from the time of Napoleon. It was dated 1802. The British had come 380 miles from the sea. The way seemed clear for a renewed advance in November through Ctesiphon, where the Turks were reported to be digging in, and on to Baghdad, only a further 22 miles away. Behind the lines in Europe, the punishment of those who helped the other side was continuous. In German-occupied Brussels, on the morning of October 12th, following her court-martial, the 49-year-old British nurse Edith Cavell was being led to her execution for having helped British and French prisoners of war, and Belgians who wanted to serve with the Allies to escape to neutral Holland. At the execution posts, a Belgian, Philippe Bock, was being shot with her. She asked the guards for some large pins, which they gave her. She then pinned her long skirt tightly round her ankles so that her dress would not flare up after she had been shot. She was struck by 4 bullets. One pierced her heart and killed her instantly. During her trial, Edith Cavell had admitted the offences of which she had been charged. Protests by the American diplomats in Brussels, who were in charge of British interests, had no effect, despite Hugh Gibson's appeal to the head of the German political department in Belgium, Baron von der Lancken, to telephone the Kaiser and seek his direct intervention. Once sentence had been passed, Lancken said, even the Emperor himself could not intervene. When this emphatic statement was published later in the war, the Kaiser was understood to have been greatly displeased. On the night before her execution, Edith Cavell told the American legation chaplain, the Reverend Horace Gahan, "They have all been very kind to me here, but this I would say, standing as I do in view of God and eternity. I realize that patriotism is not enough. I must have no hatred or bitterness towards anyone." Despite this Christian sentiment, her execution led to an upsurge in anti-German feeling in Britain and the United States. This feeling was inflamed by the wide circulation of a false story that she had fainted on the way to the execution post, and had been shot while lying on the ground by the officer in charge of the firing squad. This imagined episode was depicted in the New York Tribune, in a drawing of the prostrate and bleeding body of Edith Cavell lying on her back, with a tall German officer, wearing a spiked helmet, standing over her and holding an enormous smoking revolver. The caption read, "Gott mit uns," God is with us. In Flanders, the Battle of Loos continued. Among those killed on October 13th in an attack on the Hohenzollern redoubt was the 20-year-old poet Charles Sorley, who had written shortly before his death, "Earth that blossomed and was glad, 'neath the cross that Christ had, shall rejoice and blossom too when the bullet reaches you. Wherefore men marching on the road to death sing, pour gladness on earth's head, so be merry, so be dead. On marching men, on to the gates of death with song, sow your gladness for earth's reaping, so you may be glad through sleeping, strew your gladness on earth's bed, so be merry, so be dead." Sorley's body was never found. His name is carved in stone on the Loos memorial to the missing. A poem that was found in his kit after he was killed spoke of millions of the mouthless dead, and warned those who said that they would remember. Scanning all the o'ercrowded mass, should you perceive one face that you loved heretofore, it is a spook. None wears the face you knew. great death has made all his forevermore. On the night Charles sorely died at Loos, the Germans carried out their heaviest air raid of the war over Britain. 5 Zeppelins took part, dropping 189 bombs on London and the home counties. 71 civilians were killed. On the front in Champagne, the French poet Auguste Compagnon was killed that month. On the Eastern Front, the painter Oskar Kokoschka was among the Austrian soldiers wounded in action, and henceforth a civilian in all but name. "My wounds proved more decorative than lethal," the 29-year-old second lieutenant wrote to a friend. "A bullet in the head and a hole in the chest. My engagement is broken, my studio resolved, and a big silver medal in exchange. I am a pensioner." His food parcel, made up as he had asked with the comforts he most wanted while campaigning, arrived after he had been wounded, and was returned to Vienna. He followed it shortly afterwards. Russia, Britain, France, and Italy each suffered setbacks that autumn. On the Isonzo front, a cholera epidemic forced the Italian commanders to isolate whole units. Paratyphoid fever was also a hazard. Among those who were laid low by it was Private Benito Mussolini, the socialist editor who had welcomed Italy's entry into the war, and whose son, born that autumn while his father was in the trenches, he named Vittorio Alessandro, in joint honor of the eventual victory, and an English naval captain who had recently distinguished himself by his bravery. Rain and lice, these are the 2 enemies of the Italian soldier, Mussolini wrote in his diary. The cannon comes after. His own trenches were more than 6,000 feet above sea level, on Monte Nero. "We do not take fortresses by force," he noted. "We must take the mountains." But those mountains were defended by the Austrians with every defensive skill. The lack of success of the Entente continued to be contrasted with the successes of the Central Powers. On October 5th, a massive artillery bombardment, including 170 heavy guns and 420 heavy mortars, was the prelude to an Austro-German invasion of Serbia. At last, and despite the setbacks of the autumn of 1914, the murder of Franz Ferdinand was going to be avenged, and with a terrible vengeance. That same day, 13,000 French and British troops landed at Salonika, intent on hurrying northward to Serbia's defense. Among the forces facing the Austrians and Germans as they crossed the Danube to attack Belgrade were 4 Anglo-French naval guns. But the Austro-German forces overwhelmed all opposition. The Serbs, weakened by a typhus epidemic, evacuated their capital on October 9th. That same day the Austrians invaded Serbia's ally and neighbor, Montenegro. Bulgaria, eager to annex the southern Serb region of Macedonia, attacked the Serbs 2 days later. The Central Powers had gained a new partner. The Entente rushed to the defense of Serbia, as in 1941 Britain was to rush to the defense of Yugoslavia. On October 14th, as the first French units reached the Greek-Serbian frontier, a further 18,000 French troops landed at Salonika. But it was the ordeal on the Western Front that continued to dominate French thought. On October 19th in Champagne, 815 French soldiers were killed, and more than 4,000 made seriously ill, when the Germans used a mixture of chlorine and phosgene in a gas attack along a 10-mile front. For the Italians, too, the Austro-German-Bulgarian advance into Serbia was completely overshadowed on October 18th by the opening of the Third Battle of the Isonzo. The numerically superior Italian forces, 19 divisions as against 11, 1,250 guns as against 604, failed to capture the two objectives, Mount Sabatino and Mount San Michel. On October 21st, the Bulgarians, who had set their sights on the annexation of Serbian Macedonia, entered the Macedonian city of Skopje. The first shots fired by the French on the Salonika front were against Bulgarian troops, when they beat off a Bulgarian attack on Strumica railway station 20 miles from the Bulgarian border. A new war zone had opened, the 12th at that moment in the war. It was in a region with few roads, rough mountains, narrow defiles, and rushing torrents. When French troops, continuing northward from Negotin, approached the river Vardar on their way to Velez, they headed for the road bridge marked on the map. When they reached it, they discovered it had been destroyed in the First Balkan War. For one of the leading combatants, the Austrian general Conrad, the rapid success of this new attack on Serbia led to hopes that, once Serbia was defeated, it might somehow be possible to make peace with Russia and end the war while the existing structure of Europe was still intact. He put this to Franz Josef in a memorandum on October 22nd, but it was to be almost exactly 3 years before peace came, and with it the complete disintegration of the Habsburg Empire. The imminence of victory was a time for boasting and advancing, not for reflection and compromise. At Potsdam, on October 22nd, at a meeting with the American ambassador, James W. Gerard, the Kaiser spoke angrily of United States financial help for Britain and France, and protested that a number of submarines built in America had been escorted to Britain by ships of the American Navy. America had better look out after this war, he warned the ambassador. I shall stand no nonsense from America after the war. He was careful, however, to distance himself from the sinking of the Lusitania, telling Gerard that he would not have permitted the ship to be torpedoed if he had known about it, and that no gentleman would kill so many women and children. In the war zones, suffering and privation were everywhere evident. By October 24th, the Bulgarians had driven a wedge between the Serb forces and the French who were trying to come to their aid. 3 days later, the German forces entered Knyazevac, taking 1,400 Serbian soldiers prisoner. As German, Austrian, and Bulgarian forces were overrunning Serbia, 2 Entente war zones were becoming cursed by mud and rain. On the Gallipoli Peninsula, the troops who were huddled together in crowded, wet, constantly shelled trenches had no possibility of driving the Turks off the high ground. On the Isonzo and Dolomite fronts, Italian forces still battling for the peaks were repeatedly driven off or made the smallest gains for the heaviest of costs. With the ending of the Third Battle of the Isonzo on November 4th, more than 20,000 Italian soldiers had been killed and a further 60,000 wounded. In the Dolomites there had been a moment of Italian rejoicing on October 30th, when a grandson of Garibaldi, General Peppino Garibaldi, captured the mountain village of Panettone. After capturing the 4,662-foot mountain pass of the Col di Lana on November 7th, however, his forces were driven off 2 nights later. On the Western Front in Champagne, German troops, many of whom had just been brought back from the Russian front, drove the French from La Courtine, which had been captured with such plaudits a month earlier. They also drove the French out of a 900-yard section of their front-line trenches north of Massige on November 4th, killing most of their occupants and taking 25 prisoners. In a French counterattack, however, mostly with grenades, the Germans were driven back. The fighting in Champagne was severe. In the region of La Courtine and Massige, within a radius of only 5 miles, 5 villages were totally destroyed: Erlus, Perthey-les-Erlus, Le Mesnil-les-Erlus, Tahour, and Ripon. 10 miles to the west, beyond Navarin Farm, are 2 more ruined villages, Moronvilliers and Noroy. On the modern Michelin maps, these 80-year-old relics of the devastation of the war zone are shown with the symbol ruins. The Entente was faring worst on the Eastern Front, where the whole of Russian Poland had fallen under German control. The number of Russian soldiers taken prisoner of war in the 12 months of conflict had reached 1,740,000. At Helsinki, Russian sailors on the battleship Gangut and the cruiser Rurik protested against the bad food and the severity of their officers. 50 were arrested. The Russian finance minister, Peter Bach, hurried to France, traveling by sea from Archangel via Britain to seek extended financial credits to shore up Russia's war-making abilities. £1 million had been borrowed in the second week of war. That sum had reached £50 million, with a further £100 million promised. Bach wanted even more, but President Poincaré was not helpful. "I could remind Mr. Bach," the protocol of their discussion read, "that neither the text nor the spirit of our alliance led us to foresee that Russia would ask us at some time to lend our credit." Bach produced his trump card, not gold reserves or the collateral of raw materials, but the threat that Russia would be unable to continue the war without French economic assistance. Poincaré gave way. The prospect of the German and Austrian armies being freed to move against the West was an overpowering argument. Russia remained at war, its indebtedness growing by the day. With the new credits, Russia could import war materials on a larger scale, even from Japan, her enemy of a decade earlier. A mass of stores came in, through the Russian port of Archangel and then by railway over vast distances. Within a year, Russia owed Britain £757 million and the United States £37 million. The British goods that reached Russia under this credit system included 27,000 machine guns, 1 million rifles, 8 million grenades, 2,500 million bullets, 300 aeroplanes, and 650 aeroplane engines. Among Russia's needs was barbed wire. At the outbreak of war, she possessed just over 13,000 tons in store. In the following year, she manufactured a further 18,000 tons, but in that same year, 69,000 tons had been purchased abroad and brought to Archangel. The problem, as with all war supplies reaching that remote northern port, was to get them to Petrograd and then on to the front. When Colonel Knox passed through Archangel that October, he found an enormous accumulation of stores at the port: copper, lead, and aluminum, rubber and coal, and no less than 700 automobiles in wooden packing cases. Much of this material was lying out in the open. Only 170 railway wagons were able to leave the port each day. A British firm was working to improve the railway line. In an attempt to increase their ability to bring Western war supplies to the front, the Russians were also trying to link the port of Murmansk with Petrograd. More than 30,000 Russian laborers were brought on 6-month contracts to the cold, inhospitable region from provinces on the Volga, and 5,000 from Finland. But it was not enough, as hundreds and then thousands deserted, and almost none agreed to renew their contracts. Recourse was eventually had to German and Austrian prisoners of war, of whom 15,000 were brought to the railway, as were 10,000 Chinese labourers. The railway took a year and a half to complete. Even then its carrying capacity developed only slowly. At Gallipoli the daily ravages of gales and illness had created havoc with the fighting abilities of the Allied forces. As many as 300 men were being evacuated sick every day. Shortage of ammunition was limiting artillery fire to 2 rounds per gun per day. A new British commander, Sir Charles Munro, was sent out to retrieve the situation. Hardly had he arrived than he received, on October 28th, a telegram from Kitchener with the bluntest of messages. Please send me as soon as possible your report on the main issue at the Dardanelles, namely, leaving or staying. Monro immediately sought the opinion of each of his commanders at Helles, Anzac, and Suvla about the possibility of a new offensive against the Turkish positions. They were unanimous. Their men were capable of no more than 24 hours sustained battle. On October 31st, Monro replied to Kitchener's telegram, recommending withdrawal. He was supported by General Byng, commanding at Suvla, who wrote, "I consider evacuation advisable." General Birdwood, the Anzac commander, disagreed, fearing that a withdrawal not only would be used by the Turks to claim a complete victory, but would have an adverse effect on Muslims everywhere, including in India. No decision was reached, and the troops remained on the peninsula. At Salonika, British forces, some from Gallipoli, had landed to join the French effort on behalf of Serbia. Their progress was slow. "You'll probably ask why we don't get on," G. H. Gordon, a captain in the 10th Irish Division, wrote on November 1st, "but there's a very good reason. Their strong position and our not enough men. The conditions at Salonika made him wish he was back in France. All our moves here have been done in inky blackness, and usually under rain and on very ill-defined tracks in the hills." On November 5th, Bulgarian forces captured Nice, giving the Germans a direct rail link from Berlin to Constantinople, and ending the Serbian-controlled section of the Berlin-Baghdad railway. The Serbian armies fought tenaciously, regaining villages and holding up the advancing armies, but being steadily driven back. For every 50 shells in Austria's advancing artillery, the Serbs had only 1 with which to reply, and their gunners received a stream of orders not to waste them, and then only to use them in emergency. Burning their last motorized vehicles and heavy guns, 200,000 Serbian soldiers and civilians retreated 100 miles across the mountains to find sanctuary in Albania. But the 3-week march over rough terrain exacted a terrifyingly heavy toll, the death of 20,000 Serbian civilian refugees. People who shared in the retreat, Miss Waring wrote in her wartime history of Serbia, tell a confused story of cold, hunger, gorgeous scenery, Albanian ambushes, of paths covered with the carcasses of horses, of men dying at the wayside. We hear of the ministers of Russia and Great Britain laying on straw next to the Serbian foreign minister, his wife and son, while in the next room lay the Italian and French ministers, secretaries, consuls, dragomans, servants, pele-mele. We hear of the king lying on a stretcher, drawn by 4 bullocks, sharing the difficulties of the road with the common soldier. The march across the mountains was a saga of distress, with hunger, privation, and disease adding to the difficulties of the harsh terrain. Among those who had travelled from Britain to help the Serbs was Mabel Dearmer, a pioneer filmmaker and successful novelist, playwright, and illustrator. "What chance would Christ have today?" she wrote in a public appeal, as the march continued. "Crucifixion would be a gentle death for such a lunatic." Shortly after sending her appeal, she died of enteric fever while trying to help sick women and children. As the marchers moved slowly westward, there was another grim hazard. Albania had declared itself for the Entente and offered help to the Serbs, but Albanian tribesmen who had suffered at Serb hands in 1912 and 1913 attacked the columns and killed hundreds of the marchers. Although they were fleeing for their lives, the Serbs took with them into the mountains of Albania more than 24,000 Austrian prisoners of war. When the marchers reached the Albanian coast, these Austrians were interned in Italy and Sardinia. Many of them also died of typhus and cholera. The Serb soldiers who reached the sea, more than 260,000, went mostly to the Greek island of Corfu, where they awaited in exile the day when they might liberate Serbia from the Austrian yoke. The evacuation had involved 1,159 escort voyages by 45 Italian, 25 French, and 11 British steamers. As well as the men, 10,000 horses were also taken away to safety. It was, writes one historian, the largest sea evacuation in history until Dunkirk. Sick and wounded Serb soldiers were sent to a quarantine camp on the small island of Vido, where so many hundreds died that it became known as the Island of Death. Of the 30,000 Serb boys who set off to cross the mountains, only half survived the march. Hundreds more were killed by Austrian air bombardment while waiting in the harbour of San Giovanni di Madua for ships to take them to Corfu. Once on Corfu, 100 boys died each day for lack of food. The survivors of this terrible saga were sent for their safety and their schooling to England and France. Those children who were consumptive were sent to a sanatorium on Corsica. The war of embattled armies had also become a war of prisoners of war, of forced marches, of refugees, and of orphans. Serbia's two military allies, the French and the British, withdrew into Greece, while Bulgarian troops took up positions along the former Serb border. This war zone, like that on the Italian-Austrian fronts, was one of mountain passes, rugged terrain, few roads, and steep gorges. For the Entente soldiers it was also very far from home. There was no way in which these small forces could intervene in the fate of occupied Serbia, where hundreds of Serbs were executed and others imprisoned for the slightest manifestation of nationalist sentiment. Yet South Slav nationalism, the hope of a larger South Slav kingdom, could not be crushed by Austrian persecution. In the words of the Serb poet, Šime Jovanović, "And what the power that drove thee on and bore thee up and lent thee wings? It was the hope within the brain. Without it there had been no flight beyond the darkening clouds." On November 7th, off Sardinia, an Austrian submarine shelled and then torpedoed an Italian ocean liner, the Ancona, on its way to New York, with many Italian immigrants on board. 208 passengers were killed, including 25 Americans. As with the previous German submarine sinkings, the American government protested, found the Austrian reply unsatisfactory, but took the matter no further. On November 17th, a British hospital ship, the Anglia, struck a German mine off Dover and sank. 139 among its crew and the wounded men on board were drowned. On November 14th, a new war zone was opened, one of the least remembered of the war. On that day, in the deserts of Italian Libya, which before 1912 had been part of the Ottoman Empire, the Senussi tribesmen rose up in revolt against the Allies. Supported by the Turks, the Senussi opened fire at a British-Egyptian border post at Sollum. 2 days later, 300 tribesmen occupied the Zawra monastery at Sidi Barrani. British troops were sent into action, but the tribesmen, with the desert as their hiding place, continued to cause considerable aggravation. Captain Jarvis, a British officer based in Egypt, who was an expert on desert warfare, later wrote, "In some respects, this was the most successful strategical move made by our enemies of the whole war. For these odd 1,000 rather verminous Arabs tied up on the western frontier for over a year some 30,000 troops, badly required elsewhere, and caused us to expend on desert railways, desert cars, transport, etc., sufficient to add 2d to the income tax for the lifetime of the present generation." 5 days after the outbreak of the Senussi revolt in what had earlier been one extremity of the Turkish Empire, an act of heroism took place behind the Turkish lines in European Turkey, when 2 British pilots, Richard Bell Davies, who in January had been injured in an attack on Zeebrugge, and J. F. Smiley, bombed a railway junction at Ferijik on the Gulf of Enos. Smiley's machine was hit by Turkish anti-aircraft fire. He made a forced landing, could not start up his plane, and disabled it. Davies, seeing this from the air, landed nearby, grabbed hold of Smiley as a group of Turkish soldiers approached, hauled him on board, and flew off with him to safety. For this feat of airmanship that can seldom have been equalled for skill and gallantry, Davies was awarded the Victoria Cross. Since May, in a minor ministerial position, Churchill had continued to impress on his cabinet colleagues the possibility of victory at Gallipoli, if the planning and execution of the land campaign was improved and the naval attack reactivated. His advice had not been heeded. On November 4th, General Monroe, dispatched to the Salonika front, was replaced at Gallipoli by General Birdwood, who wanted to try one more military assault on the Turkish positions. He was overruled by Kitchener, who made a surprise visit to the peninsula on November 11th, and insisted that evacuation be carried out speedily. That day, the inner cabinet was reduced to a 5-man war council, from which Churchill was excluded. He at once resigned from the government and went to the Western Front, with the rank of lieutenant colonel, to become a battalion commander. At Gallipoli, a thunderstorm on November 27th, with hail and torrential rain, swept men and animals along the gullies and trenches. At least 100 men were drowned. Among the British officers at Suvla during the blizzard was Captain C. R. Attlee, who described in his memoirs how the heavy rain turned our trenches into moats. There followed 2 days of ferocious blizzard with driving snow, when another 100 men froze to death or died of exposure. At Suvla alone, 12,000 men were treated for exposure. For the Australians and Indians in particular, the sub-zero temperatures were a torment. The only welcome deaths were those of the millions of flies that had gorged themselves on the corpses. When the storm passed, they had disappeared. Evacuation had become inevitable. The only question was when. But on December 2nd, having returned to London, Kitchener asked the commanders at Gallipoli whether a renewed attack might not be possible after all. if the 4 British divisions at Salonika were to be sent to Suvla Bay, from which some of them had earlier come. General Byng was sceptical, pointing out that the landing piers at Suvla were being repeatedly washed away by storms, that the rain had made such roads as there were almost impassable, and that there was not enough existing shelter from the storms for the troops already there. Once more, evacuation was back at the top of the agenda. Not evacuation, but a renewed advance was the unchanging British plan of campaign in Mesopotamia. There, on November 21st, General Townsend attacked the Turkish defences of Ctesiphon as a prelude to what was intended to be a rapid march on Baghdad, a mere 22 miles away. But the earlier good fortune of Basra, Kurna, Amara, and Kut was over. Of the 8,500 British and Indian troops who went into battle at Ctesiphon, more than half were killed or wounded. Despite almost twice that number of casualties, the Turkish defenders, far from panicking and fleeing as they had in earlier battles, not only stood their ground but counterattacked. The British, 400 miles from the sea, could expect no reinforcements of any sort. The Turks could and did call on the resources of Baghdad, only a few hours' march away. Having come so far, the British were forced to retreat. The humiliating journey back to Kut began on November 25th. The survivors of the battle were exhausted and demoralized. The lack of facilities for the wounded made every mile of the retreat a torment. Shortly after the retreat began, a Turkish gun battery managed to immobilize the river flotilla, exposing those who were marching along the river bank to continual fear of attack. When the wounded continued by river south from Kut to Basra, Arab brigands, firing from both banks, killed many as they lay helpless in the ships taking them back. At Kut, the defences were strengthened, and preparations made to resist a Turkish attack. It was known that a senior German officer, Field Marshal von der Goltz, was on his way to take command, with 30,000 Turkish reinforcements. The British public, hitherto confident that the capture of Baghdad was imminent, suddenly faced the prospect of one of its armies being cut off and trapped, as Gordon had been at Khartoum 3 decades earlier. When the War Cabinet in London advised General Townsend to leave Kut and withdraw further down river, they received the reply that he was already besieged. In the trenches on the Western Front, winter had brought wet and cold to plague the troops. The 36-year-old Raymond Asquith, the son of the British Prime Minister, and himself a Member of Parliament, wrote to a friend on November 19th of another unpleasant feature of daily life in the trenches. The vast number of rats which gnaw the dead bodies, and then run on one's face, making obscene noises and gestures. The Prime Minister's son added, "Lately a certain number of cats have taken to nesting in the corpses, but I think the rats will get them in the end, though, like all wars, it will doubtless be a war of attrition." In London, on November 27th, pacifists from all over Britain gathered to establish a no-conscription fellowship, with the declared aim of refusing to do any form of military service. Many of them were Quakers. What united them, their president, Clifford Allen, declared was a belief in the sanctity of human life. On December 4th, Henry Ford dispatched a peace ship, Oscar II, across the Atlantic with leading American women and journalists on board. Their instruction was, get the boys out of the trenches and back to their homes by Christmas. In Berlin that month, a prominent banker told the American ambassador, James W. Gerard, that the Germans were sick of the war, that the Krupps and other big industries were making great sums of money and were prolonging the war by insisting upon the annexation of Belgium. Prussian landowners were also in favor of continuing the war, the banker told the ambassador, because of the fact that they were getting 4 or 5 times the money for their products, while their work was being done by prisoners. The fate of the Armenians was the harshest of all outside the war zones. A 25-year-old Jewish girl, Sarah Aronson, who had set out from Constantinople to her home in Palestine, traveled that December through the Taurus Mountains to Aleppo. Her biographer has written, she saw vultures hovering over children who had fallen dead by the roadside. She saw beings crawling along, maimed, starving, and begging for bread. From time to time she passed soldiers, driving before them with whips and rifle butts whole families, men, women, and children, shrieking, pleading, wailing. These were the Armenian people, setting out for exile in the desert from which there was no return. As the second winter of the war arrived, its impact was felt in all the war zones. But cold weather on the Eastern Front did not deter 900 Cossack troops from a 3-day, 24-mile march in 14 degrees of frost through the Pripyat marshes to the headquarters of a German division. There, on November 28th, they captured the 80-strong staff, including the divisional general, who later shot himself. The front line in the east was stabilizing. The Germans had driven as far east as Dvinsk and Vilna. The Austrians had regained Brody and Czernowitz. Russian Poland was entirely under German occupation. To feed the captive population, the Germans opened talks on December 2nd with the United States diplomat, Dr. Frank Kellogg. At the Dardanelles, the new British admiral, Wester Weymouth, argued that a renewed naval attack, like that of March 18th by ships alone, would enable the straits to be opened and kept open. In 2 telegrams to London he outlined his plan and expressed his confidence that it would succeed. His proposal for action was rejected. Instead, he was put in charge of all naval arrangements for the total evacuation of the Gallipoli Peninsula. The evacuation of the troops from Anzac and Suvla began on December 8th. At Suvla, Captain Attlee was in command of a rear guard, holding the perimeter around the evacuation beach. In 12 days, 83,048 troops, 4,695 horses and mules, 1,718 vehicles, and 186 heavy guns were taken off. The year-long effort to reach Constantinople by sea and defeat Turkey by an overwhelming show of naval strength in the Sea of Marmara was over. All that remained was to evacuate the troops at Cape Helles. The Turkish triumph of late 1915 was not confined to Gallipoli. In Mesopotamia, at one of the southern extremities of the Ottoman Empire, 25,000 British and Indian troops were besieged by 80,000 Turks in Kut. The siege began on December 5th. The defenders held out for 147 days, waiting in vain for reinforcements to reach them from Basra. The relief force was itself under constant attack as it tried to reach Kut. In a battle at Sheikh Saad, more than 4,000 of the relieving force were killed or wounded. So bad were the medical arrangements that even 11 days after the battle, a newly arrived Indian field ambulance unit found 200 British and 800 Indian wounded still lying in the open on muddy ground without shelter, and with their first dressings still unchanged. The setback in Mesopotamia did not weaken the attraction to the British of a renewed effort to undermine the Central Powers and make substantial territorial gains by breaking the Ottoman Empire. Many national aspirations were at stake. As the Russian-born Jewish nationalist Vladimir Jabotinsky wrote, "While the outcome of the war was still uncertain, the only theater where decisive blows can be imagined is Asiatic Turkey. On that theater, warfare seems to have kept its old character. Smaller numbers of men and material, smaller losses as price of victory, and incomparably quicker territorial advance in the case of victory. This truth cannot be obscured by the two failures of Gallipoli and Kut. The causes of the melancholy results of the Dardanelles and Mesopotamian campaigns are sufficiently known, and these results do not prove anything except the danger of either negligent or half-hearted warfare. It was not until the very last phase of the war in Europe that Jabotinsky's pointers to victory in Asia were to be followed and proved true, opening up vast areas of the hitherto closed confines of the Ottoman Empire to partition and spheres of influence. Not only Jewish, but also Arab aspirations had been stimulated by the prospect of an Allied victory on the Gallipoli Peninsula. On July 14th, while the fighting there was still undecided, the Sharif of Mecca, Sharif Hussein, had written to the British authorities in Cairo to request British acknowledgement of the independence of the Arab countries. If this did not come within 30 days, he had warned, the Arabs reserved to themselves complete freedom of action, a scarcely veiled threat to throw their desert resources behind the Turks. Sharif Hussein's request had reached Cairo after the second Gallipoli landings. Even the hanging of 11 Arab leaders in Syria by the Turkish governor, Jamal Pasha, on August 21st, had not stimulated a more favorable British attitude to Arab aspirations. Even though one of those hanged, Abd al-Karim al-Khalil, had hoped to organize an anti-Turkish revolt along the eastern Mediterranean coast between Beirut and Sidon, which could well have cleared the way for an Allied landing there, cutting the Turkish lines of communication with Gaza, Sinai, and the Suez Canal. The immediate British response to Hussein's search for independence was a cynical one. I should personally recommend the insertion of a pious aspiration on the subject of the Sharif's ideal of an Arab Union, the Governor-General of the Sudan, Sir Reginald Wingate advised. Something might be added to ensure his remaining definitely on our side until our success at the Dardanelles enables us to give more authoritative expression to our views. Before that hoped-for British success at Gallipoli, an Arab staff officer in the Ottoman army, Muhammad Sharif al-Faruqi, deserted from the Turkish forces at Gallipoli and crossed into the British lines. He was, he told those who questioned him, a descendant of the Prophet, and wished to be taken to the holy city of Mecca to see the Sharif Hussein. Taken by boat to Cairo, he was interrogated there on October 11th by Colonel Gilbert Clayton of the Arab Bureau, to whom he revealed that he was a member of a secret young Arab society opposed to Turkish rule. The society's leaders, he said, in both Syria and Mesopotamia, wished to collaborate with the British in return for Arab independence. According to al-Faruqi, both the Turks and the Germans were willing to grant the Arabs their territorial demands. This was not true, but Clayton and his colleagues in Cairo had no means of checking it. On the very day of al-Faruqi's interrogation, Bulgaria mobilized against the Allies. The situation on the Gallipoli Peninsula was suddenly endangered by the prospect of Bulgarian troops joining the conflict. Al-Faruqi told Clayton that if an immediate British declaration was made supporting Arab independence with specific territorial lines, the anti-Turk revolt would begin at once in Syria, Mesopotamia, and Palestine. On the following day, October 12th, Clayton telegraphed the Foreign Office in London, advising acceptance of the terms implicit in al-Faruqi's report. To reject the offer, Clayton warned, would throw the young Arab party definitely into the arms of the enemy. The Arab machinery would at once be asserted against Allied interests throughout the Ottoman Empire. Clayton's reasoning was decisive. 11 days after he sent his telegram to London, the British government made the commitment to Arab independence that Sharif Hussein had earlier sought in vain. In a letter sent to the Sharif from Sir Henry McMahon, Britain agreed to recognize and support the independence of the Arabs within the territories included in the limits and boundaries proposed by the Sharif of Mecca. These included Mesopotamia and much of Syria. They excluded, at McMahon's insistence, portions of Syria lying west of the districts of Damascus, Hama, Homs, and Aleppo. Whether or not they excluded Palestine was to be a matter of subsequent dispute, since that was not mentioned in the exchange of letters. 6 years later, McMahon was to explain in a letter to the Colonial Office, "It was as fully my intention to exclude Palestine as it was to exclude the more northern coastal tracts of Syria." The siege of Kut had begun on December 5th. On December 7th, the British cabinet made its decision to evacuate Suvla and Anzac, but not as yet Cape Helles. A week later, McMahon wrote again to Hussein to inform him that the latest Arab request for neither Aleppo nor Beirut to be excluded from the area of future Arab independence would have to be taken up with the French. As for the part the Arabs must play in the future, it is most essential, McMahon wrote, that you spare no effort to attach all the Arab people to our united cause and urge them to afford no assistance to our enemies. It is on the success of these efforts and on the more active measures which the Arabs may hereafter take in support of our cause, when the time for action comes, that the permanence and strength of our agreement must depend. The British had failed to secure victory, either at Gallipoli or in Mesopotamia. These distant failures were to prove a strong deterrent to further distant campaigns, putting off the time when an Arab revolt against the Turks would become an integral part of Allied war strategy. The Arabs in 1916, like the Italians and Bulgarians in 1915, wanted to see some prospect of victory and territorial gain before committing themselves to battle. For the British, the frustrations of each of the setbacks of 1915 were considerable, with Gallipoli and Mesopotamia the most depressing. On December 20th, Lloyd George expressed these feelings when he spoke in the House of Commons. Too late in moving here, too late in arriving there, too late in coming to this decision, too late in starting with enterprises, too late in preparing. In this war the footsteps of the Allied forces have been dogged by the mocking spectre of too late, and unless we quicken our movements, damnation will fall on the sacred cause for which so much gallant blood has flowed. As 1915 came to an end, it was clear that the war that was to have ended by Christmas 1914 was certainly not going to be over by Christmas 1915. The British government did not want it, however, to continue in the Balkans. On December 4th, at a conference in Calais, the British, led by Asquith, insisted that the Allied forces at Salonika should withdraw. Now that Serbia was defeated, they could serve no purpose there. The French bowed to this logic, but 2 days later, at a further inter-Allied conference, this time at Chantilly, the Russians, Italians, and Serbs prevailed upon the French to agree to keep the Salonika front open. In support of this view, the Tsar himself sent Asquith a telegram, regretting the Calais decision. Less than a week after Calais, Kitchener and Grey returned to France, and agreed that the Salonika front should remain in place. Kitchener reporting back to his colleagues that good feeling had been restored. Plans were also laid at Chantilly for an Allied victory on the Western Front in 1916, when Joffre obtained British agreement for a joint and simultaneous Anglo-French offensive in the summer of 1916. It would take place both north and south of the River Somme on a 40-mile front. What Joffre described as the brilliant tactical results of the Champagne and Artois offensives of 1915 would be repeated and surpassed. Germany, his experts reported, was running out of reserves. With Kitchener's new armies on the British front, with sufficient guns for an overwhelming preliminary bombardment, and sufficient ammunition for a sustained advance, the Battle of the Somme would be decisive. On December 19th, Sir Douglas Haig took over from Sir John French as Commander-in-Chief of the British Army in France. That same day, an ominous day for millions, he wrote scathingly in his diary of the fate of the telegram he had sent to the War Office at noon, asking who was to succeed him as commander of the First Army. Up to 11 p.m. no reply reached me. Then Sir William Robertson arrived from England and telephoned from Saint-Omer that the Prime Minister and Lord K had gone out of London for the weekend, and nothing could be settled until Monday. And this is wartime. That day, December 19th, the Germans released phosgene gas, 10 times more toxic than chlorine, against the British forces in the Ypres salient. Their aim was to cause panic and a mass retreat, but the British troops, who had been surprised by the new weapon in April, were now well trained in gas drill and well equipped with gas helmets. 1,000 soldiers were gassed and 120 killed. The wind was a strong one that day, blowing the gas cloud southward across the British lines and far to the rear. Because of a curve in the line, some of the gas was blown along the German trenches on the Weizskiata Ridge. The hoped-for British panic did not take place, and the line held. In London, Vera Brittain received a penciled note from her fiancé, Roland Leighton, on the Western Front. Shall be home on leave from the 24th of December to the 31st. Land Christmas Day. She contemplated with excitement the possibility of getting married during that brief leave, even of having a baby. Roland's very own, something of himself to remember him by if he goes. Throughout Christmas Day she awaited him, then went to bed knowing that he would be with her on the following day. The next morning I had just finished dressing, and was putting the final touches to the pastel blue crêpe de chine blouse, when the expected message came to say that I was wanted on the telephone. Believing that I was at last to hear the voice for which I had waited for 24 hours, I dashed joyously into the corridor. But the message was not from Roland. It was not to say that he had arrived home that morning, but to tell me that he had died of wounds at a casualty clearing station on December 23rd. Roland Leighton had not been killed in the thick of battle. Like so many of the war's dead, His life was destroyed far from the violence of a massive onslaught or the onrush of armies. His platoon had taken over a section of the trenches where the front line wire was badly in need of repair. He had gone to inspect the area where the wiring party would have to work. His way should have led through a communication trench, but it was flooded, so he had taken a concealed path through a gap in the hedge. The previous British occupants of that sector of the front had not passed on the message that the communication trench had been flooded for some time, and that the Germans were accustomed to open fire now and again at the gap in the hedge with a machine gun. The moon was nearly full that night, and the German machine gun was a mere 100 yards from the hedge. As Leighton reached the gap, the Germans opened fire, and he was hit in the stomach. 2 men risked their lives to carry him back to the trench. The next day an operation could not save him. 1 machine-gun bullet had injured the base of his spine. That night, as his fiancée later wrote, Uppingham's record prize winner, whose whole nature fitted him for the spectacular drama of a great battle, died forlornly in a hospital bed. On the Western Front, the conditions of warfare at the end of 1915 were appalling, described immediately after the war by a former frontline correspondent, Philip Gibbs, in his book Realities of War. "Our men were never dry," he wrote. "They were wet in their trenches and wet in their dugouts. They slept in soaking clothes, with boots full of water, and they drank rain with their tea, and ate mud with their bully, and endured it all with the philosophy of grin and bear it, and laughter, as I heard them laughing in those places, between explosive curses. Hardly had the trenches been drained after one rainstorm than another undid the work, and the parapets slid down, and water poured in, and spaces were opened for German gunfire, and there was less head cover against shrapnel bullets, which mixed with the raindrops and high explosives which smashed through the mud. During November the rain was so intense that many trenches were knee-high and even waist-high in water. Gibbs recalled how, in one sector of the front, reckless because of their discomfort, the Germans crawled upon their slimy parapets and sat on top to dry their legs, and shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Our men did not shoot. They, too, sat on the parapets, drying their legs, and grinning at the grey ants yonder, until these incidents were reported back to GHQ, where good fires were burning under dry roofs, and stringent orders came against fraternization. Every German who showed himself, owing to a parapet falling in, would be shot too. It was 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, as always in this trench warfare, but the dignity of GHQ would not be outraged by the thought of such indecent spectacles as British and Germans refusing to kill each other on sight. Some of the men obeyed orders, and where a German sat up and said, "Don't shoot," plugged him through the head. Others were extremely short-sighted. Now and again, Germans crawled over to our trenches and asked meekly to be taken prisoner. An episode took place that winter that was spoken of throughout the Western Front. Above a German parapet, Gibbs has narrated, appeared a plank on which in big letters was scrawled these words, "The English are fools." "Not such bloody fools as all that," said a sergeant, and in a few minutes the plank was smashed to splinters by rifle fire. Another plank appeared with the words, "The French are fools." Loyalty to our allies caused the destruction of that board. A third plank was put up. "We're all fools. Let's all go home." That board was also shot to pieces, but the message caused some laughter, and men repeating it said, "There's a deal of truth in those words. Why should this go on? What's it all about? Let the old men who made this war come and fight it out among themselves at Hooge. The fighting men have no real quarrel with each other. We all want to go home, to our wives and our work. But neither side was prepared to go home first. Each side was in a trap, a devil's trap, from which there was no escape. In his book, Gibbs described that devil's trap as follows: loyalty to their own side, discipline, with the death penalty behind it, spell words of old tradition, obedience to the laws of war, or to the caste which ruled them, all the moral and spiritual propaganda handed out by pastors, newspapers, generals, staff officers, old men at home, exalted women, female furies, a deep and simple love for England and Germany, pride of manhood, fear of cowardice. 1,000 complexities of thought and sentiment prevented men on both sides from breaking the net of fate in which they were entangled, and revolting against that mutual, unceasing massacre by arising from the trenches with a shout of, "We're all fools, let's all go home." A particular source of agony that winter, adding to the torment of lice and rats, was trench foot. Men standing in slime for days and nights in field boots or puttees lost all sense of feeling in their feet, Gibbs wrote. These feet of theirs, so cold and wet, began to swell, and then go dead, and then suddenly to burn as though touched by red-hot pokers. When the reliefs went up, scores of men could not walk back from the trenches, but had to crawl, or be carried pick-a-back by their comrades. So I saw hundreds of them, as the winter dragged on, thousands. Battalions lost more men from the fighting line from trench foot than from wounds. Brigadiers and divisional generals were gloomy, and cursed the new affliction of their men. Some of them said it was due to damned carelessness. Others were inclined to think it due to deliberate malingering at a time when there were many cases of self-inflicted wounds by men who shot their fingers away or their toes to get out of the trenches. There was no look of malingering on the faces of those boys who were being carried pick-a-back to the ambulance trains at Remy, siding near Poperinghe, with both feet crippled and tied up in bundles of cotton wool. The pain was martyrizing, like that of men tied to burning faggots for conscience' sake. In one battalion of the 49th West Riding Division there were over 400 cases in that winter of 1915. A cure was eventually found, rubbing feet with oil 2 or 3 times a day. But while the malady lasted, it wreaked havoc with the fighting strength of the battalions. Nevertheless, Gibbs wrote, the spirit of the men fought against all that misery, resisted it, and would not be beaten by it. The Christmas truce that had broken out so spontaneously on the Western Front in 1914 was not repeated in 1915. Nothing of the kind is to be allowed on the divisional front this year. One British infantry brigade was informed 5 days before the festive season was to begin. The artillery will maintain a slow gunfire on the enemy's trenches commencing at dawn, and every opportunity will, as usual, be taken to inflict casualties upon any of the enemy exposing themselves. These orders were, in the main, obeyed. The historian Lynn MacDonald has written of how, in the trenches close to Plug Street Wood, a tremendous voice entertained the trenches of both sides, with a selection from La Traviata, stopping abruptly in mid-aria as if a door had been slammed shut. Near Wolvergem, the Germans set up a tree on the parapet of their front trench on Christmas Eve, ablaze with candles. For a few moments the tiny pinpoints of flame flickered uncertainly in the dark, until a British officer ordered rapid fire, and the Tommies shot it down. Christmas Day was no different. We hailed the smiling morn with 5 rounds, fired fast, and we kept up slow fire all day. Corporal D.A. Pankhurst of the Royal Artillery noted, "Those were our orders. Some batteries sent over as many as 300 shells. It was a Christmas present to Fritz," they said. But I do believe myself that it was intended to discourage fraternizing. The shelling and shooting continued that day. Second Lieutenant W. Cushing was a witness when a private was killed in his battalion, a shell fragment having severed his femoral artery. Stretcher-bearers attempted to deal with his mortal wound by using a tourniquet, Cushing wrote, but this caused the poor chap pain, and the M.O. told us on the field telephone to remove it and let him die in peace. The medical officer had apparently been about to risk his own life by coming to us across the open. There were no communication trenches left, but the CO ordered him to stay where he was at Battalion HQ. It was just as well. We couldn't afford to lose a medical officer in a fruitless effort to save life. He couldn't possibly have arrived in time. Thus died Private W. G. Wilkerson on Christmas Day. He was buried in New Irish Farm Cemetery at St. Jan, near Ypres. As the precise location of his grave could not be found when the cemetery was put in order at the end of the war, he is commemorated on a special memorial headstone bearing the inscription, "Known to be buried in this cemetery. Near him lie 4,500 other dead." On the Gallipoli Peninsula, where the men at Cape Helles were expecting to be evacuated within a few weeks, Christmas Day saw further deaths from Turkish shelling and sniper fire. Among those killed that day was the 29-year-old Arnold Thompson, a captain in the Royal Army Medical Corps who had graduated from New College, Oxford, 8 months earlier. On the Eastern Front, the Central Powers were confident of their power. In Galicia, a 2-week Russian offensive that ended on December 27th, although supported by 1,000 guns, each with 1,000 shells, failed to break the Austrian line. 6,000 Russian soldiers were taken prisoner. That day the British cabinet decided to evacuate Cape Helles, ending any Entente presence on the Gallipoli Peninsula. At the end of 1915, the Central Powers were in the ascendant. Serbia was entirely under Austrian and Bulgarian occupation. Russian Poland and Belgium were under German control. At sea, the sinking of Entente shipping had been continuous and destructive. The German plans for victory in 1916 included unlimited submarine warfare and an attack on the French forces defending Verdun and its ring of forts. The aim of this attack was to wear down the French army by the attrition of numbers. General Falkenhayn looked to an attack on Verdun to create a breaking point in French morale. If we succeeded in opening the eyes of her people to the fact that, in a military sense, they have nothing more to hope for, he wrote to the Kaiser on December 15th, that breaking point would be reached, and England's best sword knocked out of her hand. If the French were determined to defend Verdun to the last, as Falkenhayn was convinced they would, then, he told the Kaiser, the forces of France will bleed to death, whether the Germans captured Verdun or not. Never through the ages, comments the historian Alistair Home, had any great commander or strategist proposed to vanquish an enemy by gradually bleeding him to death. The macabreness, the unpleasantness of its very imagery could only have emerged from, and was symptomatic of, that great war, where, in their callousness, leaders could regard human lives as mere corpuscles. In his History of Verdun, Home quotes 2 other comments with regard to the attitude of the commanders to the losses, that of Haig's son, that the British commander-in-chief, felt that it was his duty to refrain from visiting the casualty clearing stations because these visits made him physically ill. And that of Joffre, who, after pinning a military decoration on a blinded soldier, said to his staff, "I mustn't be shown any more such spectacles. I would no longer have the courage to give the order to attack." As he put forward his reasons for the Verdun offensive, General Falkenhayn was dismissive of Russia's power to intervene to take the pressure off France, or to threaten Germany in the east. "If we cannot expect a revolution in the grand style," he told the Kaiser in his memorandum of December 15th, "we are entitled to believe that Russia's internal troubles will compel her to give in within a relatively short period." To weaken Russia internally, on December 26th, the authorities in Berlin handed the Russian Jewish Bolshevik, Alexander Helphand, 1,000,000 rubles to spread anti-war propaganda throughout Russia. The money was paid over after the German ambassador to Denmark persuaded Berlin that Russia could only be detached from the Entente by revolution, and that the Bolsheviks had it in their power to undermine the authority of both the Tsar and the Russian generals. The year 1915 ended as it had begun, with a disaster at sea. On December 30th, in the North Sea, an accidental internal explosion blew up the British cruiser Natal, with 304 fatalities. That same day, in the eastern Mediterranean, a German submarine torpedoed without warning a Peninsular and Oriental Steamship Company liner, the Persia. 334 passengers were drowned, among them the United States consul in Aden and one other American citizen. 3 days after the sinking, an American diplomat in Paris, John Coolidge, wrote scathingly in his diary, "An American consul on his way to his post at Aden was on board, so probably Mr. Lansing will buy a new box of notepaper and set to work." He was right. America's neutrality was still a fixed feature of the war scene. Robert Lansing, the Secretary of State, issued a formal protest, but no more. On December 29th, in Paris, the French National Assembly passed a law which gave the land on which the British war cemeteries were located on French soil as the free gift of the French people for a perpetual resting place of those who are laid there. The cemeteries are still there, 80 years after the war began. More than 2,000 cemeteries, tended by nearly 500 gardeners. Even as the war was being fought, the future of its most poignant monuments was being enshrined in law. After 12 months of fighting, the line of trenches along the Western Front had not been broken by either side. It was Germany that stood along the line as the conqueror and occupier of French and Belgian soil, far from her own borders. Several French villages in the fighting line had been destroyed so completely that they were never rebuilt. East of Saint-Mihiel are 2 such villages, Regnyville and Remonoville, taken in April from the Germans. At their entrance today is the road sign Village Détruit. Yet the nature of confrontation was such that the British in the Ypres salient were emphatic that they had secured a great victory by holding Ypres at all. The town itself, regularly shelled by the Germans, was a ruin, but that too could be shown to have its virtuous aspect. Only the methodical and painstaking Boche could have reduced a town of such size to such a state, commented Ian Hay, himself a soldier and one of the most popular British writers on the war. But the main point to observe is this: we are inside, and the Boche is outside. fenced by a mighty crescent of prosaic trenches, themselves manned by paladins of an almost incredible stolidity, Ypres still points her broken fingers to the sky, shattered, silent, but inviolate still, and all owing to the obstinacy of a dull and unready nation, which merely keeps faith and stands by its friends. Hay told his readers that there was a further lesson to be learned. Such an attitude of mind is incomprehensible to the Boche, and we are well content that it should be so. One could stand on certain recently won eminences, Wachiate Ridge, Messines Ridge, Vimy Ridge, and Monchy, and look back not merely from these ridges, but from certain moral ridges, over the ground which has been successfully traversed, and you can marvel for the 100th time, not that the thing was well or badly done, but that it was ever done at all. In contrast with a sense of moral superiority, where the men awaking grimy and shivering to another day's unpleasantness. That unpleasantness, however, had hardly any place in Hay's narrative. The dead in his account had gone to the happy hunting grounds. What was clear, as 1915 came to an end, was that a mood of greater resignation prevailed than 6 months earlier. We no longer regard war with the least enthusiasm, Hay wrote. We have seen it, face to face. Our sole purpose now is to screw our sturdy followers up to the requisite pitch of efficiency, and keep them remorselessly at that standard until the dawn of triumphant and abiding peace. An experienced writer could still deploy the words and concepts efficiency, standard, and triumphant. Equally experienced soldiers could use a different language, a different perspective. Returning to the Western Front from their Christmas leave, the soldiers at Victoria Station were heard to sing a new refrain. I don't want to die, I want to go home. I don't want to go to the trenches no more, where the whiz-bangs and shells do whistle and roar. I don't want to go over the sea, to where the alleyman will shoot at me. I want to go home. I don't want to die. 12. This war will end at Verdun, January to April 1916. The ascendancy of the Central Powers on the battlefield at the beginning of 1916 was reflected in the treatment of the national minorities inside Austria-Hungary. That January, the German language was declared to be the only official language in Bohemia. In the streets of Prague, the police used truncheons against people whom they heard speaking Czech. But in the policy-making center, Vienna, the Austrian leaders recognized the enormous problems that the war was creating, especially as the Russian army, for all its setbacks, continued to fight with tenacity. There can be no question of destroying the Russian war machine, General Conrad warned Count Tietze on January 4th, and, he added, England cannot be defeated. Peace must be made in not too short a space, or we shall be fatally weakened, if not destroyed. Britain, Australia, and Canada, alone of the combatants, still had entirely volunteer armies. On the day of Conrad's warning, there were 2,675,149 Britons under arms, all volunteers. In Canada, the volunteer system had raised 150,000 men since the outbreak of the war, and had seen 4 divisions on the Western Front. But the Canadian Prime Minister, Sir Robert Borden, having visited Britain and gained some idea of the magnitude of the task, called in his New Year's message on January 1st for 500,000 Canadians to join the fight, out of a population of 8 million. In Britain itself, pressure was mounting for the introduction of conscription, which would add at least 2 million more men to the armed forces. On January 5th, the Prime Minister Asquith introduced the first conscription bill to the House of Commons. On the Western Front, one of Asquith's former political colleagues, Winston Churchill, was spending his first days as a battalion commander. On January 17th, he was summoned to the town of Hazebrouck to hear a lecture by his friend Colonel Tom Holland on the Battle of Loos. He described the scene in a letter to his wife, Clementine. "The theatre was crowded with generals and officers. I could not even get a seat, but stood at the wings of the stage. Tom spoke very well, but his tale was one of hopeless failure, of sublime heroism utterly wasted, and of splendid Scottish soldiers shorn away in vain, with never the ghost of a chance of success. 6,000 killed and wounded out of 10,000 in this Scottish division alone. Alas, alas. Afterwards they asked what was the lesson of the lecture. I restrained an impulse to reply, 'Don't do it again,' but they will, I have no doubt." Going forward with his battalion to its front-line positions near the village of Ploegsteert, Churchill shared with his men the hazards of war. One morning, as he was going up to the front-line trenches, a shell burst in the cellar of a ruined convent that he was passing. "A fountain of brickbats went up into the air," he wrote to his wife, "and I watched them carefully from 50 yards away, to dodge if any fell near me. Suddenly I saw, almost instantaneously with the explosion, 5 or 6 black objects hurtling towards me. You know how quick thought is. I had no time to think. They were splinters, to argue that they could not belong to the same explosion, and to reach out for another solution before I saw that they were frightened birds." Churchill served on the Western Front for 6 months. On several occasions he was nearly killed when German shells burst nearby. Once, when he was in reserve billets, a shell entered his bedroom, passed right through it, penetrated the cellar where many of his men had taken shelter, and then failed to explode. On another occasion, going up to the trenches, he watched as a German gun systematically shelled the front line, its shell bursts coming ever closer. "One could calculate more or less where the next one would come," he wrote 3 days later to his wife. The path to the trenches led alongside the ruined convent, and I said, "The next will hit the convent." Sure enough, just as we got abreast of it, the shell arrived with a screech and a roar and tremendous bang, and showers of bricks and clouds of smoke, and all the soldiers jumped and scurried, and peeped out of their holes and corners. It did not make me jump a bit, not a pulse quickened. I do not mind noise, as some very brave people do, but I felt 20 yards more to the left, and no more tangles to unravel, no more anxieties to face, no more hatreds and injustices to encounter. A good ending to a checkered life, a final gift, unvalued, to an ungrateful country, an impoverishment of the war-making power of Britain, which no one would ever know or measure or mourn. The Austrian conquest of Serbia having been completed before the end of 1915, a new war front opened on the 8th of January 1916, when 45,000 Austrian troops and 5,000 Bosnian Muslims attacked Montenegro, Serbia's neighbor and ally. A 500-gun artillery barrage, as well as air and sea attacks, opened the campaign. Within 48 hours, the Montenegrins were driven from the 4,850-foot Mount Lovćen, the Gibraltar of the Adriatic, and forced back to their capital, Cetinje. On January 11th, Cetinje fell. 6 days later, Montenegro surrendered. "It is all over with poor little Montenegro, bar the shouting," the American diplomat John Coolidge wrote in his diary on January 16th. "When her emergency came, there was no one to help her, so she had to go. The war had lasted 9 days. Those Montenegrin troops who managed to escape joined the Serb escapees on Corfu. Unknown to the Austrians until after the event, the day of their attack on Montenegro was the day on which the last British troops left Cape Helles on the Gallipoli Peninsula. During 11 days, 35,268 troops had been taken off, without any casualties. In a final effort to challenge the Turks, they left behind booby traps, landmines, dummy sentinels, and clockwork rifles, which would fire when water dripping through a tin of sand dropped through to a lower tin that would then fall on the trigger mechanism. One of the last British soldiers to leave, Sergeant Mannion, later described how, "When we were a mile out from the beach, we were all ordered to go below. At this moment, a big magazine on shore was blown up, and we could hear the pieces of scrap iron falling on the roof of the lighter. The sea was very rough, and our lighter pitched and tossed about like a cork on the waves. We were all very seasick. There was a rumor that we had broken adrift, and the sailors confirmed this. Our cable had parted and we were drifting in a rough sea off a hostile shore, but nobody seemed to worry much. We had got safely off Gallipoli, a thing which none of us had expected." As well as the men, 3,689 horses and mules were taken off the peninsula, but 508 mules were shot, and 1,590 vehicles abandoned. The human cost of the effort is recorded in the statistics of each army. More than 66,000 Turkish soldiers had been killed, and 28,000 British, 7,595 Australian, 2,431 New Zealand, and 10,000 French. 2 memorials, one at Helles and one at Anzac, record the names of those British and Commonwealth soldiers with no known grave. 33 Commonwealth War cemeteries on the peninsula contain the graves of those whose bodies were found. On the grave of Gunner J. W. Twamley, his next of kin caused the lines to be inscribed, "Only a boy, but a British boy, the son of 1,000 years." A bereaved Australian sent the following lines, "Brother Bill, a sniping fell. We love him still, we always will." From parents whose grief could not find comfort in religion came the question, "What harm did he do thee, O Lord?" The Turks, relieved at the disappearance of their enemy from Gallipoli, transferred 36,000 troops from there to Mesopotamia. But on the Caucasus front, the Russian commander, General Yudenich, despite ferociously cold weather that cost him 2,000 men incapacitated by frostbite, drove back the Turks to the city of Erzurum, during the battle for which many Arab troops fighting with the Turks deserted. Finally entering Erzurum in mid-February, the Russians took 5,000 Turkish soldiers prisoner, but lost the fighting capacity of 2,000 more of their own men from frostbite. In pursuit of the Turks west of Erzurum, the Russians took a further 5,000 prisoners. Russian morale at home was boosted, momentarily at least, by these distant successes. Germany continued to look to anti-war agitation in Russia as a way to lessen the burdens on the Eastern Front, and perhaps to end them altogether. On January 11th, more than 10,000 Russian workers went on strike at the Black Sea port and naval base of Nikolaev. Within 2 weeks, the strike spread to Petrograd, where as many as 45,000 dock workers went on strike. Both the Russian discontent with the war and the national aspirations of Russia's subject peoples stimulated German attention. On January 18th, Berlin was informed by one of its agents that contact had been made with an Estonian revolutionary, Keskula. Not only intrigue, but also the realities of the battlefield seemed to point to German victories. That week, the chief of the German naval staff, Admiral Holtzendorf, expressed his confidence in the ability of his submarines to knock Britain out of the war altogether well before the end of the year. The new commander-in-chief of the German High Seas Fleet, Admiral Scheer, appointed on January 24th, was also confident that he could bring the British main fleet to action in the North Sea and defeat it. Britain was preparing for a long war with equal confidence. On January 27th, the first step was taken towards compulsory military service. The continued financial goodwill of the United States was enabling Britain to raise money for the purchase and manufacture of arms. In Germany, an anti-American campaign had begun, typified by a cartoon showing President Wilson releasing the dove of peace with one hand while pouring out munitions to the Allies with the other. On the Kaiser's birthday, January 27th, an American flag draped in black was placed on the statue of Frederick the Great in Berlin, with the words attached on a silk banner in letters of gold, "Wilson and his press are not America." Photographs of the wreath were sent all over Germany. One German newspaper declared, Frederick the Great was the first to recognize the independence of the young republic after it had won its freedom from the yoke of England at the price of its very heart's blood through years of struggle. His successor, Wilhelm II, receives the gratitude of America in the form of hypocritical phrases and war supplies to his mortal enemy. At the front, the Kaiser's birthday was anticipated by German troops who a few days earlier had shouted at the British opposite them, "We are Saxons, and after the 29th you can have our trenches, and the effing Kaiser too." Somewhat more enthusiastic German soldiers, seeking a birthday present for the Kaiser, attacked French positions south of the Somme on the night of January 28th, overrunning the village of Frise and capturing or killing all the French troops there. Early on the following morning the Germans attacked a part of the British line near Carnoy, being held by the Liverpool Pals, one of the first of Kitchener's Pals battalions to have reached the front. They were driven off, the Pals being excited to find that one of the wounded German officers they captured, Lieutenant O. Siebert, was wearing the ribbon of the Iron Cross, second class. He died of his wounds later that day. There was no pause in the war-making efforts of the Entente. In Mesopotamia, the British were fighting a steady and harsh battle against the Turks, seeking to reach the besieged garrison at Kut, almost unnoticed amid the more accessible war news of the Western Front. The relief force Kut so desperately waited for was fighting its way northward, encountering continual Turkish resistance, masterminded by the 72-year-old German officer Field Marshal von der Goltz. At the Battle of Wadi on January 13th, more than 200 British and Indian troops were killed and 1,400 wounded. Casualties were even higher at the Battle of Hana 8 days later, where 2,600 of the attackers were killed or wounded. The 46 guns available to the British proved inadequate to dislodge or demoralize the Turkish defenders before the assault. Among the British officers in action at Hana was the future British Prime Minister Captain C.R. Attlee, who, carrying a large red flag to alert the British artillery as to the advancing infantry's whereabouts, led his men out of their trench. The artillery barrage was effective, and there was little Turkish opposition, either in the first or second line of trenches. Attlee then reached the third Turkish line. Just as I got there, and was sticking my flag in the ground, he later recalled, a shrapnel got me from behind, lifting me up like a big kick. I found myself sitting opposite Private O'Neill. 2 lads came up and asked if I was hit. I said I did not know, but when I stood up I found that I was, and could not move. In his memoirs, Attlee recalled how a shell fired, as I found out years later, by one of our own batteries, caught me with a bullet through the thigh and a piece of nose cap in the buttocks, and I had to be carried off the field. On a hospital ship on the Tigris that night, a second lieutenant, looking at the torment of those wounded who had been brought on board, but for whom even there no medical help was forthcoming, is said to have remarked to his sergeant, "I suppose this is as near hell as we are likely to see?" Drawing himself up as in answer to a parade ground question, the sergeant replied, "I should say it is, sir." Among those killed at Hannah was Robert Palmer, a grandson of the turn-of-the-century Prime Minister Lord Salisbury, and a cousin of the Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey. 3 months earlier, the Times had published Palmer's poem, "How Long, O Lord?" which included the lines, "From sodden plains in west and east, the blood of kindly men streams up in mists of hate, polluting thy clean air, and nations great in reputation of the arts that bind the world with hopes of heaven, sink to state of brute barbarians, whose ferocious mind gloats o'er the bloody havoc of their kind, not knowing love or mercy." On the morning after the Battle of Hannah, the British asked for a 6-hour truce to bury their dead and collect their wounded. As soon as the white flag was raised to signal its start, a number of Arabs rushed out from the Turkish lines and began to rob the disabled and the dead. The injured were stripped of their clothes. Those who tried to resist had sand stuffed in their mouths, and a tight grip held their mouths shut until they expired. Turkish officers, appalled at the sight, came to the rescue of the survivors. The Battle of Hannah was being fought in the hope of relieving the men besieged in Kut. In Kut itself, in contrast to the terrible heat of summer, sleet and an icy wind worsened the plight and morale of the attackers, and of the many wounded for whom no medical treatment was immediately available. Lying in ankle-deep pools amidst a sea of mud, one of their historians has written, they must have plumbed the depths of agony. In any history of sufferings endured by the British Army, the collective misery of that night of the 21st of January 1916 is probably without parallel since the Crimea. A black-letter day for Kut in general and myself in particular, E.O. Moosley wrote in his diary. About 6 a.m., in the pitch dark, the water burst into our front line by Redoubt D and flooded the trenches up to one's neck. All the careful and dogged efforts of our sappers could not stop it. The Turks had also been flooded out of their defences and had to go back. It was a queer sight to see them running over the top, where we had previously seen only their pickaxes and caps. We shelled his ragged masses with great glee. General Aylmer, in command of the force that had been sent to relieve Kut, was no longer confident that he could succeed. "I am very doubtful of morale of a good many of the Indian troops," he telegraphed to General Townsend on January 24th. "Especially as I have the gravest suspicions of extent of self-mutilation amongst them." Even with reinforcements, he did not think he could break through to Kut. Townsend replied that he could hold out for 84 days, but he was likewise dismissive of the Indians. "1 or 2 all-British divisions are all we want," he telegraphed to Aylmer. "There now is time to demand good white troops from overseas, and army corps to save and hold Mesopotamia if the government considers it worth holding." New techniques and inventions were adding an extra dimension to war-making. On January 29th, the first British tank began its trials. More than a year earlier, Churchill had encouraged the inventors and technical experts to work out an effective design, and when the War Office blew cold, had provided money from his Admiralty funds to start experiments. He had also encouraged those who believed, as he did, that the tank could be an effective weapon in ending the stalemate of trench warfare, and in substantially lessening the casualties which had become the terrible hallmark of every Western Front offensive. In the air, Germany retained the ascendancy. Here, too, while at the Admiralty, and in his letters from the trenches, Churchill had urged the importance of building up a strong air force, with a view to giving the soldiers on the ground the protection of both air reconnaissance and air cover. For the British public, it was German air activity that still created alarm. On January 31st, 9 Zeppelins flew across the North Sea to Britain. 389 bombs were dropped on the Midlands. One of the Zeppelins crashed into the sea on its return, and all 16 of its crewmen were killed. In the war at sea, the first merchant ship was sunk by aerial bombs on February 1st. It was the British cargo ship Franz Fischer, destroyed by a German plane 2 miles off the Kentish Knock. 13 of her crew were killed. A week later, off Beirut, 374 French sailors were drowned when a German submarine torpedoed the French cruiser Amiral Charner, which went to the bottom 4 minutes after being hit. There was only one survivor. The German submarine was the U-21, commanded by Otto Hersing, who had already sunk 1 British battleship off Scotland and 2 off Gallipoli. 2 plans, one German, one Anglo-French, both aimed at securing victory on the Western Front, were being devised in mid-February. The Germans were in the final stages of planning what they believed would be a successful war of attrition, centered upon a massive, sustained attack on the French fortress of Verdun. Chosen by Vauban in the 18th century as the vital fortress on the road to Paris, in 1792 Verdun had surrendered after only 2 days of battle to a Prussian army. News of its fall had caused panic in Paris, and was the immediate cause of the September massacres there. In 1870, Verdun had capitulated to the Germans after a 6-week siege. In September 1914, Joffre had ordered General Sarai to withdraw from Verdun as part of his wider strategy. Sarai had refused to do so. Throughout 1915, the German front-line trenches had been only 10 miles from the center of the town. Now it was to be the German army's main objective for 1916. As the Germans made plans to attack at Verdun, the British and French were making preparations for a breakthrough that summer on the Somme. Confident of success, the British and French governments issued a declaration at Le Havre on February 14th, stating that there could be no peace with Germany until Belgian independence was restored and financial reparations paid for the damage done inside Belgium during the German occupation. On February 21st, the Germans launched their attack on Verdun. 2 months earlier, Falkenhayn had impressed upon the Kaiser that French determination to hold the historical citadel on the road to Paris from the east would compel the French General Staff to throw in every man they have, rather than give up the fortress and find another, less costly line to hold. The city of Verdun, which in 1870 had held out longer than Sedan, Metz, or Strasbourg, was defended by 2 principal fortresses, Fort Douaumont and Fort Vaux, and by 500,000 men. The Germans threw 1,000,000 men against them. The battle was to continue for 10 months, described by one historian as the greatest battle of attrition in history. It began with a 9-hour German artillery bombardment by 850 heavy guns along an 8-mile front. The first shot, fired by a Krupp 15-inch naval gun from almost 20 miles away, hit the cathedral. After an intense 9-hour bombardment, unprecedented in warfare, 140,000 German infantrymen advanced towards the French defences. The pounding of the shells had wreaked havoc with the front-line trenches and dugouts, burying many men under an inescapable weight of earth. "We shall hold against the Boche, although their bombardment is infernal," one front-line unit reported back that night. Of its 1,300 men, more than half were dead or wounded. "Of every 5 men," one corporal remarked, 2 have been buried alive under their shelter, 2 are wounded to some extent or other, and the 5th is waiting. The Germans had used gas shells on February 21st. On the following day the French countered with a phosgene gas shell of their own. They also opened a road for supplies from Bar-le-Duc, soon known as Le Voie Sacrée, the Sacred Road, the defence of which became a central feature of the struggle for Verdun. For their part, the Germans deployed 168 aircraft to maintain constant artillery reconnaissance patrols over the fortress. On the second day of the attack, the Germans made use of their surprise armament, flamethrowers, 96 in all. By the third day they had advanced 2 miles and captured 3,000 French soldiers. That day, February 23rd, French troops holding out in the village of Saint-Monieux were the victims of a rumor that the village had fallen to the Germans. As soon as the rumor was believed, a heavy and accurate French bombardment was directed on the village by artillery that had just reached Verdun. For 2 hours the defenders were pounded by their own side. Then, as the bombardment ended, the Germans moved in to take advantage of it. The village was theirs. One of those taken prisoner, Lieutenant Colonel Bernard, who had obeyed his orders to hold the village at all costs, was brought before an August visitor who had come to the area to be present at the fall of Verdun, and was watching the battle through a periscope. The Kaiser. "You will never enter Verdun," Bernard told him. On February 24th, the Germans advanced another mile and took a further 10,000 prisoners. French troops were fleeing from the front line in panic or shattered. A North African division, consisting largely of Moroccan and Algerian tribesmen, was thrown into the battle that day. They turned and fled when they came up against a mass of Germans advancing towards them. Some of those who fled did not get very far. A French officer tried in vain to halt them by his word of command. Then, as a French staff officer later wrote, a section of machine guns fired at the backs of the fleeing men, who fell like flies. On February 25th, the Germans captured Fort Douaumont. The French defenders had failed to appreciate the speed of the German advance, and many of the guns that might have prolonged the defense were unmanned, or had been taken away for use elsewhere. It was a disaster for France, a triumph for Germany. 2 German officers were awarded the Pour le Mérite. The Kaiser was at hand to give them his own congratulations. The Germans were poised to abandon Falkenhayn's idea of using the attack on Verdun to bleed France white, and instead to take advantage of French weakness and chaos to advance to the city itself. The French, too, might have decided that night to give up Verdun altogether, abandon the salient, and fall back to a more easily defensible line. But it was not to be. That midnight command of the defense of Verdun was given to General Pétain. He was determined not to allow the fortress to fall into German hands. "Retake immediately any piece of land taken by him," he insisted, and on the following day he issued the famous order, "They shall not pass." After 5 days of battle and much slaughter, the battle was to go on. Douaumont remained in German hands, but continued ferocious German shelling and daily assaults, while they savaged the French defenders, failed to give the Germans their entry into the city. In the week beginning on February 27th, the French brought to Verdun, along the Voie Sacrée, 190,000 men and 23,000 tons of ammunition. That same week, an unexpected spring thaw turned the battlefield and the road into a sea of mud. But mud was no deterrent to the continued fighting, or to the intensity of the artillery barrages. In the first 5 weeks of conflict at Verdun, German soldiers were killed at the astounding rate of 1 every 45 seconds. French deaths were even higher. The Kaiser's biographer, Alan Palmer, has written, "Ultimately, on this one sector of the Western Front, the Germans suffered 1/3 casualties in occupying a cratered wasteland, half the size of metropolitan Berlin." That February, the Austrians, conquerors of Serbia and Montenegro, turned their forces against Albania. Durazzo was occupied on February 27th. The Italians having killed 900 mules and donkeys on the eve of their forces, and the Albanians evacuating the town. Their leader, Esad Pasha, moved to Naples, where he set up a provisional Albanian government. The Serbian government in exile remained on Corfu. The British and French, determined not to allow the Austrian and Bulgarian forces unchallenged control of the Balkans, continued to land troops at Salonika. On February 26th, when the French troop transport Provence 12 was sunk by a German submarine off Sorigo, 930 soldiers were drowned, but 1,100 survived to join the Salonika force, and to face the hazards not only of the Austro-German army, but of disease. On February 29th, a British doctor wrote to the chief British medical officer at Salonika, "You still have about 2 months' grace before general malaria comes into the field." At Verdun, the high daily death toll led on February 28th to an emergency conference of the German Crown Prince commanding the German Fifth Army and General Falkenhayn. Although surprise had been lost, the Crown Prince commented, the prospects of a considerable moral and material victory remained. What was needed to secure this was the necessary quantity of men and materials to continue the offensive, not by driblets, but on a large scale. This was agreed. Then, on March 2nd, French forces threw back a German assault on Vaux. Among the Frenchmen captured that day was Captain Charles de Gaulle. He had been wounded by a bayonet thrust through his thigh. There were also many German wounded. One German general described them as like a vision of hell as they streamed back past his headquarters. The German expressionist painter Franz Marc wrote on March 3rd, "For days I have seen nothing but the most terrible things that can be painted from a human mind." On the following day, Marc was killed by a French shell. On March 6th, during a driving snowstorm, the Germans launched an attack on the high ground of Mort Homme, on the left bank of the Meuse. The preliminary artillery bombardment was as intense as that of February 21st. Crossing the river at Brabant and Champneuville, and supported by the heavy gunfire from an armored train, German troops gained an unexpected advantage when many of the shells fired at them by the French failed to explode in the soft, swampy ground. Mort Homme held, but in the course of 2 days' fighting 1,200 French soldiers surrendered. To keep the others in the line, the commander of the forces on the left bank, General de Bazelar, warned that artillery and machine guns would be turned on any unit that retreated further. On the second day of the battle for Mort Homme, the Germans captured the nearby Bois de Corbeau. The French counterattack was led by Lieutenant Colonel Macquer, who entered the legends of the war by leading his men forward, brandishing his cane and calmly smoking a cigar. Advancing through machine-gun fire and shell fire to 100 yards of the wood, Macquer ordered his men to fix bayonets and charge. The German force, its own commander having been killed, fell back. Within an hour the wood was once more in French hands. Later that day another French unit drove the Germans from a smaller wood nearby. When Macquer went forward to congratulate its commander, both were killed by fire from a German machine gun. Macquer's men were demoralized by his death, and in a German counterattack the Bois de Corbeau was again lost. The struggle for Mort Homme continued for more than a month. Thousands died on both sides, but the heights were never overrun. Thousands were also killed on the right bank of the Meuse in the struggle for Fort Vaux. The village of Vaux changed hands 13 times during March, but the fort remained in French hands. When the German commander, General Goretzky-Kornitz, was told that the fort had finally been taken, he immediately passed the news back to German headquarters, which announced the victory to the world. The Kaiser awarded the general the much-prized Pour le Mérite, but the general's men, marching in columns of 4 to take over the fort, were shot down. Fort Vaux had not been captured after all. Joffre, in triumph, issued an order of the day to the defenders. "You will be those of whom it is said, they barred the way to Verdun." On March 20th, in a German attack on the western extremity of the Verdun salient, between the villages of Malincourt and Avecourt, the 11th Bavarian Division was led by General von Knüssel, who in 1915 had won the Pour le Mérite for his capture of the Russian-held fortress of Przemyśl. At first the attack went badly, with many German infantrymen being buried alive in the deep jumping-off points they had dug facing the French front line, which the French had spotted and blown in. But the French troops in front of them had been in the trenches too long, and their morale was low. Deserters reaching the German lines gave details of the passages through the French wire. Within 4 hours of the German attack, the French position was captured, a whole French brigade being surrounded and surrendering 2,825 men, 25 machine guns, and, to the amusement of the German war correspondent who broke the story, a full box of medals, the Croix de Guerre, ready for distribution. 2 days later the Germans tried to follow up their success, but French machine gunners, firing at them from 3 sides, led to 2,400 German casualties and no further gains. President Poincaré, who had been ashamed of the deserters at Avecourt, could breathe more freely, at least for a while. As the torment of Verdun continued, de Gaulle was taken to a German military hospital in Mainz, then to the first of several prisoner-of-war camps further east, from which he tried with great ingenuity to escape. On one occasion he got within 60 miles of the Swiss frontier, but he was still in captivity when the war ended. Among his prison activities was to teach French to a fellow prisoner of war, the 23-year-old Tsarist officer Mikhail Tukhachevsky. Created by Stalin a Marshal of the Soviet Union in 1935, Tukhachevsky was executed by Stalin 2 years later. As a prisoner of war he was more successful than de Gaulle. At his 6th escape attempt he managed to get back to Russia and to active service. In an attempt to help relieve the pressure on the French at Verdun, the Italian army launched its 5th battle on the Isonzo front on March 11th. 5 days of fighting were brought to an unexpected halt, however, when snow and rain made the mountain battlefield impassable. The few gains that the Italians did make were lost when, after the battle ended, Austrian gas shells forced them to evacuate their new positions. On the Voie Sacrée, whose name was coined during the battle by the writer Maurice Barré, the French were managing to send up to Verdun 6,000 trucks a day, totaling 50,000 tons of stores and 90,000 men a week, a sustaining and feeding of a battlefield and of the greedy guns unprecedented in warfare. The equivalent of a whole division of men was employed to maintain the road, shoveling an estimated 750,000 tons of metal to keep it firm. All the colorful components of France's colonial empire were to be found at work, keeping the Verdun lifeline open, one historian has written. Powerful Senegalese wielded picks next to industrious little Annamites, clad in yellow uniforms. At the end of March, a British officer, Lieutenant Bernard Pitt, who before the war had held classes in English literature at a working men's college in London, was in reserve billets north of Arras. A poet and lover of the English countryside, he wrote to a friend, "Do you wonder that, reading Wordsworth this afternoon in a clearing of the unpolluted woodlands, and marking the lovely faded colors on the wings of hibernated butterflies, and their soft motions, I felt a disgust, even to sickness, of the appalling wickedness of war." Though several times in action, he had so far escaped injury. "Now I am in command of a trench-mortar battery, and I find the work as interesting as any war-making can be. You know we all long for the war to end, whether by peace or by that furious slaughter that must lead to peace. Verdun no doubt has shortened the war by months." Daily attacks and counterattacks around Verdun were decimating defenders and attackers alike, but the French were as determined not to relinquish the fortress as the Germans were to make them bleed there. During a month of fighting, the front line between Fort Douaumont and Fort Vaux fluctuated no more than 1,000 yards. Not only men, but horses were the victims of this war of attrition. In one of his last letters home before he was killed, Franz Marc had exclaimed, "The poor horses." In only one day, 7,000 horses were killed by long-range French and German shelling, 97 from a single shell fired by a French naval gun. On the Caucasus front, the Russians were continuing to make swift advances. On the night of March 3rd, during a bayonet charge at the height of a snow blizzard, the town of Bitlis was captured, and 1,000 Turks taken prisoner. On the Black Sea shore, Russian forces moved steadily westward, occupying the port of Rietz. A political gain for Russia during that first week of March was Britain's agreement to allow a southward extension of the Russian sphere of influence in Persia, first demarcated in 1907. After the evacuation of Gallipoli, the Turkish colonel Mustafa Kemal was sent to the Caucasus front and promoted to general's rank, with the title Pasha. He was 35 years old. Other Turkish troops had been sent from Gallipoli to Mesopotamia, where, on March 7th, the British tried once more to break through to the besieged soldiers in Kut. The relief force had steadily worked its way forward to within sight of the minarets of the besieged town. But the attack at Dujalia, only 2 miles from Kut, failed. 3,500 of the attackers were killed or wounded, and General Aylmer was sacked. The relief force fell back. The siege of Kut continued. In their attempt to tie down British and Italian troops in North Africa, the Turks had continued to help the Senussi tribesmen in Libya in their revolt against the British. A special Western Desert Force had been set up, based in Alexandria, to protect Egypt from attack and to try to beat the Senussi back. An armoured car detachment, headed by the Duke of Westminster, was sent out. Together with the South African Scottish Brigade, it drove into the desert to seek out the 7,000-strong Turco-Senussi division. A principal task was to liberate 92 British prisoners of war held by the Senussi, the officers and crew of the Royal Naval Patrol boat Tara, formerly the Irish mail boat Hibernia, who had been torpedoed by the Germans in the eastern Mediterranean and handed over by the Germans to the Senussi. They were being held prisoner in a remote desert encampment at Bir Hakeim. On March 17th, the armoured cars reached Bir Hakeim. The prisoners of war were so amazed to see them that for some moments they stood in bewildered silence. Most of them were suffering from dysentery. They had lived for weeks on desert snails and tiny roots. To prevent a surprise reversal of fortune, the Duke ordered their former Senussi guards to be executed. At sea on March 22nd, the British had success with a new weapon, a depth charge, which was dropped by a ship off the southwest coast of Ireland and destroyed a German submarine. But the balance of naval sinking still lay with Germany. On March 23rd, a German submarine torpedoed and sank the Folkestone-Dieppe ferry Sussex, which it believed wrongly to be a troop ship. 50 passengers were drowned, including the Spanish composer Granados and 3 Americans. An American appeal to the Allies, sent 2 months earlier, not to arm merchant ships or passenger liners, was rejected by Britain and France that same day, March 23rd. The war at sea had become one with few restrictions on either side. On March 28th, the Reichstag in Berlin voted for immediate, unrestricted submarine warfare. 2 days later, a German submarine in the Black Sea sank the Russian hospital ship Portugal, stating that she had mistaken her for a troop transport. 115 patients, nurses, and crew were drowned. When the United States-bound liner, the Kimbrick, was sunk 5 weeks later, with 5 deaths, she was the 37th unarmed liner to be sunk by German submarines since the Lusitania. Not only submarine warfare, but occupation was pitiless. At dawn, on April 1st, in German-occupied Belgium, the occupation authorities executed a Belgian woman, Gabrielle Petit, who had been among the distributors of the clandestine newspaper Libre Belgique. At her trial, she confessed to another of her activities, helping to smuggle across the lines would-be Belgian recruits to the Belgian army. After her sentence, she had been kept in prison for 2 weeks in the hope that the prospect of death would lead her to betray her colleagues, but she refused to break under mental or physical duress. Inside the Ottoman Empire, there were also those who regarded opposition to the regime as patriotic. Not only Armenians, but also Arabs were suffering from Turkish fears of the national aspirations of her subject peoples. In Beirut, a Maronite Christian, Yusuf al-Hani, had sought French support for an independent Lebanon even before the war. He and 60 others who thought as he did decided to invite the French to enter the Levant as Lebanon's protector. Before they could do much more than discuss their idea, they were arrested. When a British agent contacted them in Ailey prison, one of them asked him, "Where are the English? Where are the French? Why are we left like this?" On April 5th, Yusuf al-Hani was hanged in Beirut. Throughout April, British troops were in action on the Western Front, but it was at Verdun that the main battle continued. By the end of March, the toll of dead and wounded there had reached 89,000 French and 81,607 Germans. On April 1st, the Kaiser declared, "The decision of the War of 1870 took place in Paris. This war will end at Verdun. 8 days later, in a further attempt to capture Mort Homme, the Germans were driven back, leaving 2,200 men dead and wounded on the battlefield. That day Pétain exhorted his troops, "Take courage, we'll get them." On the Eastern Front, the Russians had been beaten back around Lake Narok, suffering 12,000 deaths from frostbite. But on April 14th, the day on which the Narok battle ended, General Brusilov put forward a plan to attack on a broad front within the coming month, and began to make his plans, at the very moment when the British were planning their Somme offensive for June. The intensity of the German involvement at Verdun seemed a hopeful augury for both these offensives. How far the Russian troops were capable of a strong offensive was unclear. During the Russian Orthodox Easter on April 10th, there had been truces on the Austrian front, with soldiers from 4 Russian regiments crossing into the Austrian lines to fraternize on that solemn and festive day. The Austrians took more than 100 of the Russians prisoner. On April 18th, Brusilov felt obliged to issue a strong directive. "I declare once and for all that contact with the enemy is permitted only by gun and bayonet." Among those who faced the Russians that month was Richard Sorge, who had survived the baptism of fire of the student battalion at Dixmude on October 1914, and been wounded in the leg in Galicia in June 1915. Both his legs were now broken by shrapnel. Taken to hospital at Königsberg, he was left with a permanent limp. For his gallantry in action, he was awarded the Iron Cross, 2nd class. Returning to his studies, he turned to Marxism, communism, and the career of spying that was to lead to his execution in the Second World War. That April saw fighting and the preparation for more fighting on all the war fronts. Churchill, in the trenches on the Western Front for the 4th month, wrote with foreboding to his wife on April 14th, "I greatly fear the general result, more than I have ever done before. I realize the stupendous nature of the task, and the unwisdom with which our affairs are conducted makes me almost despair at times of a victorious issue. The same leadership that has waited on public opinion and newspaper promptings for so long will readily be the exponent of an inclusive peace, if that mood is upward in the nation." Churchill went on to ask his wife, "Do you think we should succeed in an offensive if the Germans cannot do it at Verdun with all their skill and science? Our army is not the same as theirs, and of course their staff is quite intact and taught by successful experiment. Our staff only represents the brain power of our poor little peacetime army, with which hardly any really able men would go. We are children at the game compared to them, and in this day-to-day trench warfare they lose half what we do, in my opinion." Among those killed in the Ypres salient on April 18th was a Canadian volunteer, Sergeant Major S. Godfrey. He was 47 years old. The inscription on his gravestone reads, "Past the military age he responded to the mother country's call." With similar words of fact and affection, hundreds of thousands of parents, widows, and children perpetuated a loved one's memory. During April, the German airship raids on Britain intensified. Sunderland was bombed on the night of April 1st, Leith and Edinburgh on the following night, East London 5 times in the month. The targets were docks and naval facilities, but most of the casualties were civilians. Death also came by accident to those who were helping the war effort. On April 2nd, an accidental explosion at a munitions factory at Faversham in Kent killed 106 munitions workers, many of them women. By April 1916, almost 200,000 women were being employed in war industries. On April 20th, in France, a special air squadron was formed, centered upon 180 American citizens who had volunteered to fight against Germany in the air, called the Lafayette Escadrille Squadron, after the French aristocrat who had fought against Britain in the Revolutionary War of 1776. Its pilots were to shoot down as many as 200 German aircraft, for the death in action of 51 of their volunteers. Training for the planned Anglo-French offensive on the Somme was continuous. On April 25th, Siegfried Sassoon was among the recipients of a lecture by a major on the bayonet. He later recalled the major's phrases, "If you don't kill him, he'll kill you. Stick him between the eyes, in the throat, in the chest, or round the thighs. If he's on the run, there's only one place. Get your bayonet into his kidneys. It'll go in as easy as butter. Kill them. Kill them. There's only one good Boche, and that's a dead 'un." Quickness, anger, strength, good fury, accuracy of aim. Don't waste good steel. 6 inches are enough. What's the use of a foot of steel sticking out of a man's neck? 3 inches will do him, and when he coughs, go find another. During his training, Sassoon wrote a poem, The Kiss, to the bullet and the bayonet, the lead and steel with which the soldier fought, and on which his life depended. To these I turn, in these I trust, brother lead and sister steel. To this blind power I make appeal, I guard her beauty clean from rust. He spins and burns and loves the air, and splits a skull to win my praise. But up the nobly marching days she glitters naked, cold, and fair. Sweet sister, grant your soldier this, that in good fury he may feel the body where he sets his heel quail from your downward darting kiss. Among those in England who heard of the sufferings on the Western Front that April was Winifred Holtby. She was then nearly 18. A friend of hers had been wounded in the soldier and sent back to England to recuperate. Through him she later wrote she had endured at second hand all the enormities he had seen at the front, the mouthless mangled faces, the human ribs whence rats would steal, the frenzied, tortured horse with leg or quarter rent away, still living, and rotted farms, the dazed and hopeless peasants, his innumerable suffering comrades, the desert of no man's land, and all the thunder and moaning of war, and the reek and freezing of war, and the driving, the callous perpetual driving by some great force, which shovelled warm human hearts and bodies, warm human hopes and loves, by the million into the furnace. On April 28th, Second Lieutenant Bernard Pitt was out of the trenches for 24 hours. "I have earned a day of rest," he wrote to a friend, "and am sitting under a walnut tree on the edge of this half-ruined village, blossoming cherry and pear trees near me in the broken closes, a field of dandelion and daisies at my feet, with swallows wheeling across it. Flowers and birds in profusion delighted Pitt's eye. Gaudy butterflies fan themselves in splashes of sunlight, and bronze and black beetles creep about on their errands. Yet the woods are defiled by war." On April 30th, the Germans launched their third gas attack in 4 days against British units on the Western Front, along a 3,500-yard front. With a wind of more than 9 miles an hour, it blew 11,000 yards behind the British line. A contemporary report, kept secret at the time, described how grass and other vegetation were turned yellow by the gas as far back as 1,200 yards from the front line. Rats were killed in the trenches in large numbers. 11 cows, 23 calves, 1 horse, 1 pig, and 15 hens were killed in the fields behind the lines. The soldiers had been given sufficient warning to put on their respirators, but, as the report noted, the speed with which the crowd reached the trenches and the concentration of gas were such that a man was bound to fall victim if he hesitated in the slightest in putting on his respirator or fumbled in adjusting it. 89 British soldiers were killed that day by gas, and a further 500 incapacitated. Those who died rapidly in the trenches, the report noted, showed copious frothing. Paroxysmal coughing, too, was a prominent feature in the early stages. Some men, either experiencing some slight irritation of the eyes or lungs, owing to a little gas penetrating the helmet, or under the misapprehension that the smell of the chemicals with which the fabric was treated signified it was defective, and admitting gas, tore off their helmets and fell victims to the cloud. Among the dead on April 30th was 2nd Lieutenant Bernard Pitt, in charge of a trench-mortar battery. "Your husband was observing his fire from the front trenches," Pitt's commanding officer wrote to his widow, and had just sent the man with him back to his mortars, when the Germans exploded a mine close to the spot, and we have been unable to find a trace of him since. In mid-April, the Entente gained a new influx of strength at Salonika, when the first of 125,000 Serbian troops were taken there on Anglo-French troopships, escorted by French and British warships from Corfu to Salonika. There they joined the 42,000-strong Army of the Orient. French, British, and Serbian forces were to be in action together. During the 4-day voyage, none of the French or British transports was sunk. Off Malta, however, when the British battleship Russell struck a mine, 124 sailors were drowned. On the Italian front, the Italians made small gains amid the mountain peaks and thick snow for heavy losses. On April 14th, one of Garibaldi's grandsons, Captain Menotti Garibaldi, retook the 9,715-foot Punta Serauto in the Dolomites after it had been taken, then lost. In Mesopotamia, the Indian soldiers in the besieged British garrison at Kut were reduced first to eating their horses, then to taking opium pills to assuage the pangs of hunger. The force that had been coming to their relief since January was still unable to break through. It was noted that the Turks confronting them were now being led by German officers. Nor were the Russians able to come down from the north to effect a rescue from the rear, despite their further victories over the Turks on the Caucasus front, and the capture of the Black Sea port of Trebizond on April 18th. In a brave attempt to push food supplies through, 15 men volunteered to take 270 tons of food by paddle steamer, the Yulna, led by a former Tigris and Euphrates Navigation Company employee, Lieutenant Commander Cowley and Lieutenant H.O.B. Furman. The expedition was within 8.5 river miles of Kut before being caught in the Turkish steel wire defenses and being taken prisoner. Cowley was executed by the Turks, and Furman died in Turkish captivity. Both were posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross. It was clear that the garrison at Kut could not hold out much longer. On April 27th, 3 British officers, among them Captain T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, offered the Turks £1 million in gold if the besieged troops were allowed to leave in peace and rejoin the British forces in the south. "Your gallant troops will be our most sincere and precious guests," was the Turkish commander's reply. The garrison at Kut continued to hold out, the Turks waiting patiently for its inevitable and imminent collapse. Russian troops in Persia, driving westward from the Paitak Pass, were approaching the Mesopotamian border, but were still more than 100 miles from Baghdad. Even further from the main European war zones, a continual battle was being fought in East Africa by the British, the Belgians, and the South Africans against the German forces there. Despite long marches and many fierce encounters, the Germans, led by the intrepid General von Lettow-Vorbeck, were not willing to give up. The war was in its 21st month. That April, in the Reichstag, the leader of the German Social Democrats, Karl Liebknecht, enraged the patriotic mass of members by interrupting the Chancellor to declare that Germany was not free, and that the German people had not wished for war. At Kiental, in neutral Switzerland, the Second Socialist International met on Easter Monday to find a common attitude. Both French and German socialists attended, and denounced the war as a capitalist conspiracy, fought for the benefit of arms profiteering and territorial gain. In such an atmosphere, it was not surprising that the Russian exile, Lenin, failed to convert the delegates to his view that the war was to be welcomed as a necessary and inevitable prelude to the fall of capitalism through civil war. 10 days before the conference met, the Russian secret police had reported that a revolutionary mood existed among some 2,000 drivers at the Petrograd Military Drivers' School. On the day that the socialist anti-war leaders gathered at Kiental, an anti-British uprising broke out in Dublin. Since the outbreak of war, the Irish nationalist Sir Roger Casement had been pressing the Germans to take the potential of Ireland's rebellion seriously. Following Casement's efforts, on April 2nd, a small German merchant ship, the Aud, had been sent with 20,000 rifles and 1 million rounds of ammunition to the Atlantic coast of Ireland. 3 weeks later, a German submarine, the U-19, brought Casement himself from Germany to Tralee Bay on the same coast. But a Royal Navy sloop, the Bluebell, intercepted the Aud, which scuttled herself before she could land her cargo. Casement, put ashore on an inflatable raft, was arrested 4 days later, tried, and executed for treason. Despite Casement's arrest, the Easter Monday uprising went ahead, but a last-minute uncertainty led by one of its leaders, Owen McNeill, to cancel the mobilization orders on the Saturday. The result was that instead of 5,000 men, only 1,000 marched from their headquarters at Liberty Hall to the centre of Dublin. There they seized the post office, the law courts, St. Stephen's Green, and several other locations. An Irish Republic was declared from the steps of the post office, and a proclamation read out, in which the Germans were described as the Republic's gallant allies in Europe, thereby blandly dismissing the fact, one historian had written, that the flower of Ireland's manhood had been fighting those allies in Europe for the past 20 months. The first troops sent against the post office were Irish men, of the 2 Irish regiments most recently recruited, the 3rd Royal Irish Rifles and the 10th Royal Dublin Fusiliers. Firing from the sea, the gunboat Helga destroyed the rebels' headquarters at Liberty Hall. Despite the hopes of the rebels, there was no popular uprising to support them, and after a week they were crushed. During the fighting, 64 of the rebels were killed, and at least 220 civilians caught in crossfire and the artillery attacks on rebel-held buildings. 134 troops and policemen were also killed, crushing the rebellion. 15 of the rebel leaders were executed. A 16th, Eamon de Valera, a mathematics professor, was saved from execution because he was an American citizen. That spring, the British government had introduced 2 new medals for bravery, the Military Cross for officers and the Military Medal, open to men and women. The Military Medal was intended principally for private soldiers, but among the first recipients were 2 nurses, who were awarded it for their bravery under fire during the Easter Rising. As Britain's experience in Ireland had shown, conflict, which had broken out in the autumn of 1914 on the battlefronts and oceans, and had come to focus in 1915 on parallel lines of trenches, could no longer be restricted to the confrontation of opposing armies. Ideologies, national and political, were also capable of violent exertions. 13. Europe is mad, the world is mad. April to June 1916. As Britain was crushing the Easter Rising in Dublin, her diplomats were dividing up Asia Minor in a secret agreement with France. In the Levant, France would control the Lebanese littoral with its capital at Beirut. An Arab sovereign state in Syria, based on Damascus, would be under French protection. Britain would be sovereign over the port city of Haifa and the Crusader city of Accra, thus controlling the bay that would serve as the Mediterranean terminal for oil pipelines coming from Mesopotamia. Palestine would be under the triple protection of Britain, France, and Russia. An Arab state under British protection would go from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea. It was a substantial partition, but Turkey was far from defeated. The agreement, negotiated in Paris by Sir Mark Sykes and Georges Picot, who gave it the name by which it became known, was signed on the 26th of April 1916. 3 days later, at Kut, the British and Indian forces surrendered. It was as great a victory for the Turks as the evacuation of the Gallipoli Peninsula had been 3 months earlier. On the previous day the Turks had been offered £2 million in gold, and a promise that none of the men who were allowed their freedom would be sent to fight the Turks, but this was rejected. After surrendering, Townshend's army was led away into captivity. More than 9,000 troops surrendered to the Turks on April 29th. In Britain, the shock was considerable. More men had surrendered to the despised Turk at Kut than had surrendered to the Americans at Yorktown. More than 2,500 badly wounded and sick men were allowed their freedom, in return for the release from British captivity of an equal number of Turkish prisoners of war. On April 30th, the Kut garrison was marched into captivity towards distant Anatolia. Too late to save the garrison at Kut, on May 3rd, a detachment of Russian troops reached the Mesopotamian border, where they learned on the radio of Kut's surrender. They continued across the border, capturing the Mesopotamian town of Kanikin, but were to get no further. Russian troops were never to achieve their pre-war master's goal of reaching the warm waters of the Persian Gulf. In the fighting on the Western Front during 1915, more than 7,000 Indian soldiers had been killed. At Gallipoli, 1,700 died. In Mesopotamia, the Indian losses exceeded 29,000. This was the theater in which they suffered most. From Mesopotamia, thousands of wounded Indian soldiers were brought back by sea to Bombay. The editor of The Times of India, Stanley Reed, indignant at the sight of a dreadful stream of broken men, published an editorial on the failure of the authorities. The sick and sorry, who ought to have been treated as convalescents, were returned in ordinary troop ships. Thousands who ought to have been regarded as hospital cases were moved in ill-found transports. Of the 850,000 Indian soldiers who left the subcontinent during the First World War, 49,000 were killed in action. India also made her contribution to the material aspects of the Allied struggle, including the manufacture of 555 million bullets and more than 1 million shells. Over 55,000 Indians served in the Indian Labour Corps as butchers, bakers, carpenters, shoemakers, tailors, and washermen. Many did menial work within range of the enemy guns. In Delhi, a monumental arch records the Indian losses, India's contribution in blood to the Allied war effort. Turkey's determination not to relinquish control of her empire was seen in Syria on May 6th, when, on the orders of the governor, Jamal Pasha, 21 Syrian Arabs, leading advocates of an autonomous Syria, were hanged, 14 in Beirut and 7 in Damascus. One of those hanged in Damascus was a senator in the Ottoman Parliament in Constantinople, Abd al-Hamid al-Zahrawi. As he was being hanged, the rope broke under his weight. The hangman did not hesitate, but tried a second time, with success. Later that month, 2 more Arab leaders were hanged, this time in Jerusalem. The Mufti of Gaza, Ahmed Arif al-Husseini, and his son Mustafa. Both had been caught while leaving Gaza to join the Arab revolt in the Hejaz. The executions obtained for Jamal Pasha the name the Bloodthirsty. Anti-Turkish feeling intensified throughout the Levant. Many of those executed had wanted to separate Syria and Lebanon from the Ottoman Empire. Some had wanted to invite the French to take over the littoral. Several had already tried to stimulate revolt. But the Allies were in no position to take advantage of such activities. The Gallipoli expedition had ended in ignominy 4 months earlier. The Mesopotamian expedition was in disarray, and the Salonika front was a not-so-distant reminder of the difficulties of exploiting any landing from the sea. A vast army was ashore at Salonika, more than 250,000 men, but apart from a few skirmishes, it made no move against the well-entrenched Bulgarians. What were they doing? Clemenceau asked in ridicule. Digging. Then let them be known to France and Europe as the gardeners of Salonika. At Charleville, the German army headquarters in eastern France, the American ambassador to Germany, James W. Gerard, protested on May 1st, direct to the Kaiser, about the continued German submarine sinkings of merchant ships. The Kaiser replied by denouncing the British naval blockade of Germany and America's compliance with it. Before he would allow his family and grandchildren to starve, he said, he would blow up Windsor Castle and the whole royal family of England. On behalf of the United States, Gerard pressed the Kaiser to authorize submarine attacks only on warships. American policy, the ambassador explained, was that submarines could exercise the right of visit and search, but must not torpedo or sink any vessels unless the passengers and crew are put in a place of safety. Within a week the German government gave these assurances. It could not risk American belligerency. But in a letter to the State Department, the ambassador expressed his belief that the rulers of Germany would, at some future date, forced by public opinion and by the von Tirpitz and conservative parties, take up ruthless submarine war again, possibly in the autumn, but at any rate about February or March 1917. At Verdun, the French and German armies remained in daily conflict. After one small German success on May 5th, a French sergeant wrote, "How could anyone cross the zone of extermination around us?" 3 days later, 350 German soldiers were killed in Fort Douaumont when a munitions magazine exploded. On May 19th, the Germans introduced a liquid gas shell in the bombardment of Châtancourt. But though the gas added to the horror of shelling, the line itself held. General Pétain, watching 21-year-old troops returning from the battlefield at Verdun, wrote, "In their unsteady look, one sensed visions of horror, while their step and bearing revealed utter despondency. They were crushed by horrifying memories." On the British sector of the Western Front, Lieutenant Harold Macmillan, a future British Prime Minister, wrote to his mother in midday, after a German attack was driven back. The most extraordinary thing about a modern battlefield is the desolation and emptiness. Macmillan was convinced that the Allied cause was right, and that it was this moral aspect that made it possible for the British soldier to go on fighting. In his letter he criticized all talk of peacemaking. "If anyone at home thinks or talks of peace," he told his mother, "you can truthfully say that the army is weary enough of war, but prepared to fight for another 50 years, if necessary, until the final object is attained." The British daily newspapers were, he felt, so full of nonsense about our exhaustion, and people at home seemed to be so bent on personal quarrels that the great issues, one feels, are becoming obscured and forgotten. Many of the soldiers could never stand the strain and endure the horrors which we see every day if we did not feel that this was more than a war, a crusade. Macmillan told his mother that all the Allied soldiers at the front had the same conviction, that our cause is right and certain in the end to triumph. It was because of this unexpressed and almost unconscious faith that the Allied armies had a superiority in morale, which would one day be the deciding factor. Behind the lines, the tyranny of occupation was all-pervasive and widely publicized among the Allies. On May 12th, in German-occupied France, the Germans deported 25,000 men and women as farm laborers in Germany. They were given a mere hour and a half to pack their belongings. 3 days later, in Belgium, the German Governor-General ordered all unemployed to accept work in Germany. The use of foreign labor enabled the Germans to release yet more of their own able-bodied men to fight. Occupation was providing a means of prolonging the war. In Mesopotamia, a veritable death march had begun, foreshadowing the Gestapo-organized death marches of Jewish concentration camp prisoners at the end of the Second World War. The soldiers captured at Kut, nearly 12,000 in all, British and Indian alike, were marched northward without any concern whatsoever for their well-being, or for their helpless status as prisoners of war. The march started from Kut on May 6th. On the second day, the captives, many of whom had had their boots stolen in the night, were forced to cover 15 miles without water or shade. Those who stumbled and fell were beaten with whips and sticks by their Arab guards. An officer who had been sent on to Ctesiphon by boat watched the prisoners being driven along the opposite bank. The eyes of our men stared from white faces drawn long with the suffering of a too tardy death, and they held out their hands towards our boat, as they dragged one foot after another. Some fell, and those with the rear guard came in for blows from cudgels and sticks. In Ctesiphon itself, this officer, Captain E.O. Molesey, saw marchers dying with a green ooze issuing from their lips, their mouths fixed open, in and out of which flies walked. On May 18th, the marchers reached Baghdad, where the American consul, Mr. Bristol, paid money to the Turkish authorities to have 500 men sent to hospital and, in due course, back to Basra. More than 160 died of privation on the journey back. To protect the thousands who were still being marched northward, those who reached the safety of Basra were forbidden to speak of what they had been through at the hands of the Turks and the Arabs. After being kept for 3 days in a compound with neither shade nor sanitation, the prisoners of war were forced to continue on their march. At Tikrit they were stoned as they trudged northward through the town. Officers, who had been separated from the men and saw them on the march, noted that those who were sick were stoned when they crawled out of the hovels in which they were trying to rest. These men were afraid to go any little distance to relieve themselves for fear of being murdered for their clothes. Another officer recorded coming across a British soldier who had been left by the Turks in a cave, and had evidently not eaten anything for days, but had crawled down to the river. He was delirious and jabbering, and thought he was a dog. Finding among 7 naked corpses lying in a yard one man who appeared to be alive, a fellow prisoner asked an Arab guard to give the man some water. At that he picked up a water bottle and asked me to show him the man. Suspecting nothing, I did so, and the Arab walked round to his head, and forcing open his mouth, inserted the neck of the bottle inside. A few bubbles, a convulsive twist, and the poor fellow was dead, deliberately choked to death. General Townsend was taken by train from Mosul to Constantinople, along the completed Anatolian section of the Berlin-Baghdad Railway. Also on the train was the body of Field Marshal von der Goltz, who had died in Baghdad as the siege of Kut was ending. While his men were being forced to submit to the indignities and horrors of a forced march, Townsend was given a residence on the island of Principe, off Constantinople, where he remained until the end of the war. Of the 2,500 British soldiers captured at Kut, 1,750 died on the northward march, or in the appalling conditions of the prisoner-of-war camps in Anatolia. Of the 9,300 Indian soldiers captured at Kut, 2,500 died, a total death toll of 4,250. Their saga of pain and death was one of the most evil aspects of the war. On May 15th, the Austrians launched a massive offensive on the Trentino front, with nearly 400 guns participating in the opening bombardment. After a fierce resistance, the Italians were driven off the mountain peaks. Heavy snow 9 days after the offensive forced it to a halt before it could capture the 4,000-foot Mount Vesubio. But within a week the offensive was resumed, and one by one the peaks and passes fell. By the last day of May, the Austrians had captured 30,000 Italian prisoners. But the advance across mountainous, craggy terrain had exhausted the attackers. A gain of 12 miles, so small an area on the map, was, for those who had carried it out, a major success. On the western front there was as yet no offensive. All was being prepared for the Battle of the Somme. Daily British raids across no man's land into the front-line German trenches kept the soldiers on both sides of the line at constant readiness for action. On May 16th, during one such raid, Private David Sutherland was wounded. His platoon commander, Lieutenant Ewart Mackintosh, carried him back 100 yards through the German trenches while under fire. As Sutherland was being lifted out of the trench to be carried across no man's land, he died. He had to inform Sutherland's parents of their son's death. He also wrote a poem. So you were David's father, and he was your only son, and the new-cut peats are rotting, and the work is left undone. Because of an old man weeping, just an old man in pain, for David, his son David, that will not come again. Oh, the letters he wrote you, and I can see them still. Not a word of the fighting, but just the sheep on the hill, and how you should get the crops in ere the year gets stormier, and the Boches have got his body, and I was his officer. You were only David's father, but I had 50 sons, when we went up in the evening under the arch of the guns. And we came back at twilight. O God, I heard them call to me for help and pity, that could not help at all. Oh, never will I forget you, my men that trusted me, more my sons than your fathers, for they could only see the little helpless babies and the young men in their pride. They could not see you dying, and hold you while you died. Happy and young and gallant, they saw their firstborn go, but not the strong limbs broken, and the beautiful men brought low. The piteous, writhing bodies, they screamed, "Don't leave me, sir," for they were only your father, but I was your officer. Mackintosh won the Military Cross for his attempt to save Private Sutherland. He himself was wounded and gassed at High Wood during the Battle of the Somme. A year and a half later he was killed in action at Cambrai. Sutherland's body was never found. His name appears on the Arras Memorial, one of 35,928 soldiers killed in the battles around Arras, with no known grave. In Parliament, the British government was seeking further funds for the prosecution of the war. Churchill, who had returned from 6 months in the trenches, told the House of Commons, "I say to myself every day, what is going on while we sit here, while we go away to dinner or home to bed? Nearly 1,000 men, Englishmen, Britishers, men of our race, are knocked into bundles of bloody rags every 24 hours and carried away to hasty graves or to field ambulances." It was the men in the front-line trenches, he said, not those with jobs in the rear echelons, in supply or garrison duty, or at home, who pay all the penalties in the terrible ordeal which is now proceeding. Those penalties were being paid without respite. At Verdun, on May 23rd, another French attempt to take Fort Douaumont appeared, momentarily to have succeeded. 2 companies of the 124th carried the German trenches by assault, an eyewitness company commander, Charles Delvert, wrote. They penetrated there without firing a shot, but they had only their rifles and bayonets. The Boche counter-attacked with grenades. The 2 companies, defenseless, were annihilated. The 3rd Battalion, coming to their aid, was smashed up by barrage fire in the approach trenches. Nearly 500 men were killed or wounded. The dead were piled up as high as the parapet. One of those serving with the 124th Regiment was 2nd Lieutenant Alfred Joubert. He was 21. A few days earlier he had marched up to Verdun behind his regimental band, listening to the strains of Tipperary. On May 23rd he jotted down in his diary, "Humanity is mad. It must be mad to do what it is doing. What a massacre! What scenes of horror and carnage! I cannot find words to translate my impressions. Hell cannot be so terrible. Men are mad." This was Joubert's last diary entry. That day or the next, he was killed by a German shell. One projectile from the 2,200 artillery pieces that the Germans had concentrated on the salient. The French, inflicting their daily casualties, had 1,777 artillery pieces with which to reply. Steel against flesh and blood. The French war effort was focused on defending Verdun and its forts. The British, in Picardy, faced the Germans across deep, heavily wired lines of trenches. On the night of May 25th, Siegfried Sassoon watched as 27 men went forward on a raiding party near Mametz, their faces blackened and, with hatchets in their belts, bombs in pockets, knobkerries. But they were unable to get through the German wire. Then, rifle shots being heard and bombs thrown by both sides, the wounded began to come back. Sassoon went forward, finding one wounded man, who pointed him to a deep crater with the words, "O'Brien is somewhere down the crater badly wounded." Sassoon entered the crater. The Germans opened fire again. The bloody sods are firing down at me from point-blank range, Sassoon thought, imagining that his time had come. After minutes that passed like hours, he found O'Brien, 25 feet down in the crater. He is moaning, and his right arm is either broken or almost shot off. He's also hit in the leg. It turned out later that he had been hit in the body and head as well. Sassoon went back to the British trench for help. Other badly wounded men were being brought in. One had his foot blown off. I get a rope and 2 more men, and we go back to O'Brien, who is unconscious now. With great difficulty we get him halfway up the face of the crater. It is after 1 o'clock, and the sky beginning to get lighter. I make one more journey to our trench for another strong man, and to see to a stretcher being ready. We get him in, and it is found he has died, as I had feared. Corporal Mick O'Brien, who had served on the Western Front since November 1914, he had fought at Neuve-Chapelle, Festubert, and Loos. As Sassoon prepared for the next battle on the Somme, he could not get the episode out of his mind. Recalling 2 days later, O'Brien's shattered, limp body propped up down that infernal bank, face ghastly in the light of a flare, clothes torn, hair matted over the forehead. Nothing left of the old cheeriness and courage and delight in any excitement of Hun-chasing. Trying to lift him up the side of the crater, the soft earth kept giving way under one's feet. He was a heavy man, too, fully 6 feet high, but he was a dead man when we lowered him over the parapet on to a stretcher. On the night of May 31st, 42 German warships left their North Sea anchorage to attack Allied shipping off the Norwegian coast. They were also hoping that they might come into contact with the British Grand Fleet, which the 24 German battleships, 5 battle cruisers, 11 light cruisers, and 63 destroyers could bring to action, breaking, if victorious, the ever-tightening British blockade. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon of June 1st, a British naval force of 28 battleships, 9 battle cruisers, 34 light cruisers, and 80 destroyers was bearing down on them. 2 formidable forces were about to clash, bringing into sharp focus the training, experience, abilities, and ambitions of 4 leading admirals, Hipper and Scheer on the German side, Jellicoe and Beatty on the British. The first engagement began shortly before 4 o'clock, when Hipper and Beatty's ships came within sight of each other. During the action, the British battle cruiser, Indefatigable, was sunk, and 1,017 men drowned. Then the battle cruiser Queen Mary was blown up, and 1,266 men killed. At 6 o'clock off the coast of Jutland, a second engagement began, in which Hipper and Jellicoe were in contention, with 96 British ships placed between 59 German ships and their base. Hipper's flagship, the battle-cruiser Lutzow, was disabled by 24 direct hits, but despite her injuries was able, before being sunk, to sink the British battle-cruiser Invincible, from which there were only 6 survivors. All but 6 of her 1,000 sailors perished beneath the waters. Beatty's flagship, the Lion, was also damaged. Then, at just after 6:30, Scheer carried out a previously practiced withdrawal back to base, losing only a single obsolete battleship, the Pommern. For the Germans, despite having fewer losses than the British, the Battle of Jutland was a mauling. After it, they decided not to risk a major naval battle again. Britain had lost 3 battleships, 3 cruisers, and 8 destroyers. The Germans lost 1 battleship, 4 cruisers, and 5 destroyers. The Kaiser's boastful comment was, "The spell of Trafalgar is broken." but the German fleet never again sought battle with the ground fleet, and Scheer, in his report to the Kaiser, stated that victory could only be achieved by the submarine war against British trade. The outcome of the Battle of Jutland was also a blow for Britain, which had hoped in any such major naval engagement to use its superiority in numbers to break the power of the German fleet. A somewhat depressing Admiralty communiqué was followed by a second one, drafted at the British government's request by Churchill, putting the battle in a more confident light. The question asked in her London hospital, Vera Brittain recalled, was, were we celebrating a glorious naval victory or lamenting an ignominious defeat? We hardly knew. Each fresh edition of the newspapers obscured rather than illuminated this really quite important distinction. The one indisputable fact was that hundreds of young men, many of them midshipmen only just in their teens, had gone down without hope of rescue or understanding of the issues to a cold, anonymous grave. On the British warships, 6,097 sailors had drowned. On the German ships, 2,551. On the day after Jutland, German forces launched a massive attack on the British lines in the Ypres salient, advancing 700 yards through the British trenches on a 3,000-yard front. One British general was killed and another taken prisoner. Within 48 hours, however, some of the captured ground was retaken by the British. That same day, on the Eastern Front, General Brusilov launched a massive Russian offensive. This was Russia's chance to avenge the defeats of the previous year in Poland, and the reverses in the Carpathians. Brusilov had originally intended that the offensive would begin in July, but with Austria's continuing stubborn defense on the Italian front, it was moved forward to June in order to try to help the Italians by forcing Austria to transfer troops from the west to the east. The Brusilov offensive began with an incredible 1,938-gun barrage along a 200-mile front from the Pripyat marshes to the Bukovina. The numerical superiority of the Austrian army defending Lutsk, 200,000 men, as against 150,000 Russians, was not, as one historian has written, of much moment in a war of firepower. After a few hours the barrage had wreaked havoc on the Austrian front-line trenches, and made more than 50 breaches in the barbed wire. Apart from the bombardment's destruction of wire obstacles, an Austrian inquiry reported to Vienna 2 weeks later, the entire zone of battle was covered by a huge, thick cloud of dust and smoke, often mixed with heavy explosive gases, which prevented men from seeing, made breathing difficult, and allowed the Russians to come over the ruined wire obstacles in thick waves into our trenches. Sweeping forward, the Russians captured 26,000 Austrian troops in a single day. On June 5th, the second day of the Brusilov offensive, when the Austrian defenders of Lutsk fled and the city was occupied by the Russians, an unexpected event caused a deep shock throughout Britain, and even among the British troops on the Western Front. In the ice-cold waters of the North Sea, a British cruiser on its way to Russia, the Hampshire, was sunk by a German mine northwest of Scapa Flow. On board was the Secretary of State for War, Lord Kitchener, on a mission to Russia. As the ship went down, Kitchener was drowned. Although his cabinet colleagues had long regarded him as ineffective, for the public he was the man who had constituted the strength and stability of the governing war-making instrument. Legend had it that he had not been drowned at all, but had been taken to Russia to conduct the new offensive in greatest secrecy. Also on June 5th, the news overshadowed by Kitchener's death, the philosopher, Bertrand Russell was brought to trial at the Mansion House in London. Despite his impassioned appeal for respect for the individual conscience, he was fined £100 for publishing a leaflet supporting conscientious objection to military service. That very day his friend and Cambridge protégé, the philosopher Wittgenstein, was in action on the Eastern Front. At Okna, which Brusilov's forces were attacking, his gun battery held its ground. As a result of his bravery, Wittgenstein, then a lance corporal, was recommended for the Silver Medal for Valor, 2nd class, a rare honor for someone of such a low rank. The citation read, "Ignoring the heavy artillery fire on the casemate and the exploding mortar bombs, he observed the discharge of the mortars and located them. The battery, in fact, succeeded in destroying 2 of the heavy-caliber mortars by direct hits, as was confirmed by prisoners taken. Ignoring the shouts of his officer to take cover, Wittgenstein continued to observe the effect of the gunfire. By this distinctive behavior, the officer reported, he exercised a very calming effect on his comrades." 2 philosophers, who 3 years earlier had sat together in deep discussion of truth and logic, had taken diametrically opposed attitudes to the war. On June 7th, even as Brusilov was bringing comfort to the Allies on the Eastern Front, there was a blow to Allied fortunes in the West when, after holding out for 3 months, Fort Vaux fell to the Germans. The defenders had fought in subterranean passages, amid the stench of decomposing bodies that could not be buried, under massive bombardment, including gas shells, for almost a week. Pulverized by German artillery, they had been reduced to their last 12 gallons of water. A carrier pigeon, which had been badly affected by gas on its previous flight, took out the fort's last message. "We are still holding out. Relief is imperative. This is my last pigeon," and then dropped dead. It was awarded the Légion d'honneur. Of the many thousands of carrier pigeons who flew with daily messages through the war zones in all the contending armies, it was the only one to be honored by a military decoration. The 600 survivors of the garrison of Fort Vaux were taken into captivity. So impressed was the German crown prince at the courage of the fort's commander, Major Raynal, that he not only congratulated him but presented to him the captured sword of another French officer, Raynal's sword having been lost. Such courtesies after the grim battle were part of an ancient chivalry, but elsewhere the battle went on. As the struggle continued west of Fort Vaux, about 20 French soldiers, with their bayonets fixed ready for action, were buried alive in a trench. As Pétain had insisted, Verdun itself would not fall, despite the continuing and mutual slaughter. On the Eastern Front, Brusilov continued to advance. On June 9th, the Austrian general commanding on the Czernowitz front, Flanzer-Bolton, ordered the retreat. Many Austrian artillerymen fled, either leaving their guns untended to fall into Russian hands, or taking their guns with them, so that the infantrymen who remained in their positions were without any artillery protection. Wittgenstein later recalled how, during the long retreat, he sat utterly exhausted on a horse in an endless column, with the one thought of keeping his seat, since if he fell off he would be trampled to death. On June 12th, Brusilov announced that in the advances that his men had made since the start of his offensive 8 days earlier, they had captured 2,992 Austrian officers, 190,000 Austrian soldiers, 216 heavy guns, 645 machine guns, and 196 howitzers. 1/3 of the Austrian forces facing him had been taken captive. With another 5 days, the Russians had occupied Czernowitz, the most easterly Austro-Hungarian city, and a center of culture and commercial enterprise. A further Allied success that June was the entry of Arab forces into the conflict. Headed by Sharif Hussein of Mecca, the Arab revolt had begun on June 5th, outside the Turkish-controlled city of Medina. Its initial actions, though enthusiastic, were premature and unsuccessful. An Arab force of 50,000, of whom only 10,000 had rifles, was driven off by the Turks. That day, half a dozen British advisers, including Captain T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, landed secretly at Jeddah on the Red Sea. Far from the massive destructive conflicts on the western and eastern fronts, a new land front had opened, the 10th Front, then operational. On June 7th, Hussein declared the independence of the Hejaz from the Turks. 4 days later, 2 British cruisers, Fox and Hardinger, shelled Turkish positions north of Jeddah. 3 British seaplanes flew bombing raids on Turkish positions in the port. Arab forces, having learned the lesson of their first encounter at Medina, in the next encounter a week later the Turks were outnumbered and outgunned. Mecca fell to the Arabs on June 13th, and Jeddah 3 days later. The war in the air had become a daily feature of the war zones. Flying from the French city of Nancy, a French aviator, Lieutenant Marshal, dropped leaflets over Berlin denouncing the war guilt of the German Kaiser and the Austrian Emperor. He then flew on to Kulm, in Austrian-occupied Poland, where he was taken prisoner, but later escaped. On June 22nd, French bombers flew on a raid to Karlsruhe, causing more than 200 civilian casualties. At Verdun, Lieutenant Balsley, an American volunteer fighter pilot, the first in Europe, was shot down by a German fighter pilot, but escaped unharmed. The last major German attempt to capture Verdun took place on the evening of June 22nd, when a German artillery bombardment was launched, using a new phosgene gas, Green Cross. Men and horses were caught and killed by the terrible fumes. Doctors treating the wounded were themselves struck down. For several hours the rain of death continued. Then 30,000 Germans attacked. Near Fleury, a whole French division, 5,000 men, was wiped out, and Fort Thiaumont, 2 miles north of Verdun, was captured. Among the German attackers was Lieutenant Friedrich Paulus, who, 26 years later, was to surrender a whole German army at Stalingrad after being surrounded and outnumbered. A German university student, then serving in the army, Hans Forster, later recorded some of the scenes of the advance to Fleury. To the front of us, a railway embankment. To the right, a curve in it. There, 45 Frenchmen are standing with their hands up. One corporal is still shooting at them. I stop him. An elderly Frenchman raises a slightly wounded right hand and smiles and thanks me. Fleury was taken, but the Germans were halted before they could enter Fort Souville, the last but one fort between them and Verdun itself. The Germans do not have enough Green Cross gas for a second gas attack. "They shall not pass," was the last line of an order of the day from General Nivelle. Fearful that, if Fort Souville fell, Verdun would become untenable, the French sought British help. Haig was committed to launching a British offensive on the Somme on June 29th. The French Prime Minister himself, Aristide Briand, went to see Haig on June 24th to ask him to attack sooner. Haig said it was too late to do so, but that the artillery barrage would be begun as planned, and kept up until the assault in 5 days' time. Thus began the longest concentrated artillery bombardment in modern warfare. In Germany, anti-war feeling was growing. Deaths from starvation as a result of the Allied blockade were becoming a daily occurrence. In 1915, some 88,232 deaths had been attributed to the blockade. In 1916, the number rose to 121,114. There were food riots in more than 30 German cities. On June 28th, a 3-day protest strike began, in which 55,000 German workers took part. The one anti-war member of the Reichstag, Karl Liebknecht, was expelled from the Reichstag and sentenced to 2 years' hard labor for continuing to urge soldiers not to fight. 2 months later, his sentence was increased to 4 years. The Entente had begun to make a little progress. On the Italian front, a third of the Austrian advances made during the Trentino offensive were steadily recovered, despite a terrifying Austrian bombardment on the night of June 28th, when hydrocyanide gas shells were fired, causing grave injury to more than 6,000 sleeping Italians. On the next day, however, the Italians retook the trenches they had been forced to abandon, helped by the blowing back of the gas on to the Austrian troops, more than 1,000 of whom were injured, and took 416 Austrians prisoner. On the Russian front, the Austrians were mauled at the Battle of Kolomea, when the Russians took more than 10,000 prisoners, entering Kolomea on June 29th. At Verdun, the French held Fort Souville, and the threat to the city was averted. A second test for the Entente was imminent: the planned British breakthrough on the Somme. It was Haig's hope, he wrote to the General Staff on June 16th, that the advance was to be pressed eastward far enough to enable our cavalry to push through into the open country beyond the enemy's prepared lines of defence. A British officer, Major Robert Money, wrote in his diary in late June, "It appears that in about a week's time we shall be required to prance into the Hun trenches. Well, cheerio, and I hope the Huns will like it." Money was impressed by the fact that, as he noted, nothing seems to have been spared to make this show a success, nothing seems to have been overlooked. The preliminary artillery barrage, opened at the French request on June 24th, was sustained along a 12-mile front. More than 1,500 guns and howitzers fired 1,732,873 shells. Although many of this enormous number of shells merely churned up the already battered surface, causing less damage than hoped to the deep dugouts of the German defenders. And although many were duds, the impact of the bombardment on the mood and morale of the attackers was considerable. During brief pauses in the bombardment, raids were made across no man's land to report on the situation in the forward German trenches. An intelligence summary for June 25th to the 26th reported, somewhat ominously in retrospect, raids attempted all along the Corps front were unsuccessful, in some sectors owing to intense machine gun and rifle fire. On the night of June 28th, men of the Newfoundland Regiment entered no man's land to raid the German trenches opposite theirs, but, according to one observer, turned tail. It was the scale of the bombardment that gave the waiting British and Canadian troops their confidence. "Very hot stuff here," Second Lieutenant George Norrie wrote to his mother on June 29th, "and I am enjoying myself. Talk about shell out, this show beats it. I think I was made for it." That evening, men of the Newfoundland Regiment again raided the German trenches opposite theirs, finding it full of Huns. According to the same observer, they slew a lot, but lost heavily themselves. In another raid that night, Scottish infantrymen brought 46 German prisoners back with them. The offensive had been due to begin on June 29th. Heavy rain and a realization that the bombardment had not been as effective as intended forced its postponement for 48 hours, lessening the stunning and surprise aspects of the pounding. But when the order to attack was finally given on July 1st, one of the potentially decisive battles of the war was begun. In the South Atlantic Ocean, the explorer Ernest Shackleton, after 2 years of isolation in the remote Antarctic, finally reached the small island of South Georgia. In his memoirs, he recalled his first question to Mr. Sawley, the manager of the tiny British whaling station there, and Sawley's reply. "Tell me, when was the war over?" I asked. "The war is not over," he answered. "Millions are being killed. Europe is mad. The world is mad." 14. The Battle of the Somme. It is going to be a bloody Holocaust. July to August, 1916. Opening on the 1st of July, 1916, the Battle of the Somme was the Anglo-French attempt to break through the German lines by means of a massive infantry assault, to try to create the conditions in which cavalry could then move forward rapidly to exploit the breakthrough, perhaps even ride to victory. As they moved up into position, the British soldiers sang, "We beat them on the Marne, we beat them on the Aisne. We gave them hell at Neuve-Chapelle, and here we are again." Among the tens of thousands of men gathering for the battle was Lieutenant William Noel Hodgson, a Cambridge contemporary of Rupert Brooke. He was 23 years old and known by his fellow soldiers as Smiler. On the eve of the battle, he wrote a poem, Before Action. I, that am on my familiar hill, saw with uncomprehending eyes 100 of thy sunsets spill their fresh and sanguine sacrifice. Ere the sun swings his noonday sword, must say good-bye to all of this, by all delights that I shall miss. Help me to die, O Lord. The battle began on the morning of July 1st, when nearly 250,000 shells were fired at the German positions in just over an hour, an average of 3,500 a minute. So intense was the barrage that it was heard on Hampstead Heath, north of London. At 7:28 a.m., 10 mines were exploded under the German trenches. 2 minutes later, British and French troops attacked along a 25-mile front. As they went over the top, most British soldiers carried with them about 66 pounds weight of equipment, a rifle, ammunition, grenades, rations, a waterproof cape, 4 empty sandbags, a steel helmet, 2 gas helmets, a pair of goggles against tear gas, a field dressing, a pick or a shovel, a full water bottle, and a mess tin. General Edmonds has written, in his official history, that the weight of this equipment made it difficult to get out of a trench, impossible to move much quicker than a slow walk, or to rise and lie down quickly. A British military historian, Peter Liddell, comments, "In the event, many thousands of men offering so bulky and slow-moving a target would crumple to the ground quickly enough, but would not rise at all, never mind quickly." Early in the battle, a young Scottish drummer, Walter Ritchie, stood on the parapet of a captured German trench, and, as all around him men were beginning to fall back, repeated the charge again and again. He was awarded the Victoria Cross. One British battalion, the Accrington Pals, left behind a few of its signallers as it went over the top. They watched the attack from behind a mound of earth. We were able to see our comrades move forward in an attempt to cross no man's land, only to be mown down like meadow grass. Lance Corporal H. Bury later recalled, "I felt sick at the sight of this carnage, and remember weeping. We did actually see a flag signaling near the village of Serre, but this lasted only a few seconds, and the signals were unintelligible. As many as 100 German machine guns, most of them hidden in armored emplacements which had protected them during the bombardment, opened fire as the infantry moved forward from their trenches. Many of the attackers were killed as they bunched together to push through the unexpectedly small gaps in their own barbed wire. One officer, Second Lieutenant Eric Miles Smith, wrote home 3 days later of the glorious victory on that first day of the battle. "I know I accounted for 4 Germans, so I have done my bit," Miles Smith added. "I saw parties of Germans during the attack fire on our fellows until they were within a few yards of them. Then, as soon as they found out that there was no hope for them, they threw down their arms and rushed forward to shake our men by the hands. Most of them got their deserts and were not taken prisoners. Some of the wounded Germans were shooting men in the back after they had been dressed by them. They are swine, take it from me. I saw these things happen with my own eyes." Another officer, Lieutenant J. Capper, later recalled a German soldier clasping his knees and thrusting a photograph of his wife and children at him. "I remember feeling inward amusement at adopting a tough guy approach toward so comparatively harmless and frightened an individual, when I was myself having to make a great effort at disguising my own windiness." A British medical officer, Captain G. D. Fairley, himself wounded, wrote in his diary of how, as he made his way along the trenches with stretcher-bearers looking for wounded, we came across a case of shell shock. An emotionally distraught soldier was going back, cowering, cringing, and gabbering with fright at the shell fire. Vera Britton's brother, Edward, was on the Somme on July 1st. While waiting for orders to go over the top in the second wave, his men had been unnerved by the large numbers of wounded from the first wave coming back and crowding into the trench. Then a battalion in front of them in no man's land had panicked. "I can't remember just how I got the men together and made them go over the parapet," Britton told his sister a few weeks later. "I only know I had to go back twice to get them, and I wouldn't go through those minutes again if it meant the VC." Finally, as the men followed him, and he was about 70 yards into no man's land, he was hit in the thigh. After trying to continue to lead his men forward, but unable to do so, he found refuge in a shell hole. There, a shell fragment pierced his arm. In the shell hole were 2 other men. One was badly wounded, he told his sister, but the other wasn't hurt at all, only in a blue funk. Britton managed to crawl back to the British trenches. "I don't remember much about it, except that about halfway across I saw the hand of a man who'd been killed only that morning beginning to turn green and yellow. That made me feel pretty sick, and I put on a spurt." For his courage that morning, Second Lieutenant Britton was awarded the Military Cross. 2 German-held villages, Mametz and Montauban, were captured on July 1st, as well as a German strongpoint, the Leipzig redoubt. The human cost of the day's attack was higher than on any other single day of battle in the First World War. Just over 1,000 British officers and more than 20,000 men were killed and 25,000 seriously wounded. In the battle for Mametz, 159 men of the Devonshire Regiment who attacked Mansell Copse were killed by a single German machine gun, built into the base of a crucifix at the edge of the village, 400 yards from their starting point. The British officer who led the attack on the Copse, Captain D. L. Martin, had predicted that the machine gun at the crucifix would be a fatal hazard if it survived the preliminary British artillery fire. He was killed with his men as they advanced into the uninterrupted fire. They were buried in a trench in the copse, and a notice was put above their grave. The Devonshires held this trench. The Devonshires hold it still. Among the officers buried in that trench was William Noel Hodgson, Smiler, the battalion's bombing officer. When bringing a supply of bombs up to the trench, he was killed by a bullet in the throat. His body was found with that of his batman lying at his side. Reaching the front line 10 days after the Battle of the Somme, a British officer recorded in his diary the information he was given by the padre of the attack on Mametz. His news was ghastly. Everyone I care for, gone. All 4 officers of my company killed. Dear Harold died most splendidly before the German lines. He was shot through the stomach, and Lawrence killed behind him by the same shot. Iscariot was shot through the heart below Mansell Copse, and all his staff killed around him. Smiler killed about the same place, getting his bombs up. No single officer got through untouched. The men did grandly, going on without officers and reaching all objectives. Among those in action on July 1st was Second Lieutenant Henry Field. "Thank God I don't flinch from the sound of the guns," he had written to his mother 4 months earlier. His 800-strong battalion, the 6th Royal Warwicks, reached their objective near Serre, but after coming under unbroken German machine-gun fire from both flanks, were forced to fall back to their original line. Of the 836 who set out, 520 were killed and 316 wounded. Lieutenant Field was among the dead. On the first Christmas of the war he had written, "Through barren nights and fruitless days, of waiting when our faith grows dim, Mary be with the stricken heart. Thou hast a son, remember him. Lord, thou hast been our refuge sure. The everlasting arms are wide. Thy words from age to age endure. Thy loving care will still provide. Vouchsafe that we may see, dear Lord, vouchsafe that we may see thy purpose through the aching days." Field never finished the final line. Of his battalion's destruction near Serre, its official historian wrote, "July 1st, ill-fated day. Wounds and death were the fruit of it, and to those who outlived it, an accursed memory of horror. Imperishable courage inspired every fighting man, but where was victory? In an attack on the village of Serre itself, John Streets, a company sergeant in the Sheffield Pals, and another of those who found solace in poetry, was hit. As he went back for medical help, he was told that a soldier in his platoon was too seriously wounded to return to the dressing station on his own. Streets returned towards the front line to bring the soldier back, and was never seen again. He could not even be the beneficiary of a funeral, such as he had earlier described in his poem, A Soldier's Funeral. No splendid rite is here, yet lay him low. Ye comrades of his youth he fought beside, close where the winds do sigh, and wild flowers grow, where the sweet brook doth babble by his side. No splendour, yet we lay him tenderly, to rest, his requiem the artillery." Streets' brother, Harry, was serving that day with a field ambulance unit at a dressing station in Albert. He later described how the wounded flooded in on foot, or were brought by stretchers, wheelbarrows, carts, anything. Their wounds were dressed, and then they were laid out on the floor to await evacuation. Those who were not expected to survive were put on one side and left. "It was very hard to ignore their cries for help," he wrote, "but we had to concentrate on those who might live." On that first day, the only Dominion force then on the Somme, a Newfoundland battalion, was almost wiped out. Of the 810 soldiers in action, 310 were killed and more than 350 wounded. It was a magnificent display of trained and disciplined valor, one of Haig's divisional commanders, General de Lisle informed the Newfoundland Prime Minister, and its assault only failed of success because dead men can advance no further. Elsewhere during the first day of battle on the Somme, more than 500 of the attackers were taken prisoner by the Germans. One British objective, Bapaume, less than 10 miles from the starting point, was never reached, either that day or after 5 months of renewed assaults. The scale and intensity of the British attack on July 1st had an immediate effect on the Germans, causing the transfer of 60 heavy guns and 2 infantry divisions from Verdun to the Somme, and an end to the German search for victory at Verdun. The first day of the Battle of the Somme was the 132nd day of the Battle of Verdun, for whose tormented defenders it drew off tens of thousands of German troops. French attacks on the Somme further south made larger gains than the British, but they too failed to get anywhere near their first day's objective, the town of Péronne. They did, however, take 3,000 German soldiers prisoner and capture 80 German guns. On the second day of the Battle of the Somme, July 2nd, a young South African soldier, Hugh Bousted, was among the infantrymen who went into the attack. Our brigade crossed the scarred fields through the stricken squadrons, he later wrote, dead and dying horses split by shell fire, with bursting entrails and torn limbs, lay astride the road that led to battle. Their fallen riders stared into the weeping skies. In front, steady bursts of machine-gun fire vibrated on the air. Caught by a barrage, these brave men and fine horses had been literally swept from the Longueval road. A German attempt to recapture Montauban on July 2nd was driven off. On the following day, British forces attacked, but failed to capture the villages in the German line, Auvillers and La Boisselle. South of the Somme, the French made greater progress, so much so that a German general's order that day stated directly, "I forbid the voluntary evacuation of trenches." But by nightfall on July 4th, the French had taken 4,000 Germans prisoner and broken through the German line on a 6-mile front. Among the troops sent forward on the following day were detachments of the Foreign Legion. In their ranks were several dozen Americans, including the Harvard graduate and poet Alan Seeger, Legionnaire number 19522. He was with a unit led by a Swiss baron, Captain de Charner, in an attack on the strongly fortified village of Belloy-en-Santerre. During the attack they were caught in the enfilade fire of 6 German machine guns. Lying mortally wounded in a shell hole, Seeger was heard crying out for water, and for his mother. In his poem Rendezvous he had written earlier that year, "I have a rendezvous with death, on some scarred slope or battered hill. When spring comes round again this year, and the first meadow flowers appear. God knows 'twere better to be deep pillowed in silk and scented down, where love throbs out in blissful sleep, pulse nigh to pulse, and breath to breath, where hushed awakenings are dear. But I've a rendezvous with death, at midnight in some flaming town, when spring trips north again this year, and I, to my pledged word, am true. I shall not fail that rendezvous." By nightfall, Belloy-en-Santerre was in the Legion's hands, but 25 officers and 844 men had been killed or seriously wounded, a third of the attackers' total strength. Going forward on July 4th along a former German communication trench, Siegfried Sassoon passed 3 very badly mangled corpses lying in it, a man short, plump, with turned-up moustaches, lying face downward, and half sideways with one arm flung up as if defending his head, and a bullet through his forehead, a doll-like figure. Another hunched and mangled, twisted and scorched, with many days' dark growth on his face, teeth clenched and grinning lips. Then, at noon, closer to the front line, he passed 30 of our own, laid out by the Mametz-Karnoy road, some side by side on their backs, with bloody, clotted fingers, mingled as if they were handshaking in the companionship of death, and the stench undefinable. The British war correspondent, Philip Gibbs, going forward on July 4th to the German trenches at Fricourt that had earlier been overrun, recalled how it looked like victory because of the German dead that lay there in their battered trenches, and the filth and stench of death over all that mangled ground, and the enormous destruction wrought by our guns, and the fury of fire which we were still pouring over the enemy's lines from batteries which had moved forward. I went down flights of steps into German dugouts, astonished by their depth and strength. Our men did not build like this. This German industry was a rebuke to us. Yet we had captured their work, and the dead bodies of their laborers lay in those dark caverns, killed by our bombers who had flung down hand grenades. I drew back from those fat corpses. They looked monstrous, lying there crumpled up, amidst a foul litter of clothes, stick bombs, old boots and bottles. Groups of dead lay in ditches, which had once been trenches, flung into chaos by that bombardment I had seen. They had been bayoneted. I remember one man, an elderly fellow, sitting up with his back to a bit of earth with his hands half raised. He was smiling a little, though he had been stabbed through the belly and was stone dead. Gibbs commented, "Victory! Some of the German dead were young boys, too young to be killed for old men's crimes, and others might have been old or young. One could not tell because they had no faces, and were just masses of raw flesh in rags of uniforms. Legs and arms lay separate, without any bodies thereabouts." The first of the wounded from the Battle of the Somme had begun to arrive in London on July 4th. Vera Brittain, at a hospital in Camberwell, later recalled the immense convoys which came without cessation for about a fortnight, and continued at short intervals for the whole of that sultry month and the first part of August. The distance from the battlefield was no protection against extreme distress. Day after day I had to fight the queer, frightening sensation to which, throughout my years of nursing, I never became accustomed, of seeing the covered stretchers come in, one after another, without knowing, until I ran with pounding heart to look, what fearful sight or sound or stench, what problem of agony or imminent death each brown blanket concealed. Among the wounded who reached Vera Brittain's hospital was, by complete chance, her brother, Edward. He was to remain in England, and in intense pain, for many months. The battle on the Somme became a daily struggle for small woods and even smaller villages. On July 6th, the village of La Boisselle was captured. The village of Contalmaison, captured by the British on the morning of July 7th, was lost that evening. That same day, a British attack on Mametz Wood was driven off. On July 8th, British forces captured most of Trones Wood, but heavy German shelling, followed by a German counter-attack, forced them out. Hundreds were killed in these attacks, and thousands wounded. Hugh Boosted later recalled the moment when he and his men were caught in a German shell barrage. Although a shell pitched practically in the middle of the section, he later recalled, the three of us in the center escaped any hurt other than a tremendous shock and blast which blew the equipment off our shoulders, our steel hats away, and poured tear gas in great clouds all over the trench. Coughing and spitting and weeping, and blinded by the tear gas, we could hear those of our comrades who were wounded moaning under the debris. 6 of the section, 3 on either side of us, were utterly destroyed, torn to pieces, and 6 more were wounded. On the Somme, as in each of the great battles where artillery tore up the bodies and then the corpses of the dead, proper identification was impossible for hundreds of thousands. Those who are recorded on the monuments of these battles as having no known grave. 4 years after the Battle of the Somme, Boosted received a letter from the War Office in London asking if I could throw any light on the grave of number 5100, Private Hugh Boosted of the South African Scottish, the cross of which had been erected in Montauban Valley in 1916 during the Somme battle. He was able to assure the authorities that he was alive and well. After 9 days of battle, the Germans had been pushed back a mile in some places, nearly 2 miles in others. On July 10th, the British recaptured what was left of Contalmaison village. That night, at Verdun, the Germans launched their final attempt to break through the French defences, take Fort Souville, and reach the city. As on June 23rd, the attack began with shelling with Green Cross gas shells. But in the 2.5 weeks that had elapsed since then, the French soldiers had been issued with gas masks that were effective against the new gas. Later in the attack, the German use of flamethrowers eliminated a whole battalion. 33 of its officers and 1,300 men were either killed or captured. By nightfall, 2,400 French soldiers had been taken prisoner, and Fort Souville's garrison knocked out by artillery fire. On the following day, a small group of German soldiers, no more than 30, reached the outer wall of the fort and raised their flag. Just over 2 miles away, they could see the twin towers of Verdun Cathedral. Sheltering in the fort were 60 French soldiers and a lieutenant, Kleber Dupuy, leading his men out of the fort. Dupuy regained the walls, taking 10 of the Germans prisoner. The rest were either killed or fled. Verdun was secure. On the Somme, the British advance had continued. On July 12th, Mametz Wood was finally taken. The number of Germans captured had risen to more than 7,000. A further 2,000 prisoners were taken during a push through the German lines on July 14th, when both Longueval and Bazentin were captured, and Trones Wood was secured for the second time. In an effort to use this success to demoralize the Germans, a British aeroplane was ordered to fly over the front line and to radio back, in a message that it was known the Germans would intercept. Enemy second line of defense has been captured on a front of 6,000 yards. British cavalry is now passing through in pursuit of the demoralized enemy. Comments the official Royal Air Force historian H.A. Jones, although this message, which was flashed out at 10:30 a.m., deliberately exaggerated the situation at that time, the turn of events later in the day was to give it a measure of truth. Cavalry went through in the evening. Air power also played its part on the Somme on July 14th. A Royal Flying Corps observer, Lieutenant T.L.W. Stollebras, noted in his logbook that day, a large force of Hun infantry were entrenched in a road running south-southeast from High Wood. Fortunately, a British aeroplane from No. 3 Squadron spotted the infantry and descended to 500 feet and flew up and down the line, strafing them with a Lewis gun. On July 15th, the fight for Delville Wood began, the first of 15 days hand-to-hand fighting and ferocious artillery bombardments. The battle started when the 3,000-strong South African Brigade, of which Hugh boasted was a part, was ordered to capture the wood. We moved forward through an orchard in single file, led by the platoon officer, he later recalled. Smith, the second lieutenant, got through, but the next 7 who followed him were shot dead in a circle of a few yards, picked off by clean shooting without a murmur. On the second night of the battle, Boosted wrote, we nearly suffered complete annihilation from our own steel footballs, circular bombs with a long stick on which the charges propelled. They went on pitching among us for hours on end, curiously causing no casualties, but they added to our terror. On the third day he went forward with a party of snipers to try to pin the Germans down at Waterlote Farm. 3 of us spent the afternoon there, he wrote. There were already 6 South African Scottish lying dead in their firing places ahead of us, but we were able to effect quite a good shoot on the Germans moving from Waterlote, and after a number of hits they stopped. A few hours later, Boasted was wounded and left the battlefield. My main relief was a chance to get some sleep, he later recalled. For 5 days and nights we had hardly slept at all, and at times I was conscious of a longing to get hit anywhere to be able to sleep. To the left of Delville Wood, on July 15th, the British managed to reach High Wood. At one point in the action, a front-line carrier pigeon flew into the British artillery headquarters with a message requesting that heavy artillery be turned on a German machine gun emplacement in the wood. A Royal Flying Corps reconnaissance later in the day showed that the wood had been only partly overrun. On the west side, British troops waved flags in reply to the aeroplane's signal, but on the east side the Germans opened rapid fire. On the following day, the British evacuated their part of the wood. In the cemetery to the south of the wood are 107 British, 37 New Zealand, and 36 Australian graves, an incomplete but permanent reminder of the cost of one day's battle. On July 16th, a heavy artillery bombardment was launched against the German defences along the ridge dominated by the village of Pozières. Rain and mist made any aerial spotting impossible, however, and far from the defences being broken up, the Germans, who realized that an attack was imminent, were able to build new machine gun emplacements. The preliminary British infantry attack on the following morning was driven off by machine gun fire so intense that the next day's attack was cancelled. On July 18th, Harold Macmillan was injured. The pair of spectacles which I was wearing must have been blown off by the force of the explosion, he wrote to his mother the next day, for I never saw them again. Very luckily they were not smashed and driven into my eye. A grenade had exploded in his face, stunning him. When he came to and asked his corporal what had happened after the grenade went off, the corporal replied, "Well, sir, I saw the German trying to run away, so I hit him, and his helmet came off. Then I hit him again, and the back of his head came off." A diversionary attack north of the Somme at Fromelles was being planned for July 19th to be carried out by Australian troops. The Australians, many of whom had fought the previous summer, autumn, and winter at Gallipoli, treated their harsh new tasks with characteristic irreverence, singing, to the tune of "The Church's One Foundation," "We are the Anzac Army, the ANZAC. We cannot shoot, we don't salute, but bloody good are we. And when we get to Berlin, the Kaiser, he will say, 'Hoch, hoch, mein Gott, what a bloody odd lot, to get 6 bob a day.'" This was the Australians' first offensive action on the Western Front. Its aim was to prevent the Germans from moving reinforcements to the Somme. On the eve of the battle, General Elliot, the senior Australian officer at Fromelles, alarmed by the strength of the German position, asked a British staff officer, Major H.C.L. Howard, for his estimate of how the attack would go. Howard replied, If you put it to me like that, sir, I must answer you in the same way as man to man. It is going to be a bloody holocaust. General Elliot asked Howard to report his view back to Haig. He did so, his report coinciding with intelligence information that there was no longer any urgency for an attack, as German troops were not being transferred to the Somme and did not therefore need to be pinned down. Haig's corps commander, General Sir Richard Haking, wanted the attack to go on, however, the headquarters record noting that he was quite confident of the success of the operation, and considered that the ammunition at his disposal was ample to put the infantry there and keep them in. Pressed to agree to a delay in the attack, Haking was emphatic. The troops are worked up to it, were ready and anxious to do it, and he considered that any change of plan would have a bad effect on the troops now. 2 miles south of Fromelles was the high ground of Aubers Ridge, the objective of the attack. The attack itself lay across a low, wet, no-man's land towards a strongly fortified German salient, the Sugar Loaf, which overlooked the attackers' approach. "I know you will do your best for the sake of our lads who are fighting down south," Haking told them on the eve of battle. In the church tower at Fromelles, reinforced by a concrete stairwell, with a loophole specially designed for an observer, the Germans could see throughout July 18th the preparations being made for the attack, both in the front-line trenches and those behind them. The assault began on the late afternoon of July 19th, preceded by a day-long artillery barrage. The first Australian casualties were caused by their own shells falling short, and by some heavy German artillery fire. When the attack began, the German machine guns in the salient opened fire. The artillery had failed to silence them. An hour after the first men had gone over the top, General Elliot reported, "Every man who rises is being shot down. Reports from the wounded indicate that the attack is failing from want of support." The wounded were streaming back. A British attack on the other side of the salient was also beaten back with heavy British casualties. Then, at a point in the line a little way from the Sugar Loaf, the Australians reached a main German trench. The enemy was caught in the act of manning his parapets, and some bitter hand-to-hand fighting followed, the battalion's historian, Captain Ellis, later wrote. It terminated, as all such hand-to-hand fighting terminated throughout the war, in the absolute triumph of the Australians and the extinction or termination of the Germans. The Sugarloaf salient, which General Haking had ordered to be attacked throughout the night, eluded its attackers. As dawn broke, more wounded tried to get back to the Australian lines. Many of them lay out in no-man's land, trying to call back to us, Sergeant H.R. Williams later wrote, and in doing so made of themselves a target for the German machine gunners. Those who managed to get back were like men awakened from a nightmare, Williams recalled. The ordeal of the night was plainly visible on all faces, ghastly white showing through masks of grime and dried sweat, eyes glassy, protruding and full of that horror seen only on the face of men who have lived through a heavy bombardment. During the night, one group of Australians and some British soldiers had reached the outer wire of the Sugar Loaf, but were unable to push through it. The Australian official war historian C.E.W. Bean, visiting the battlefield in November 1918, shortly after the armistice, wrote, "We found the no-man's land simply full of our dead. In the narrow sector west of the Sugarloaf salient, the skulls and bones and torn uniforms were lying about everywhere. I found a bit of Australian kit lying 50 yards from the corner of the salient, and the bones of an Australian officer and several men within 100 yards of it. Further round, immediately on their flank, were a few British. You could tell them by their leather equipment. Amid the hundreds of cemeteries on the Western Front, one, a mile north of Fromelles, contains the graves of 410 Australians, and the names of 1,298 more missing amid the mud and detritus of the battlefield. The battle at Fromelles was a brief interlude, far from the Somme during that vaster battle. Yet its casualties were high. 1,708 Australian dead and nearly 4,000 wounded. The British dead were at least 400. The German dead and wounded were less than 1,500 in all. 400 Australians were taken prisoner. They were marched by the Germans through Lille. The aim of the attack at Fromelles, to keep German troops back from the Somme, was a failure. A successful counterattack on July 20th showed the Germans that their line was not in any serious danger. That day, on the Somme, an unprecedented and perhaps unrepeated incident took place, recalled later by a British Army chaplain. The only occasion when we have heard troops in battle break into a spontaneous and wholehearted cheer was when, after a half-hour's single combat on July 20th, 1916, a German aeroplane crashed behind our lines, with the full glory of a blood-red sky in the background. The excitement had been so intense that on both sides the gunners had stopped firing to watch. On the Somme, the attack on Pozières was about to be renewed. "Why go to war with one another? With these men we have no quarrel," a young Australian schoolteacher, Private Jack Bourke, wrote in a letter home 4 days before the battle began. A German soldier, writing home on July 21st, headed his letter, "In Hell's Trenches," and added, "It is not really a trench, but a little ditch shattered with shells, not the slightest cover and no protection. We have lost 50 men in 2 days, and life is unendurable." The attack on Pozières was renewed on July 22nd. German troops had used the 6 days since the previous attack to place a network of machine gun posts in shell holes in front of their main defences. The British nighttime artillery bombardment, seen from afar, turned the whole skyline into one flickering band of light. As the newly arrived Anzac Corps went into action, there was little time or mood for mercy. One Australian officer, Lieutenant E.W.D. Lang, later recalled a German soldier who tried to give himself up as soon as he saw our chaps on him. "Come out, you!" yelled one of my men. I heard him, rushed back shouting at the chap to shoot the swine or I would, so he got him. 6 Germans were killed in that sweep and 18 captured. The men had great sport chucking bombs down any hole they saw, Lang remembered. In the corner of one dugout, Private Bourke found some gift boxes of cake addressed in a child's handwriting. In another corner was a coat rolled up, he wrote in a letter home. I opened it and found it stained with blood. Right between the shoulders was a burnt shrapnel hole telling a tragic tale. The owner of the coat was a German, and some might say not entitled to much sympathy. Perhaps he was not, but I could not help thinking sadly of the little girl or boy who had sent him the cakes. This was the second Australian baptism of fire on the Western Front in 3 days. Contemporary letters and later recollections all testify to the severity and cruelty of the fighting. Lieutenant Colonel Ivan Mackay recalled how, as the Australians advanced, many Germans remained in their dugouts, terrified, and had to be bombed or bayoneted out. Some never came out. A number of the German prisoners would not, through pure fright, cross no man's land. They had to be killed. In the Pozières Military Cemetery is a memorial to 14,691 soldiers killed while attacking the ridge in 1916, 1917, and 1918, but who have no known grave. There are also 690 named Australian headstones. On July 25th, the assault at Pozières was renewed again. Lance Corporal E. Moorhead later recalled how, after his company had entered a deserted German trench, a captain, filled to the neck with rum, ordered the men to continue, and dashed ahead again. Finally, the survivors came back in a panic, calling out, "We must retreat. We're all cut up. The Germans were on us," etc., etc. The captain had been shot through the heart on the barbed wire. Not long afterwards, the Germans attacked, the impetus of their thrust broken by the Australian artillery. When the Huns came into view over the crest in twos and threes, or singly, some with packs, probably filled with bombs, others with fixed bayonets, we lined the parapet like an excited crowd and blazed like hell at them, knocking them over like rabbits, not a man getting away so far as I could see. The range was about 400, and as each man appeared he got 100 bullets in him. One officer appeared and waved his men forward in a lordly way, and then collapsed like a bag, filled with our lead. I fired about 30 rounds and did my share. A little while later there was a moment of black humour. One unfortunate Boche, Moorhead recalled, having run the gauntlet of our rifle fire, was getting away apparently only slightly wounded, when one of our shells burst on him as though aimed, and he went up blown to pieces. Well, we cheered and laughed at the happening, as though it was the funniest thing in the world. Not so funny was the experience of an Australian officer, Captain W. G. M. Claridge, who was wounded that day and sent to hospital in England. "I am not going to tell a lie and say I wasn't afraid," Claridge wrote to his parents 2 weeks after the battle, "because I was, and who wouldn't be, with death grinning at you from all around, and hellish 5.9-inch shells shrieking through the air and shrapnel dealing death all round. I don't know how long I stood it without breaking." He had been buried 3 times, and was very thankful to get my wound, as it got me out of the firing line for a rest. That night, July 25th, Haig wrote in his diary, "The situation seems all very new and strange to Australian HQ. The fighting here and the shell fire is much more severe than anything experienced at Gallipoli. The German, too, is a very different enemy to the Turk. The hostile shelling has been very severe against Pozières today," General Rawlinson, commenting in his diary that night on the film of the battle that had just been compiled, wrote, "Some of it very good, but I cut out many of the horrors in dead and wounded." Writing to his parents on July 28th, a young infantryman, George Leigh Mallory, described life in the trenches as harrowing as you can imagine when one sees the dead and the dying, and hears of regiments being cut up by machine guns. Leigh Mallory added, "I am not one of the optimists about the war, and shall be quite surprised if it ends before Christmas. I suppose we may at any moment hear very good news from Russia, but it's a very long time coming, and the German war machine must be far from run down if he can put up the fight he has done." On July 29th, a day after this infantryman's pessimistic, or at least realistic, letter home, Haig received a letter from London, written by General Sir William Robertson, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, warning him that the powers that be are beginning to get a little uneasy in regard to the situation. This concern was, Robertson explained, whether a loss of, say, 300,000 men will lead to really great results, because, if not, we ought to be content with something less than we are doing now. These same powers that be, Robertson added, are constantly inquiring why we are fighting and the French are not. It is thought that the primary object, relief of pressure on Verdun, has to some extent been achieved. Haig had no doubt that the Somme offensive should continue. "In another 6 weeks," he replied, "the enemy should be hard put to find men. The maintenance of a steady offensive pressure will result eventually in his complete overthrow." That steady offensive pressure continued, but with no decisive result, and a steady mounting up of British casualties. On July 30th, 4 British battalions, among them 3 Liverpool Pals battalions, attacked the village of Guillemont, which had resisted a similar attack a week earlier. The dense fog made the preliminary British artillery preparations almost valueless, as many German soldiers left their trenches unseen and took shelter in no man's land. As the attackers went forward, the fog did not protect them, however, as the German machine gunners knew in which direction the attack must come, and fired into the advancing men, who could not see from where their adversaries' fire came. One group of PALs, reaching the German front line, found more than 60 Germans in the bottom of a trench, apparently sheltering from the bombardment. Only 1 prisoner was taken, presumably for intelligence purposes, comments the historian of the Liverpool Pals. Letters that survive, written by the attackers immediately after the battle for Guillemont, give a picture of the randomness of death. Lance Corporal H. Foster described how our sergeant had just given us our rum ration and gone to the shell hole where the gun team were, and here, unfortunately, 1 gas shell found its mark, landing in the center of the gunners. Poor lads, it wiped the whole of them out. Corporal G. E. Hemingway wrote an account of the death of his friend, Lance Corporal J. Quinn, in one of the many hundreds of thousands of letters sent home during the war, to describe to a wife or parent the fate of his or her loved one. About halfway across no man's land, whilst waiting in a shell hole for one of our own barrages to lift, I became aware of the fact that Joe was in the next hole to mine, and we smiled encouragement to each other. Enemy machine guns were sweeping the whole place with explosive bullets, and there was a fearful noise, and speech was impossible. The streams of death whistled over our shell holes, coming from the left flank, and Joe's hole being to the left of mine, he received the bullet in his side. He slipped away quietly, just a yearning glance, a feeble clutching at space, and then a gentle sinking into oblivion, with his head on his arm. Among the members of the Liverpool Pals killed at Guillemont on July 30th was Lance Corporal S. Atherton, who for 15 years had been a player and then groundsman for the Oxton Cricket Club in Birkenhead. Although a married man, he had been among the very first to volunteer. He left a widow and 4 daughters, the eldest 7 years old, the youngest 2.5. On his behalf, the club made a special appeal for funds to tide the widow over the next 6 years, or until her children are in a position to assist her by their own earnings. 500 men of the 2,500-strong Liverpool Pals battalions were killed that day, plunging Merseyside into mourning. Many of the bodies of the dead lay out in no man's land until they were reduced to skeletons by the intensity of the August sun. Some, submerged and buried under the continually shell-shattered earth, were not discovered until more than a decade after the war. From central and eastern Turkey, the great flight of Armenians, driven from their homeland amid scenes of brutality and terror, had continued throughout the early months of 1916. Armenian refugees became a feature of many Mediterranean ports. On July 1st, a British officer in Egypt, Ronald Storrs, wrote home, "Port Said is swamped by Armenian refugees, dumped upon us from Cilicia by French battleships. They are fighting the Turks very bravely, which reminds me, disabuse your pen of the phrase, good old Turks, etc. If the massacres of Urfa and Adana were not enough, let the present horrors suffice to erase from our political vocabulary the false and foolish legend of the first gentleman in Europe. In the literature of the war, the novel *The 40 Days* by Franz Werfel was to become the monument to the epic flight of the Armenian people. On the Eastern Front, the Russians had continued to push the Germans and Austrians westward. In the first week of July, more than 30,000 Germans were taken prisoner. Once more, the British nurse, Florence Farnborough, was a witness to the ugly aftermath of the battle, for victor and vanquished alike. Her field hospital was then at Barish. As the fighting became more intense, the wounded lay massed outside our temporary dressing station, waiting for attention, countless stretcher cases among them. A few would crawl inside, beseeching the care they so urgently needed. We were working day and night, snatching a brief hour here and there for sleep. In the evening the dead would be collected and placed side by side in the pit-like graves dug for them on the battlefield. German, Austrian, Russian, they lay there at peace, in a brother's grave. Swarms of flies added to the horror of the battlefields, and covered the dead brothers, waiting in their open ditches for burial, as with a thick black pall. I remember the feeling of horror when I first saw that black pall of flies moving. On July 8th, Russian troops reached Delatin, less than 32 miles from the Jablonitsa Pass over the Carpathians, and the Hungarian border. Terrible weather, Ludwig Wittgenstein wrote in his diary on July 15th. In the mountains, bad, quite inadequate shelter, icy cold, rain and mist, an excruciating life. On the 16th, Florence Farnborough, on the other side of the line, too, Wittgenstein wrote in her diary, "The mud is so thick that high boots get sucked off the owner's legs." 2 nurses had been killed by Austrian bombs 4 days earlier, and 1 on the previous day. On the following day, 70 badly injured men were brought in. A young Tatar, heavily wounded, was carried to the operating table. He could speak no Russian, and vainly tried to whisper something to us which we could not understand. One of our Tatar drivers was sent for. He stooped low over the prostrate form, but no answer came to his eager questioning. "He's gone," said a voice. The weather-beaten face of the older tribesman stiffened with emotion as he walked away. By the end of the month, the East Galician border town of Brody had fallen to the Russians, and 40,000 Austrians had been taken prisoner within 2 weeks. Russian losses were also heavy. Florence Farnborough's field hospital received 800 wounded men in 24 hours. Stomach wounds were in the majority. Amputations were also common. "One leg was so heavy I could not lift it from the table," she wrote. Someone helped her carry the leg to the tiny shed, where a stack of amputated limbs awaited burial. I had not been in that shed before, and I turned away hastily. I went to our room, drank some water, and swallowed 2 aspirins. The choking feeling disappeared, and I was myself again. But my thoughts would not adjust themselves so easily. After the war, what would happen to those limbless men? To try to bring Brusilov's offensive to a halt, Hindenburg and Ludendorff took over a large section of the Austrian front in the last week of July. A German commander, General Bottmer, took over much of the front in East Galicia. Flanzer-Boltin was forced to accept a German officer, Hans von Siecht, as his chief of staff. German troops were dispatched to the battle line, and Austrian and German companies joined to create mixed battalions. Even Turkish troops were sent for. The fact that the arrival of the Turks in Galicia, even before they got there, has been so loudly proclaimed, General Hoffmann wrote in his diary on July 27th, is surely rather humiliating for the Austrians. Behind the German lines in occupied Belgium, the strongest efforts had been made by the German occupation authorities to prevent the celebration of the 85th anniversary of Belgian independence on July 21st. I warn the population that it must refrain from all demonstrations, the governor of Brussels and Brabant, General Hurt, declared 9 days earlier, and he listed as punishable public reunions, parades, assemblies, harangues and speeches, academic ceremonies, the placing of flowers before certain monuments, etc., the decoration of public or private buildings, the closing of stores, cafes, etc. at unusual hours. Commented the head of the American legation in Belgium, Brand Whitlock, by one of those mysterious and tacit understandings that one could trace to their source, everybody that day appeared wearing a green ribbon, green being the color of hope, and while it was no doubt discouraged, it was not yet forbidden the Belgians to hope. The Germans were not amused by this demonstration of patriotic zeal, or by a brief popular demonstration of support for Cardinal Mercier, the Archbishop of Malines, when that evening he was seen leaving Brussels by car for Malines. A fine of 1 million marks was imposed on the citizens of Brussels, and was collected. Mercier had won popular esteem for his public letters of protest against the excesses of the occupation. 6 days after the Belgian National Day, there was an episode in Belgium that confirmed the British view of German savagery. On July 27th, in Bruges, the Germans executed Captain Charles Fryatt, formerly the commander of the Great Eastern Railway steamer, the Brussels. Fryatt had been found guilty by court-martial of trying to ram a German submarine. He had been seized when the Brussels was intercepted by the Germans during one of its regular twice-weekly crossings from Harwich to the Hook of Holland, 10 weeks after the exploit that won him so much praise in Britain. He and his crew were taken to Ruhleben prison camp just outside Berlin. At the court-martial, the Germans accused Fryatt of being a pirate for attacking the vessel that was attacking him. A Canadian civilian internee at Ruhleben, John Ketchum, who had been studying music in Germany when war broke out, later recalled, "The judicial murder of a man who had lived at Ruhleben, if only for a month, caused deep shock and anger, and brought the war home to the camp as nothing had done before." Inside Britain, the same patriotism that found Fryatt's execution repugnant also found repugnant the refusal of men to serve in the army. For some time, conscientious objectors had been abused as cowards and traitors. In the last week of July, more than 200 of these COs, as they were known, were sent to a stone quarry at Dice near Aberdeen to break stones. A tribunal set up by the government found, however, more than 4,000 cases of genuine conscientious objectors. Alternative service was made available to them, including agricultural and medical work. Those who refused alternative service were frequently imprisoned. Repeated refusal led in many cases to repeated imprisonment and hard labor, breaking stones in the quarries at Princetown Prison on Dartmoor. In the United States, still tenaciously neutral, a Preparedness Day parade was held in San Francisco on July 22nd. During the parade, a bomb was thrown at the city's stock exchange by Thomas J. Mooney, a socialist anarchist opposed to the war. 9 people were killed and wounded 40. Mooney was sentenced to death, but his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. He was released in 1939. During the autumn of 1916, there was violent activity on almost every war front. but no decisive change in the battle lines. On the Somme, as at Verdun, the German army, far from marching from triumph to triumph, was being bled to death. Haig's conviction that continued assaults would lead to the enemy's overthrow led him to continue to try to reach the objectives that he had set for the first day of battle on July 1st. On July 23rd, Australian troops had entered Pozières, 2 of them being awarded the Victoria Cross. Slowly, despite repeated counterattacks, the Germans were being pushed back across the Somme battlefield. On July 31st, at his desk in Berlin, Walter Rathenau wrote in his diary that the delirious exaltation he had witnessed in the streets 2 years earlier had seemed to him even then a dance of death, an overture to a doom that would be dark and dreadful. On the Somme, the weather was the most gorgeous summer sunshine. Not the weather for killing people, Harold Macmillan wrote to his mother on August 2nd. 6 nights later, the Germans raided the British trenches in the Ypres salient and preceded the raid with a preliminary discharge of gas. One 19-year-old private soldier, John Bennett, who panicked at the sudden and startling noise of the gas gong, fled from the trench to the rear. When he returned a few hours later to his battalion's support trenches, he found that 7 men had been killed and 46 wounded as a result of the gas attack. He was at once arrested and charged with misbehavior before the enemy. At Bennett's trial, his commanding officer intimated that Bennett, who had enlisted 6 weeks before the outbreak of war, went to pieces when under shell fire. He was sentenced to death, but during the review procedure, a brigadier general recommended that the sentence be commuted. The corps commander, Lieutenant General Sir Aylmer Hunter Weston, a veteran of the fighting at Gallipoli, disagreed. Cowards, he said, constitute a serious danger to the war effort, and the sanction of the death penalty was designed to frighten men more than the prospects of facing the enemy. Bennett was shot. 2 other men were also executed that day for desertion. As the fighting on the Somme continued, thousands of men left the battlefield with their nerves shattered. Reporting sick and being asked what had happened, most would answer shell shock. With some, this was clearly the case, but for the medical authorities it was not necessarily so. The official medical history writes, "To explain to a man that his symptoms were the result of disordered emotional conditions due to his rough experience in the line, and not, as he imagined, to some serious disturbance of his nervous system produced by bursting shells, became the most frequent and successful form of psychotherapy. The simplicity of its character in no way detracted from its value, and it not infrequently ended in the man coming forward voluntarily for duty, after having been given a much-needed fortnight's rest in hospital. Still, the genuine cases of shell shock were also growing, reaching more than 50,000 by the end of the war. It was during the Battle of the Somme that, because of the intensification of nervous breakdowns and shell shock, special centers were opened in each army area for diagnosis and treatment. The view of the military authorities, as the official medical history emphasizes, was that the subject of mental collapse was so bound up with the maintenance of morale in the army that every soldier who is non-effective owing to nervous breakdown must be made the subject of careful inquiry. In no case is he to be evacuated to base unless his condition warrants such a procedure. On August 8th, British forces on the Somme launched a further attack against the village of Guillemont. The attack, planned at the last moment, lacked adequate artillery preparation. As the soldiers left their trenches, they found that the German artillery was hitting no man's land with great accuracy. As they continued their advance along Death Valley, they were met by intense German machine gun fire. On the sector being fought over by the Liverpool Scottish Battalion, 10 of their 20 officers and 96 of their 600 men were killed or missing. The battalion attacked 3 times before being forced to fall back. That evening, in search of wounded men lying out on the battlefield, the battalion's medical officer, Captain Noel Chavas, led a group of volunteers into No Man's Land. "We collected a lot of identification discs," he wrote home, "and so cut down the tragic missing list." The word missing meant, in virtually every case, killed without any identifiable trace being found. Among those whom Chavas brought back were 3 badly wounded men who had been lying only 25 yards from the German front line. 2 of them died later. "The amazing thing about this rescue exploit," one soldier recalled, "was that he carried and used his electric torch as he walked about between the trenches, whistling and calling out to wounded men to indicate their whereabouts, and so be brought in. Ignoring the sniper's bullets and any sporadic fusillade, he carried on with his work of succor throughout the hours of darkness. At one point the group of rescuers found themselves right up against a German trench. The Germans opened fire, and Chavas was wounded in the thigh. For his work that night, he was awarded the Victoria Cross. On the Eastern Front, General Brusilov was approaching the westward limit of the Russian advance, capturing the city of Stanislavov, in eastern Galicia on August 7th, and taking 7,000 Austrian and 3,500 German prisoners, but failing to threaten German-occupied Poland, western Galicia, or Hungary. The carnage was considerable. Florence Farnborough and her fellow Russian nurses had, on their way to the front one morning to pass through what had been a battlefield. The dead were still lying around, she wrote in her diary, in strange, unnatural postures, remaining where they had fallen, crouching, doubled up, stretched out, prostrate, prone. Austrians and Russians lying side by side, and there were lacerated, crushed bodies lying on darkly stained patches of earth. There was one Austrian without a leg and with blackened, swollen face, another with a smashed face, terrible to look at, a Russian soldier with legs doubled under him, leaning against the barbed wire. And on more than one open wound, flies were crawling, and there were other moving, thread-like things. 10 days later, Florence Farnborough reported several groups of deserting men in the vicinity of her dressing station. They were rounded up and sent back to the trenches. 2 days later, a dying soldier with a severe stomach wound begged her for water. It was known on all fronts that for such wounds water was a grave danger. His eyes challenged mine. They were dying eyes, but fiercely alight with the greatness of his thirst. I reasoned with myself, if I give no water, he will die tormented by his great thirst. If I give him water, he will die, but his torment will be lessened. In my weakness and compassion, I reached for the mug. His burning eyes were watching me. They held suspense and gratitude. I put the mug to his lips, but he seized my arm and tilted the mug upwards. The water splashed into his open mouth, spraying his face and pillow, but he was swallowing it in noisy gulps. When I could free my arm from his grasp, the mug was empty. I was deeply distressed and knew that I was trembling. I wiped his face dry, and he opened his eyes and looked at me. In them I saw a great thankfulness, an immense relief. But before I could replace the mug, a strange gurgling sound came from him, and out of his mouth there poured a stream of thick greenish fluid. It spread over the stretcher bed and flowed onto the floor. His eyes were closed. He had stopped breathing. On August 22nd, Brusilov's army was confronted along a 12-mile sector of the front by two divisions of Turkish troops, who a year earlier had been fighting at Gallipoli. But still the Austrian forces were driven back. The officers on the active list occupy comfortable chairs in the higher staff appointments. General Hoffmann, who was now controlling the battle in Galicia, wrote in his diary on August 27th. Besides, there are all these different races mixed up together, no less than 23 distinct languages. No one understands anyone else. The Turks were active that August not only against the Russians in Galicia, but against the British in Sinai, renewing their attempt to reach the Suez Canal. Behind the Turkish lines, however, 10 British seaplanes, flying from a carrier off the port of Haifa, bombed Turkish military stores and railway junctions at Afula, on the Haifa-Damascus Railway, and at Adana on the Berlin-Baghdad line. The Turks, not without air resources of their own, bombed Port Said, injuring nearly 50 civilians and damaging a Royal Navy aircraft carrier. On the Salonika front, the line remained static along the Greek-Serbian border, despite the arrival of 5,000 and 11,000 Italian troops at the beginning of August. Early that summer, the Greeks, still neutral, handed over to the Bulgarians the strong Fort Rupel, commanding the deep gorge along which the river Struma led into Bulgaria. The Allies regarded this as an act of treachery. The Greeks claimed that they had already agreed with the Allies neither to help nor hinder the Central Powers. Handing over the fort was, in the Greek perspective, a neutral act. The British continued to try to win over the Greeks, on whose soil they were fighting, to a more active, pro-Allied stance. To this end a stream of propaganda was deployed. A young British historian, Llewellyn Woodward, who had visited Germany several times before the war, was employed at Salonika, distributing information from London to the Greek newspapers. I remember a disgusting sentence, he later wrote, transmitted by wireless from the propaganda office. Our men are enjoying killing Germans in the spring sunshine. British and French troops in action that month on the Salonika front captured an abandoned wayside station and 2 hills. On August 17th, however, a force of 18,000 Bulgarians attacked the Allied line near Florina, at the point where it was being held by Serb forces. The Bulgarian commander, a general in his 70s, had fought alongside the Prussians in 1870. "We shall be in Salonika in a week," was the Bulgarian boast, and in Athens there were visions of a triumphal German entry into the capital itself. The Bulgarians captured Florina on the second day of their offensive, securing a small Bulgarian toehold in northern Greece, but further Bulgarian advances were driven back, Serb reinforcements being brought to the front on British lorries. On the eastern flank of the front, where a year earlier Bulgaria had occupied a 50-mile-deep wedge of the Greek region of Thrace, the Royal Navy monitor Picton shelled Bulgarian positions near Kavala, while British aircraft bombed Bulgarian-controlled railway bridges near the inland town of Drama. On the Italian front, the Italians had launched their 6th offensive on the Isonzo front on August 4th, driving the Austrians back, capturing several mountain peaks, and earning their objective, the town of Gorizia. Among the Italian soldiers prominent in this offensive was Colonel Badoglio, chief of staff of an army corps, who on one occasion led 6 battalions into action. When the offensive was called off 2 weeks later, the Italians had gained between 3 and 4 miles along a 15-mile front, and had taken nearly 50,000 Austrians prisoner. But the cost of this success had been extremely high. As many as 20,000 Italian soldiers had been killed, and a further 30,000 wounded. On the Caucasus front, Russian troops suffered a setback on August 6th, when Turkish forces commanded by Brigadier General Mustafa Kemal retook the eastern Anatolian towns of Bitlis and Muz. This ended all prospect of a Russian-sponsored Greater Armenia. In German East Africa, the British, Belgians, and South Africans made only slow advances on the periphery, a high point being a successful Royal Naval attack on Dar es Salaam. The German forces, unwilling to give up their remarkable operations, despite having lost 2/3 of the territory, continued to inflict defeats on both the Belgians and the South Africans. Leading General Smuts to inform his wife, "We are having a terrible hard time." In 2 months, he was to lose 33,500 of his pack animals, on whom he was dependent for moving supplies across country. At sea, German submarines continued to wreak havoc among the merchant ships which carried Allied war and food supplies. A single submarine, the U-35, during a 25-day tour of duty in the Mediterranean, sank, mostly by shell fire, a total of 54 merchant ships, including 32 Italian ships carrying 50,000 tons of coal. The death toll in naval disasters continued to be high when, early that August, Austrian saboteurs entered Taranto harbor and blew up the Italian battleship Leonardo da Vinci. 248 Italian sailors were killed. But the war at sea did not always favor the Central Powers. During an attack on a Russian naval patrol in the Gulf of Finland 3 months later, 7 German destroyers were sunk in a minefield off Reval in one night, and more than 1,000 sailors drowned. The war at sea was, in many ways, the forgotten war. The fighting sailors and the merchant seamen were in daily danger. One of their chroniclers, E. Hilton Young, wrote of the mine-sweeping trawlers, whose crews were also virtually unsung warriors. We sift the drifting sea, and blindly grope beneath. Obscure and toilsome we, the fishermen of death. Every Allied warship and every Allied and neutral merchant ship that plied its way across the Atlantic or through the Mediterranean with war supplies or food was vulnerable to German submarine attack. During 4 years of war, more than 2,000 British naval and merchant vessels were sunk, and more than 12,000 sailors and merchant seamen drowned. The number of German submarines that were destroyed by Allied action was also considerable, more than 200, with the loss of 515 German naval officers and 4,849 men. By the scale of the battles on the eastern and western fronts, these losses were small, but for those who fought at sea or sailed the seas, they were the high cost of a dangerous war. On the Somme, attrition rather than breakthrough had become the grim pattern of fighting for the Anglo-French armies. It was a war of woods, copses, valleys, ravines, and villages, taken and lost, and then retaken and lost again. On August 17th, the British poet and painter Isaac Rosenberg wrote to a friend, "We are kept pretty busy now, and the climate here is really unhealthy. The doctors themselves can't stand it. We had an exciting time today, and though this is behind the firing line and right out of the trenches, there were quite a good many sent to heaven and the hospital. I carried one myself in a handcart to the hospital, which often is the antechamber to heaven." On August 18th, German troops counterattacked from their positions in Lewes Wood. The war correspondent, Philip Gibbs, saw them advance towards the British trenches, shoulder to shoulder, like a solid bar. It was sheer suicide, he wrote. I saw our men get their machine guns into action, and the right side of the living bar frittered away, and then the whole line fell into the scorched grass. Another line followed. They were tall men, and did not falter as they came forward, but it seemed to me they walked like men conscious of going to death. They died. The simile is outworn, but it was exactly as though some invisible scythe had mown them down. Gibbs noted that in all the letters written by German soldiers during those weeks of fighting, and captured by us from dead or living men, there was one cry of agony and horror. I stood on the brink of the most terrible days of my life, wrote one of them. They were those of the Battle of the Somme. It began with a night attack on August 13th to the 14th. The attack lasted till the evening of the 18th, when the English wrote on our bodies in letters of blood, "It is all over with you." A handful of half-mad, wretched creatures, worn out in body and mind, were all that was left of the whole battalion. We were that handful. The losses of many of the German battalions were, Gibbs wrote, staggering but not greater than our own, and by the middle of August the morale of the troops was severely shaken. At an army barracks at Warley in Essex, a court-martial took place on August 18th, not of a soldier charged with desertion, but of a pacifist charged with refusing to agree to any form of military or non-combatant service. This was the 26-year-old Clifford Allen, the president of the No Conscription Fellowship, who told the officers trying him, "I believe in the inherent worth and sanctity of every human personality, irrespective of the nation to which a man belongs." He was sentenced to 3 months' hard labor, then released for a few hours, court-martialed, and sentenced again for longer periods each time. In the 3rd week of August, the Australians were in action beyond Pozières. "When you get this, I'll be dead. Don't worry," a former bank clerk, Sergeant D.G.J. Badger, wrote to his parents before the attack. He was killed on August 21st. 3 days later, Lieutenant Bert Crowell, who had been wounded on the 21st, wrote to his wife and son, "Just a line, you must be prepared for the worst to happen any day. It is no use trying to hide things. I am in terrible agony. Had I been brought in at once, I had a hope. Now gangrene has set in, and it is so bad that the doctor could not save it by taking it off, as it had gone too far, and the only hope is that the salts they have put on may drain the gangrene out. Otherwise there is no hope." Crowell had been brought back more than 4 miles by the stretcher-bearers, starting the journey across open ground in front of the German trenches. One stretcher-bearer walked in front, waving a Red Cross flag. As often happened in such instances, the Germans did not open fire. Crowell told his wife this, then continued, "The pain is getting worse. I am very sorry, dear, but still you will be well provided for. I am easy on that score. So cheer up, dear. I could write a lot, but I am nearly unconscious. Give my love to dear Bill and yourself. Do take care of yourself and him. Your loving husband, Bert." A few hours later, Lieutenant Crowell was dead. 15. War on every front. August to December 1916. A new war front was about to open. Since July 1914, Romania had tenaciously preserved its neutrality, while allowing German and Austrian military supplies and personnel to pass through her territory on their way to sustain the Turkish war effort against the Allies. On the 18th of August, 1916, the Romanian government decided to take advantage of what it hoped would be the continuing Russian success against Austria. That day, a secret treaty was signed between the Allies and Romania, whereby Romania would acquire 3 long-sought-after pieces of territory: the Austro-Hungarian province of Transylvania up to the river Theiss, the province of Bukovina up to the river Pruth, and the Banat region in its entirety. 9 days later, on August 27th, a new war zone opened. Romania, its dreams of expansion now gratified, at least on paper, declared war on Austria. That day, Romanian troops crossed the Austro-Hungarian border into Transylvania. King Ferdinand, a German by blood, told the Romanian Crown Council that day, "Now that I have conquered the Hohenzollern who was in me, I fear no one." Another Hohenzollern, the German Kaiser, momentarily panicked as Romanian troops advanced into the heartland of the Habsburg Empire, telling those closest to him, "The war is lost." The Central Powers were confronted by Russia's continuing advance in the east, by daily British pressure on the Somme, and by Romania's belligerency. On August 28th, in an attempt to strengthen Germany's war-making capacities, the Kaiser replaced his chief of the General Staff, General Falkenhayn, by Field Marshal Hindenburg. Appointed as Hindenburg's deputy, Ludendorff was given a new and impressive-sounding title, that of First Quartermaster General. Hindenburg and Ludendorff were summoned to the Kaiser on August 29th to learn of their elevation. They urged him to begin unrestricted submarine warfare without delay, irrespective of the effect that it might have on the United States or the Scandinavian countries. That same day, Hindenburg also wrote to the Minister of War insisting that munitions production must be doubled, and artillery and machine gun production trebled by the spring of 1917. Within 2 weeks, with the creation of a Supreme War Command, Hindenburg obtained effective command of all the armies of the Central Powers. This was agreed at a conference with the Kaiser, at which the Turkish War Minister, Enver Pasha, and the Bulgarian Tsar Ferdinand were present. To strengthen the Salonika front, Enver had already sent a Turkish division, 12,000 strong, to take over the Drama Kavala sector of the Bulgarian line. German troops were also serving on the Salonika front. In an attempt to seize a small village held by the Germans, British troops captured 70 German soldiers. The Central Powers, despite the many war zones in which they were engaged, and despite the bloodletting on the Somme, remained in the ascendant. The Kaiser's panic had been unnecessary. Romania's advances in Transylvania against the Austrians, advances which might have greatly assisted the Russian forces in the Carpathians, were short-lived. On September 1st, the Bulgarians declared war on their Balkan neighbor and prepared to join the German army, gathering to attack across the Danube from the south. The former chief of the army staff, General von Falkenhayn, was given command of the main army attacking from the north, with help on his flank from the Austrians. Romania was geographically vulnerable to such a two-pronged attack. On September 3rd, the first troops of the Central Powers moved against Romania in the south. As they advanced, Bulgarian aircraft bombed Bucharest. The Romanians had appealed to London and Paris for help. In an attempt to take pressure off the Romanian front, the French and British launched a new offensive on the Somme on the very day of the Central Power attack. The village of Guillemont, so long an objective of the British forces, was captured, but High Wood and the Schwaben redoubt two much fought-over features of the desolate battlefield remained in German hands. On the banks of the river, the villages of Clery and Ommiacourt fell to the French. Fighting continued throughout September 4th. Among the officers in action that day was a leading Irish nationalist, the 36-year-old Tom Kettle, a professor of national economics in Dublin and former Member of Parliament, who had joined the British Army on the outbreak of war. He had done so, he wrote, to fight not for England, but for small nations, that is, for Belgium. In a letter to his brother on September 4th, he wrote, "I am calm and happy, but desperately anxious to live. If I live, I mean to spend the rest of my life working for perpetual peace. I have seen war, and faced modern artillery, and know what an outrage it is against simple men." A few weeks earlier, Kettle had written to his wife, "I want to live, too, to use all my powers of thinking and working, to drive out this foul thing called war, and to put in its place understanding and comradeship." On September 5th, on the Somme, the British captured Leuze Wood, 3 miles east of the July 1st front line. In a further attack that day, Irish troops captured the village of Ginchy. On going up to the line, the stench of the dead in the communication trenches had been so strong that some of them used foot powder on their faces. Before the attack, the officers were given pieces of green cloth to be stitched on the back of their uniforms, a symbol of Irish patriotism. Touching his patch, Tom Kettle told his soldier servant, "Boy, I am proud to die for it." Leading his men into the village that day, Kettle was killed. His soldier servant, in a letter of condolence to Kettle's wife, wrote, "He carried his pack for Ireland and Europe. Now pack-carrying is over. He has held the line." One of those who was near Kettle when he was killed later wrote, "I was just behind Tom when we went over the top. He was in a bent position, and a bullet got over a steel waistcoat that he wore and entered his heart. Well, he only lasted about 1 minute, and he had my crucifix in his hand." Then Boyd took all the papers and things out of Tom's pockets in order to keep them for Mrs. Kettle, but poor Boyd was blown to atoms in a few minutes. 4 days before his death, Kettle had written a poem to his daughter, for that future time when she might ask why her father had abandoned her to go to dice with death. "And oh, they'll give you rhyme and reason. Some will call the thing sublime, and some decry it in a knowing tone. So here, while the mad guns curse overhead, and tired men sigh with mud for couch and floor, know that we fools, now with the foolish dead, died not for flag nor king nor emperor, but for a dream born in a herdsman's shed, and for the secret scripture of the poor." Had Kettle survived the attack of September 5th, he would have taken up the post of base censor, away from the daily dangers of the front line and the assault. In his last letter to his brother he had written, "Somewhere the choosers of the slain are touching, as in our Norse story they used to touch, with invisible wands, those who are to die." On the French sector on September 4th, the village of Bouchaven, more than 4 miles from the July 1st starting point, was captured. At Verdun, however, where the French had succeeded in holding the inner ring of forts, more than 500 French soldiers were killed that evening when the Tavannes railway tunnel, being used for the accommodation of troops, blew up. The disaster was an accident, caused by fire breaking out in an ammunition store. One of the few eyewitnesses later described how, after the explosions, a shattered body flew into me, or rather poured over me. I saw 3 meters away men twisting in the flames without being able to render them any help. Legs, arms flew in the air amid the explosion of the grenades, which went off without cease. Those men who managed to reach the exit of the tunnel were caught in a German bombardment, and several killed. Among the dead inside the tunnel was a brigade commander and his staff, and almost the whole of 2 companies of territorials. The fire burned for 3 days. When finally men could enter it, they found only the dead. The French were preparing to counterattack at Verdun. The disaster in the Tavannes tunnel could not deter them from that. On the Somme, the battle seemed to be coming to a close. "It is nice to think that our heavy fighting is coming to an end," Noel Chavasse wrote home on September 7th. "The Huns are beaten to a frazzle in front of us. We are feeling top dogs. There is nothing like the losses we had at first." After Romania's initial successes in crossing into Hungary, the new Romanian war zone became the scene of a swift German advance. On September 5th, in an attack on the Danube fortress of Teucrăcea, General Mackensen captured 25,000 Romanian soldiers and 115 heavy guns. On the Eastern Front, where the Russians had continued to advance, taking tens of thousands more Austrian prisoners, the Russian General Staff were warned by General Avrayanov on September 11th. "We are close to complete exhaustion of the manpower reserves." The Brusilov offensive was nearing its end. On the Somme, a new offensive was in preparation. "The flies are again a terrible plague," Harold Macmillan wrote to his mother from his front-line dugout, "and the stench from the dead bodies, which lie in heaps around, is awful." Paul Mays, going into trenches with a roll of maps tied in a red band, heard a soldier call out, "For God's sake, let him pass. It's a bloke with the peace treaty." Returning from the trenches one evening, he came past a quarry where a heavy bombardment with gas shells had caught the day casualties, lying out in rows ready for transportation at night. The shouts and groans of the men made me give a hand in helping get them away from the gas area. As a result, he too was affected by the gas. On September 12th, General Sarai opened the first offensive on the Salonika front. French, Russian, Serb, British, and Italian troops took part in it. In the foothills the advance was successful, but reaching the higher mountains it came to a halt. The Serbs briefly recovered a few hundred yards of Serbian soil, but were then driven back. The French, too, were in difficulties, their actual position in no way made easier by Sarai's barrage of telegrams. "Press forward with all your forces. Go forward on your flank, I count on it. March ahead, march ahead, march ahead." Another area of continual offensive action by the Entente was the Italian front. On September 14th, the Italians launched their 7th offensive. Once again, several mountain peaks, including the 7,723-foot Mount Cardinal in the Trentino, were captured. Once again, the Austrians held the line. On the Somme, a potentially dramatic turn in the Entente fortunes took place on September 15th, when tanks were used for the first time in battle. 49 tanks took part in the attack, moving forward on a wide front. 10 of the tanks were hit by German artillery fire, 9 broke down with mechanical difficulties, and 5 failed to advance. But those that did manage to go forward were able to advance more than 2,000 yards, capturing the long-sought High Wood and 3 villages, Flers, Martinpuich, and Courcelette. Churchill wrote to Admiral Fisher, both of them then out of office and out of power, "My poor land battleships have been let off prematurely and on a petty scale." In that idea resided one real victory. Recognizing the potential of the new weapon, Haig asked the War Office for 1,000 of them. The Germans were far behind in their tank experiments. Among the troops taking advantage of the tank during their own advance was the Guards Division. During the division's move forward that day, those killed included Raymond Asquith, the Prime Minister's son, shot through the chest as he led his men forward. In order that his men should not know that he was mortally wounded, he lit a cigarette after he fell. He died on the stretcher while being taken to a dressing station. A future Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, who was also serving with the Guards, was badly wounded on September 15th. He survived throughout the morning in no man's land, in a shell hole which was twice blown in on top of him by German shells, exploding a few yards off. At first he read from a pocket edition of Aeschylus's Prometheus in Greek. Then, as afternoon drew on, I took half a grain morphia, he wrote to his mother, and succeeded in sleeping till 3:30 p.m., when a sergeant major, reaching him in the bottom of the shell hole, asked, as if on the parade ground, "Thank you, sir, for leave to carry you away." Making his own way back, after a while, to the field hospital, Macmillan was caught by a sudden and severe bout of shelling. "Then I was very frightened," he wrote. First at hospital in Abbeville, then in England, surgeons decided that it would be too risky to try to remove the bullet fragments in his pelvis. This gave him, for the rest of his life, a shuffling walk. He remained on crutches, with a tube in the wound, until the end of the war. During the day on which he was wounded, Macmillan recalled seeing a tank, one of these strange objects bogged down in a shell hole. The ungainly vehicle was quickly to prove its worth, even when used in small numbers. For 11 days after its first use, a British attack with 13 tanks captured the village of Thiepval, which had held out since the first day of the Somme offensive. That same day, Combles fell to an infantry attack supported by 2 tanks, while at Gueudecourt, where the tanks went forward assisted by air reconnaissance, 500 Germans were taken prisoner for only 5 British casualties. On September 15th, the Canadians were sent forward into the line. When they attacked at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Private John Chipman Kerr led a charge that was to enter the annals of Canadian military history. As Lieutenant Colonel G.R. Stevens, chronicler of the military service of soldiers from Edmonton, has written, although his finger had been blown off, he sprang from shelter and raced along the top of the trench, shooting down the enemy bombers from traverse to traverse. His astonishing onslaught proved the last straw for the badly shaken Germans, and 62 unwounded prisoners surrendered. Having delivered his captives at a support trench, Kerr returned to action without troubling to have his wound dressed. For this episode, Kerr was awarded the Victoria Cross. He was one of 14 volunteers from a single family. In order to enlist, he and his brother had walked 50 miles in midwinter from their remote farmstead to the nearest railhead. 42 Canadians had been killed in the attack on September 16th. Among those killed on the Somme 6 days later was a 19-year-old British soldier, E.W. Tennant. Having left school at the age of 17 in order to enlist, he had been in the trenches since shortly after his 18th birthday. His poem, The Mad Soldier, opened with the lines, "I dropped here 3 weeks ago, yes, I know, and it's bitter cold at night. Since the fight I could tell you if I chose, no one knows, except me and 4 or 5 what ain't alive. I can see them all asleep, 3 men deep, but they're nowhere near a fire, but our wire has 'em fast as can be. Can't you see when the flare goes up? Shh, boys, what's that noise? Do you know what these rats eat? Body meat." Not the Somme, but Romania became the main focus of military endeavor for the new German High Command that month. On September 15th, Hindenburg issued the order, The main task of the armies is now to hold fast all positions on the Western, Eastern, Italian, and Macedonian fronts, and to employ all other available forces against Romania. Not only military manpower, but civilian labor was to be conscripted into the German war effort. A newly devised Hindenburg industrial program involved the recruitment of German laborers and the forcible deportation of 700,000 Belgian workers to be transported to Germany. On September 16th, the German Jewish industrialist Walter Rathenau, who had been urging European reconciliation and the mitigation of hatred, wrote a public letter to Ludendorff supporting the Belgian deportations. Among those who protested was Cardinal Farley of New York, who declared, "You have to go back to the times of the Medes and the Persians to find a like example of a whole people carried into bondage." President Wilson, reflecting American indignation at the Belgian deportations, instructed his ambassador in Berlin, James W. Gerard, to raise the matter with the German Chancellor. "There are Belgians employed in making shells, contrary to the rules of war and the Hague Conventions," Gerard told him. "I do not believe it," the Chancellor replied. "My automobile is at the door," was Gerard's riposte. "I can take you in 4 minutes to where 30 Belgians are working on the manufacture of shells." The Chancellor declined this invitation for a drive. On September 16th, on the Eastern Front, the recently arrived Turkish troops beat off a Russian gas attack. On the Western Front that day, while visiting Cambrai, Hindenburg gave orders for a semi-permanent defense line to be constructed 5 to 30 miles behind the front, the Hindenburg Line, a deep fortified zone that would halt any Allied military breakthrough before it could approach the Belgian or German frontier. Among those killed that day on the Western Front was Dilwyn Parish Starr, a 32-year-old American lieutenant in a British Guards regiment. Born in Philadelphia and educated at Harvard, Starr had volunteered in 1914 as an ambulance driver with the French, served with the British armoured cars at Gallipoli, and then transferred to the Guards, with whom he went to the Somme. Starr was one of 32,000 Americans who had circumvented the British Army regulations that listed, among the categories of those not to be allowed to enlist or re-enlist under any circumstances, the category 6, a foreigner. Among the thousands of soldiers ordered into action on September 16th was Private Henry Farr, but he refused to go forward to the front-line trenches. "I cannot stand it," he said. He was then dragged forward, screaming and struggling, but broke away and ran back. He had only recently been released from hospital after treatment for shell shock, having been at the front since 1914. Court-martialed for cowardice, he was executed. On the Salonika front, French and Russian troops recaptured Florina from the Bulgarians on September 17th, although the Serbs, having taken the 7,769-foot Mount Kajmakčalin on the following day, were driven off it. They finally captured the mountain's 2 peaks, which lay just inside the Serbian border 2 weeks later. Behind the Turkish lines on September 17th, German aircraft shot down 2 British seaplanes attacking the Turkish base at El Arish, but then withdrew 60 miles eastward across the desert to Beersheba. As Hindenburg wished, the main thrust of the Central Powers was against the new belligerent Romania. On September 26th, General von Falkenhayn's army crossed the Rotenturm Pass into Transylvania, capturing the city of Hermannstadt and taking 3,000 Romanian prisoners. Only a month after the Romanian decision to enter the war, her leader's hopes of expanding into Hungary had been dashed. On October 1st, the Germans reached Petrosani, driving the Romanians back to the frontier. Further east, they were driven out of the city of Kronstadt a week later, then back through the Transylvanian Alps to the Romanian border, then, on October 13th, through the Torsberg Pass to the town of Rucar, 6 miles inside Romania. From mid-October, the fate of Romania hung in the balance. On October 19th, Mackinson's army broke through the Dobruja defense lines and 3 days later entered the port city of Constanta, capturing large quantities of oil and grain. On the Transylvanian front a month later, Lieutenant Rommel won distinction during the capture of the 3,937-foot Mount Lesculio. In the war against Britain, the Germans were gaining in confidence, despite the risks. On September 2nd, 16 German naval and army airships set off in a joint attack over eastern England. It was the largest raid ever mounted. 10 of the airships succeeded in crossing the North Sea, reaching London shortly before midnight. One of them, having dropped its bombs, was chased by several aircraft and forced to weave its way through a fierce anti-aircraft artillery barrage before being shot down by Lieutenant Robinson over Cuffley in Hertfordshire. It was the first victim of a new incendiary bullet. It fell to the ground in flames, its destruction seen by thousands of people who gathered on roofs and in the streets to watch it. So bright was the glow of the burning airship that it was seen as far away as Reigate, 35 miles to the south. This was the moment that so many Londoners had waited to see for so long, writes the historian of the Zeppelins, R. L. Rimmel, and they made the most of it. Complete pandemonium broke out as people rushed out on the streets. Singing, clapping, and cheering seemed to go on, echoing over the rooftops. Many groups patriotically launched into God Save the King, while children and women danced in the streets. Railway engine whistles and factory hooters added to the cacophony of delirium. Excited parents held toddlers up to the windows to witness the event, and for many it would be a lasting impression, even over 60 years later. Rimmel added, "Just no one could tear his eyes from the blazing hulk as it hung, motionless, for several seconds, 11,500 feet up, before finally sinking nose down in a shallow dive. An acrid smell of burnt fabric and wood was reported to have remained in the air long after the awesome wreck had vanished from view. Among thousands of eyewitnesses was 10-year-old Henry Tuttle. We opened the front door, and there it was," he later recalled. "It was a fantastic sight, like a big silver cigar, and it seemed to be going very slow by this time. A lot of people came out of their houses, and then, all of a sudden, flames started to come from the Zeppelin, and then it broke in half and was one mass of flames. It was an incredible sight. People were cheering, dancing, singing, and somebody started playing the bagpipes. This went on well into the night. The Italian in our house was walking in the center of the road, shouting at the sky in Italian and waving a big boot knife. All the children, and I was one of them, marched up and down with him, cheering like merry hell. What a sight, which I shall never forget. We were told afterwards at school that the Zepp was shot down by Lieutenant Robinson, RFC. When, at the moment of his triumph, Lieutenant William Leaf Robinson, Royal Flying Corps, had fired green and red cartridge flares to signal his success, the vast crowd that was watching the airship's destruction realized what the flares were and had given a mighty cheer. Robinson was awarded the Victoria Cross for his exploit, the only Victoria Cross to be awarded for an exploit on or above British soil. There was a certain bitterness among the pilots on the Western Front. "I would rather attack one of those gas bags than a couple of fighting Huns any day," was one pilot's comment. But Robinson's feat, a triumph in itself, was also a boost for national morale. When he received his Victoria Cross from King George V at Windsor Castle, an enormous crowd was there to greet and cheer him. In the 48 hours after the airship had been brought down, 10,000 people went by train from King's Cross to visit the scene and search for souvenirs. Inside the local church, the bodies of the 16 crewmen were placed in coffins. A girl who peered through the keyhole saw several policemen playing ball with their helmets over the coffins. The military funeral a few days later, at Potter's Bar Cemetery, at which buglers of the Grenadier Guards sounded the last post in honor of the dead airmen, caused some distress to a public shocked by the loss of life caused during the raid, during which 371 bombs had been dropped and 4 civilians killed. Leif Robinson became a British hero for his exploit on September 2nd. 2 weeks later, a German hero, Baron Manfred von Richthofen, entered the legends of the war, when he shot down his first plane over the Western Front. Richthofen, who had already been in action bombing Russian military formations and railway junctions on the Eastern Front, found himself in aerial combat with a British pilot, Second Lieutenant Lionel Morris, and his observer, Lieutenant T. Rees. "My Englishman twisted and turned, flying in zigzags," Richthofen wrote immediately after the combat. "I was animated by a single thought. The man in front of me must come down, whatever happens." At last a favorable moment arrived. My opponent had apparently lost sight of me. Instead of twisting and turning, he flew straight along. In a fraction of a second, I was at his back with my excellent machine. I gave a short burst of shots with my machine gun. I had gone so close that I was afraid I might dash into the Englishman. Suddenly I nearly yelled with joy, for the propeller of the enemy machine had stopped turning. Hurrah! I had shot his engine to pieces. The enemy was compelled to land, for it was impossible for him to reach his own lines. Richthofen watched as his adversary descended from the sky. The English machine was swinging curiously to and fro. Probably something had happened to the pilot. The observer was no longer visible. His machine gun was apparently deserted. Obviously, I had hit the observer, and he had fallen from his seat. The Englishman landed close to the flying ground of one of our squadrons. I was so excited that I landed also, and my eagerness was so great that I nearly smashed up my machine. The English flying machine and my own stood close together. I rushed to the English machine and saw that a lot of soldiers were running towards my enemy. When I arrived, I discovered that my assumption had been correct. I had shot the engine to pieces, and both the pilot and observer were severely wounded. The observer died at once, and the pilot, while being transported to the nearest dressing station. I honored the fallen enemy by placing a stone on his beautiful grave. After the Zeppelin raid of September 2nd, Londoners in the vulnerable East End of the capital took the underground trains each evening to seek the greater safety of the West End. On October 1st, 7 Zeppelins dropped more than 200 bombs on Britain. One of the Zeppelins was shot down at Potter's Bar by a Royal Flying Corps pilot, Lieutenant W.J. Tempest, and all 19 of its crewmen were killed. At sea, the German submarines continued their depredations. On September 22nd, the main German news agency reported, "One of our U-boats hit in the Mediterranean on 17th of September a packed enemy troopship. This ship sank within 43 seconds." On October 1st, the Kaiser congratulated his submarine service on the sinking of 1 million tons of Allied shipping, much of it British. A week later, the first German submarine attack on the eastern seaboard of the United States by U-53 led to the sinking of 5 merchant ships, 3 British, 1 Dutch, and 1 Norwegian, off Nantucket Island. The American ambassador in Berlin was even then on board ship on his way back to New York, steaming in the very vicinity of the sinkings. I imagined that the captain slightly changed the course of our ship, he later wrote, but the next day the odor of burning oil was quite noticeable for hours. A few days later, in a 4-hour talk, President Wilson told Gerard that he wanted both to keep and to make peace. In the distant Mediterranean, the war of torpedo against liner continued. On October 4th, a German submarine struck twice, each time with success, sinking first the Cunard liner Franconia, on which 12 died, and then the French troop transport Gallia, on which 600 men were drowned. On the Salonika front, malaria was reducing the fighting abilities of the British troops, 300 of whom died of the disease in 1 month. On October 14th, despite the use of gas shells, a major Allied offensive against the Bulgarian lines was unable to capture even the first line of trenches. At sea, German submarine sinkings were continuous. On October 28th, the British liner Marina was torpedoed without warning off the Fastnet Rock. 18 passengers were drowned, among them 6 Americans. A United States steamer, the Lanoa, was also sunk by a German submarine that day off Portugal. Many observers wondered how long it would be before these sinkings forced the United States to declare war on Germany. 2 days earlier, President Wilson had told the Cincinnati Chamber of Commerce, "I believe that the business of neutrality is over. The nature of modern war leaves no state untouched." On the Somme, the British were still trying to reach their first day's objective, but rain and mud were impeding every effort. On October 2nd, the recently captured village of Les Sars was lost to a German counterattack. The official British historian General Edmonds commented, "Rain fell in torrents, and the battle area became a sea of mud. Men died from the effort of carrying verbal messages." Les Sars was recaptured 5 days later. On that day, a British platoon sergeant, Leslie Coulson, who had earlier fought at Gallipoli and been wounded, was killed in action. Earlier in the battle he had written in his poem, From the Somme, "I played with all the toys the gods provide. I sang my songs and made glad holiday. Now I have cast my broken toys aside, and flung my lute away. A singer once, I now am fain to weep. Within my soul I feel strange music swell. Vast chants of tragedy too deep, for my poor lips to tell." On October 11th, 4 days after Leslie Coulson's death, a Canadian private, Earl Hembroff, who was serving with the Canadian Field Ambulance, described in his diary a trench being used as part of an advanced dressing station to which the wounded were being brought. It had been the scene of a desperate struggle not long before. Dead lying all over, especially in pieces, as shells persist in bringing them to the surface. Bodies in chamber, all blackened from smoke bomb. One Tommy with arms around Boche, as in a deadly struggle. Preachers buried the dead at night. The troops were exhausted, and some of the biggest cried like babies. That day, a British visitor, Viscountess d'Abernon, reached the town of Albert, writing in her diary, "I left Paris full of eagerness and excitement to see the British front, where up to the present no women visitors had been allowed. Looking over the battlefield with her military escort, General Davidson, we saw the whole Pozières-Thiepval horizon come under a barrage of German fire. For more than an hour she watched the bombardment. Several of our aeroplanes came over, making for hangars many miles behind, and tales were told of gallant deeds, and especially of the prowess of a young fellow named Albert Ball, who has just brought down his 30th Boche aeroplane, is aged 19, and lives to tell the tale. We stood for a long while, riveted by the strange, satanic scene, but at last it was a relief to turn away. The ground which we were treading, the shell holes we avoided, are broken patches of the battlefield of only a short month ago. It was here and then that Raymond Asquith's brilliant promise was extinguished, and my dear nephew Charles Feversham was killed, and on the grey horizon beyond Albert there are, at this moment, thousands of fellow countrymen, their trenches the playground for shells, bursting so thickly and continuously that General Davidson thought they must herald an impending attack. The scene had a Lucifer, Prince of Darkness kind of splendor, but uppermost in my mind was a sense of the wickedness and waste of life, the lack of any definite objective commensurate with all this destruction, desolation, and human suffering. Lady Dabernon visited a casualty clearing station. "The beds are very small," she wrote, "and have only one regulation blanket on the top of the coarsest of unbleached sheets. In the officer's tent the only difference made, but religiously observed, is that a colored cotton quilt instead of a white one covers the regulation blanket. Except for this mark of somewhat chilly, comfortless distinction, everything is identical. In the officer's tent the faces were, almost without exception, the faces of mere boys. Special tents are set apart for abdominal wounds, for chest wounds, for eyes, for gas gangrene, etc., and, of course, separate tents for the Boches. Amongst these, one lonely figure, still on a forgotten stretcher, was lying with his face turned to the wall. Unlike others, he did not speak or even look round as we passed through, and remains in memory a lonely, pathetic figure. On October 12th, on the Somme, Newfoundland soldiers were in action at Gueudecourt. The British were experimenting with a creeping barrage whereby the men advanced behind a curtain of explosions designed to pulverize the German wire and to stun the German soldiers. More than 1 in 10 of the attackers was killed as they moved forward too quickly, or as shells fell short. Among the Newfoundlanders was Lance Corporal Raymond Goodyear. It was his first battle. As he ran forward he seemed to stumble and fall. His captain turned to help him up, then saw that Goodyear had been hit by a shell burst just below the waist. The historian of the Goodyear family, David McFarlane, writes, "For a moment his round, blackened face looked puzzled beneath his oversized tin hat. He didn't seem to realize what had happened. He'd been ripped open, as if he'd run into the full swing of an axe." Even as winter approached, the generals tried to find a balance between what could be done and what they felt ought to be done. "The bad weather which has forced us to slow down," General Rawlinson wrote in his diary on October 14th, "has given the Boche a breather. His artillery is better organized, and his infantry is fighting with greater tenacity, but deserters continue to come in, and the more we bombard, the more prisoners and deserters we shall get. I should like, therefore, to be more or less aggressive all the winter, but we must not take the edge off next year." A week later, on the Somme, the British captured 1,000 German prisoners. At Verdun, on October 24th, the French took their first offensive action of the year, recapturing Fort Douaumont and taking 6,000 German prisoners. On the Italian front, the Italians launched the 8th Battle of the Isonzo, capturing more than 5,000 Austrian soldiers, and in the Trentino regained the northern slopes of Mount Vesubio. But the Russian offensive had reached its limit, and ended that October, when nearly 200,000 Russian workers were involved in an estimated 177 political strikes. Whether any further Russian military initiative might be possible was cast in doubt that month, when the Tsar was warned by General Alexeyev that there were only sufficient reserve troops for a further 5 months' fighting. At the end of the month, a Russian Army Censorship Bureau reported that soldiers were saying, "After the war, we'll have to settle accounts with the internal enemy." Inside Austria, through Karl Kraus's satirical broadsheet, Fackel, anti-war opinions were circulated even to the troops. One of those who contributed to the broadsheet, Wittgenstein's friend, Paul Engelmann, was convalescing from illness in the town of Olmütz. While lying sick in bed, he saw a group of Czech soldiers being taken into the church of St. Maurice, opposite his house, for Mass, as was the custom before being sent to the front. Leaving his sick bed, Engelmann went into the church and addressed the men, urging them in the name of the Holy Spirit not to fight. A historian of this episode comments, "This, naturally, he did in German, and it is unlikely that the Czech troops understood it. In a kindly way, the officer in charge simply told Engelmann to be off and took no further action. Engelmann, back in bed, was greatly relieved." Wittgenstein visited Engelmann in Olmütz and expressed his pessimism about the outcome of the war as far as Austria-Hungary was concerned. He nevertheless made the Austrian treasury a gift of 1,000,000 crowns, his private income over 3 years, for the purchase of a 12-inch howitzer, one of the more formidable Austrian artillery pieces. Equally patriotic on the Russian side of the line was a young cavalryman, Georgy Konstantinovich Zhukov, who had already won the St. George's Cross for capturing a German officer on the Romanian front. That October, while on a reconnaissance patrol, he was blown from his horse by an exploding mine, and his hearing impaired. Sent to hospital in Kharkov, he later recalled how delighted he was when posted to a combat regiment. On November 3rd, on the Italian front, the 9th Battle of the Isonzo was called off after 3 days because of deep mud. During those 3 days, 9,000 Austrian soldiers were taken prisoner, but there was no shortage of new men to fill the gap. On the eastern front, other shortages were impeding any hope of a renewed Russian success. "The plain truth is," wrote Colonel Knox in his diary on November 5th, "that without aeroplanes and far more heavy guns and shell and some knowledge of their use, it is butchery, and useless butchery, to drive Russian infantry against German lines." In the previous 5 months, Knox was told by General Dukhonin, the quartermaster general, Russian losses may well have exceeded 1,000,000 men killed and wounded. For 2 years and 3 months of war, the conflicts on the battlefield had been severe but essentially inconclusive. The confidence of the Central Powers in any decisive breakthrough, or even in wearing down the enemy's will to fight, had been ended by French and British perseverance on the Western Front, by Brusilov's advance in the east, and by Italian tenacity in the mountains. The Kaiser concluded that a stroke of political genius, or at least realism, was needed, the winning over of Polish national opinion and feeling to the German cause. Ludendorff was already an enthusiast. "Let us found a Grand Duchy of Poland, with a Polish army under German officers," he had written that summer to the foreign minister, von Jagow. "Such an army is bound to come one day, and at the present moment we can make use of it." By November 1916, the encouragement and molding of Polish nationalism created, in the German-occupied Polish provinces of Russia, an ally and bastion against further Russian inroads, leaving Germany more free to concentrate on the Western Front. On November 5th, the German-sponsored Kingdom of Poland was proclaimed, with Warsaw as its capital. The Poles, sensing German weakness in making the offer at all, pressed for political power as well as the military status offered them. No army without a government to direct it, was Joseph Pilsudski's ungracious yet pragmatic comment. When a government was denied him, Pilsudski withdrew his 10,000-strong Polish brigade from Ludendorff's command. The decision of the Kaiser and Ludendorff to proclaim a Kingdom of Poland backfired even more seriously in the wider sphere of Germany's interest, for the Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, was even then exploring the possibility of a separate peace with Russia. Whatever its territorial arrangements might have been, one thing was certain. The Tsar could not accept an independent Polish kingdom carved out of his western provinces. Secret talks for a Russo-German peace, which had already taken place informally in neutral Stockholm between the German industrialist Ugo Stinnes and the vice-president of the Duma, A.D. Protopopov, were not resumed. One person who was relieved at this was Lenin, who, from his Swiss exile, had been worried that the conclusion of peace between Russia and Germany would prevent the outbreak of revolution in Russia. Not the possibility of peace, but the certainty of continuing war marked the reality of the coming of winter in 1916. In Ruhleben internment camp, more than 5,000 civilians had been buoyed up for 2 years by the hope of the camp's early dissolution. But after the British and German governments agreed to exchange all civilian prisoners over the age of 45, those who remained realized that they would remain captive for a long time. One of the British returnees, Israel Cohen, commented on November 6th, in his preface to the first published history of the camp, "Hundreds of tragedies are being slowly and secretly enacted behind the brick walls and barbed wire fence of Ruhleben. Tragedies that will never be known beyond the immediate circle of those whom they concern, of men torn from their families, reft of their livelihood, and tormented daily by gnawing anxiety about the future struggle, for which physical privation and mental depression are rendering them more and more unfit." The deprivation of liberty at Ruhleben was offset, if such a basic loss can ever be offset, by music concerts, theatrical and operatic performances, debating societies, a library, a cinema, church and synagogue services, and sport. Cricket was played in blazers and flannels. Education classes were organized by the prisoners, within the framework of an arts and science union which boasted 17 departments and 247 teachers. It was believed in the camp that Einstein was among those who donated scientific apparatus for laboratory courses in heat, light, and sound. History lectures were given by an Oxford Don, J.C. Masterman, who, in 1939, was to be in charge of turning all German spies in Britain into British agents, the double-cross system. There was even a mock parliamentary election, held on the 3rd of August 1916. The result was women's suffrage candidate 1,220, Liberal 924, Conservative 471. This result was immediately publicized by the Germans as a protest against the British government for entering the war. However, the 3,000 men who would remain in the camp after the exchange were, Israel Cohen wrote, far from anti-war. They were indeed, as he expressed it, all men who have been denied any of the glories or compensations of war, and who have to resume the battle of life with crippled constitutions. The glories and compensations of war were a feature of many books and articles published in all the belligerent capitals. On the Salonika front, however, the joint Serbian-French assault, which started on November 10th in freezing rain, held all the usual terrors and perils of war-making. As a strategic exercise, it was a success, the Bulgarians being pushed back across the Serb border, and the Allies almost reaching the southern town of Monastir. Among the 1,000 prisoners taken during the advance were many German soldiers who had only recently arrived to reinforce the Bulgarian line. On November 19th, Serbian, French, and Russian cavalry units entered Monastir. The French cavalry officer who entered the town at the head of a Franco-Russian division, as the last German artillery battery was leaving, was a Captain Murat, a descendant of Napoleon's marshal who had entered Moscow in 1812. It was 4 years to the day since the Serbs had wrested the town from the Turks during the First Balkan War. Elated by his success, General Sarail called it the first French victory since the Battle of the Marne. One final offensive was launched on the Somme battlefield that November against the villages of Beaumont-Hamel, Beaucourt, and Saint-Pierre-d'Evian on the river Ancre, villages that had resisted all assaults since July 1st. The attack began in thick fog. As the British advanced, groups of Germans were left intact and continued firing. Paul Mays, going towards Beaumont-Hamel to report on the situation, wandered about a good deal before I found the old German front line, but once I did, I followed in their wake as I recognized their dead. At one moment a friend passed in the other direction. He looked exhausted and disheveled in contrast with the 2 carrier pigeons he had in a basket, whose eyes glittered with eagerness. The only effective communications between the forward troops and their headquarters was by pigeon. 5,000 German prisoners were taken on that first day of the renewed battle. Beaucourt was captured on the second day, the day on which the novelist Saki, 46-year-old Lance Sergeant H. Munro, was killed by a German sniper. In 1915, Munro had deliberately falsified his age in order to be allowed into the army. 6 days after the battle, one of the British company commanders, Captain Cardy Montague, a veteran of Gallipoli, recalled that when he reached the ruins of Beaucourt, the Germans could not face our men and were surrendering in hundreds. It was an amazing sight. They came out of their holes, tearing off their equipment. Montague himself was wounded, as was the battalion's commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Bernard Freyberg, hit by shrapnel in the neck after having led a decisive attack through the German trenches. There was a bang, a curious ringing note in my ear, and I lost consciousness, Freyberg later recalled. When I came to, my head gave me a great deal of pain, and as I lay face downwards, hot blood was dropping from my nose and chin. I thought at first my head had been smashed, but I located the wound in my neck with 2 dirty fingers. I looked at the man on my left. He was curled up. I moved his head, and found he was grey and dead. For having inspired all with his own contempt of danger, Freyberg was awarded the Victoria Cross. The official history of his division, the 29th Division, stated, 8 years later, "By his initiative, fine leading, and bravery, Lieutenant Colonel Freyberg won the Battle of Ancre." Probably this was the most distinguished personal act in the war. It was nearly Freyberg's last act, on being taken back to the casualty clearing station with his head and eyes covered in blood-soaked bandages. and his colour gone through loss of blood. He was put in the tent with those who were expected to die, and who were given no treatment except pain-killing drugs. Later he heard a quiet voice giving orders for him to be moved to the tent for those expected to live, where treatment was given. He could not find out who his saviour was. A quarter of a century later, while in a hotel foyer in Cairo, he heard the same voice, and asked the man if he had been on the Ankara in November 1916. It was the medical officer who had saved his life, Captain S.S. Greaves, then commanding a hospital ship. An account of the last battles of the Somme offensive appeared in the Daily Mirror and the Paris Daily Mail, which the troops read. It was written by W. Beach Thomas, who wrote of the dead British soldier, "Even as he lies on the field, he looks more quietly faithful, more simply steadfast than others." Commenting on Thomas's account of the battle, one officer wrote home, "He has drawn well on his imagination, as half of it is not true, but just what he thought it would be like." The reality was not described in the newspapers, and usually only glimpsed in letters home. One diarist, Lieutenant Guy Chapman, caught that reality in his curt entry on the night of November 16th. "Number 1 Coy is badly knocked out. Lauder and Young both badly wounded. Sergeant Major Dell wounded. Farrington killed. Sergeant Brown not expected to live. Sergeant Baker wounded. Wessel, poor fellow, killed. Foley, the last of his family, killed. A lot of other good men, too many to speak of." Near Beaucourt Station, Chapman wrote, lay the skeleton of 5 wagons and their team, the grisly evidence of the tragedy of a Boche ration convoy. There is a sickly stench, the mixed smell of exploded picric acid, gas, blood, putrefying corpses and broken bricks. Here and there lie the bodies of the fallen. Burial parties were working without ceasing. 800 Englishmen and 40 Germans were buried yesterday, evidence of what price the assaulting parties must pay for some few yards of ground. Damn Germany. On the night of November 17th, the first snow fell on the Somme battlefield. On the following night, the final assault of the campaign took place, an advance of 1,000 yards along the Ankara. It was much hampered by mist and snow. Among those killed that night was Sergeant Alexander MacDonald, a British sniper. In his memory, his friend Ewart Mackintosh wrote a parody of the soldier's favourite tongue-twister, Sister Susie Sewing Shirts for Soldiers, the chorus of which went, "Sniper Sandy slaying Saxon soldiers, and Saxon soldiers seldom shoe, but Sandy slays a few. And every day the Boches put up little wooden crosses in the cemetery for Saxon soldiers Sniper Sandy slew." After 4.5 months of struggle, suffering, and advance, there was no concluding victory, or even coda. One divisional history recorded that 2 companies which had taken part in the assault on November 18th had disappeared entirely, being overwhelmed by machine-gun fire. As the battle on the Somme drew to an end, each side was already making plans for a new offensive in 1917. They were also announcing the cost of the Somme offensive. On November 1st, the British and French announced that since the start of the battle on July 1st, they had taken 72,901 German prisoners and captured 303 artillery pieces, 215 mortars, and nearly 1,000 machine guns. The statistics of death were also being calculated by both sides, reaching unprecedented levels. The British dead on the Somme in the 4 months since July 1st amounted to 95,675. The French Somme toll was 50,729. The total number of Allied dead on the Somme was 146,404. The German death toll was even larger, 164,055. The 70,000 and more prisoners were the fortunate ones, sent to the rear, and to prisoner-of-war camps, where the International Committee of the Red Cross supervised their conditions. At Verdun, the French recaptured Fort Vaux on November 3rd. When the battle ended on the Somme that November, the British line had moved forward 6 miles, but was still 3 miles short of Bapaume, the first day's objective. In this massive exercise of human effort, several 100,000 soldiers had been killed. In 5 months, more than 23 million shells were fired by the two contending armies at Verdun, on average more than 100 shells a minute. Verdun itself remained in French hands, but the death toll there was 650,000 men. When added to that of the Somme, this made a 5-month death toll of 960,459 men, almost a million. It was an average of more than 6,600 men killed every day, more than 277 every hour, nearly 5 men every minute. On the Western Front, after all the savagery of the Somme and Verdun, 127 German divisions faced 106 French, 56 British, 6 Belgian, and 1 Russian division. 169 divisions in all. The British Expeditionary Force, which in August 1914 had consisted of 160,000 men, was 1,591,745 strong by the end of 1916. The statistics of the confrontation reflected the intention and the determination of all the opposing armies to continue to fight. As 1916 came to an end, the German army possessed 16,000 machine guns on the Western Front, the Russian army 16,000 machine guns on the Eastern Front. 3 years earlier, this weapon, with its rapid, uninterrupted, stuttering fire, had been the symbol of European dominance over distant, alien, and despised peoples. Whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not. Maxim's invention had now become a means whereby those who shared the highest values of civilization, religion, science, culture, literature, art, music, and a love of nature were to continue to bleed each other to death or victory. A British writer, Israel Zangwill, a pre-war novelist of wit and charm, summed up the year 1916 with a different tone. The world bloodily minded, the church dead or polluted, the blind leading the blinded, and the deaf dragging the muted. 16. The intensification of the war. November 1916 to June 1917. On the 7th of November 1916, Woodrow Wilson was re-elected President of the United States. 12 days later, on November 19th, he sent a note to all the warring powers, proposing that a means be found to end the conflict. On the previous day, the 85-year-old Franz Josef had expressed his keen satisfaction that talk of peace was in the air. On November 20th, despite a bout of bronchitis, he was at work as usual on official files. In the afternoon, the doctors persuaded him to go to bed, but he gave instructions to be woken early the next day. "Tomorrow morning at 3:30, he said to his valet. "I am behindhand with my work." Early on the morning of November 21st, as he had wanted, he was at work on his official papers. Then, just after 9 o'clock that evening, he died. The new Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary was Franz Josef's 29-year-old great-nephew, Archduke Charles. The first reports that reached him as emperor were of the imminent Austro-German conquest of Romania. On November 23rd, General Mackensen crossed the Danube near Zimnicha, the passage of his army being swiftly accelerated by a pontoon bridge built by Austrian engineers. 2 days later, the Romanian government began to evacuate Bucharest for the northern city of Jassy. There were German successes in the air and at sea that November. On November 21st, the ocean liner Britannic, then being used as a hospital ship, was torpedoed in the Aegean. 12 of those on board were drowned as the liner went down, some in a lifeboat when it was cut in half by the ship's propeller. Among those saved was a stewardess who had been on the fateful pre-war voyage of the liner's sister ship, the Titanic. 2 days later, above the Western Front, Manfred von Richthofen shot down a British air ace, Major Lano Hawker, a winner of the Victoria Cross. It was Richthofen's 11th kill. On November 25th, in the Atlantic off Lisbon, the German submarine U-52 sank the British battleship Suffren. There were no survivors. On November 27th, 7 Zeppelins raided England, dropping more than 200 bombs. 2 of the raiders were shot down. In one of them, hit by the incendiary bullets fired by a British pilot, all 20 crewmen were killed. On the following day, a single German seaplane flew over London, dropping 6 bombs on Kensington. I heard the explosions from the Foreign Office, and thought they were practicing with rifles at Wellington Barracks, one senior diplomat, Lord Hardinger, later recalled. No one was killed, but 6 civilians were wounded. The raid marked the first aircraft as opposed to Zeppelin attack on the capital. That November, on board a Swedish ship in Dieppe harbour, 2 men in civilian clothes were arrested and handed over to the British military authorities. Their names were Albert Ingham and Alfred Longshaw. Both were private soldiers from a machine-gun company who had been about to go into the trenches in October when they deserted. In civilian life they had been railway clerks together at Salford Goods Yard. Both were court-martialed and then shot on December 1st. Ingham's parents were told that he had died of gunshot wounds, and Longshaw's that he had died of wounds. Both men appear on the roll of honour of dead railwaymen at Salford Station. After the war, when Ingham's father discovered what had really happened, he asked the War Graves Commission to put a unique inscription on his son's grave in France. Shot at dawn, one of the first to enlist, a worthy son of his father. To prevent oil from the Romanian oil fields at Ploesti falling into Austro-German hands, on December 5th a British Member of Parliament, Colonel Norton Griffiths, organised a spectacular act of sabotage, blowing up or releasing from their tanks more than 800,000 tons of petrol. It was a dramatic gesture, but it could not affect the outcome of the campaign. On December 6th, German troops, followed by General Mackensen on his white horse, entered Bucharest. The Kaiser celebrated the victory with champagne. The Central Powers were now the conquerors of 5 capitals: Brussels, Warsaw, Belgrade, Cetinje, and Bucharest. The Entente held no Central Power capitals in their grasp. The only capital in which Entente troops were in action was Athens, the King of Greece having refused to allow the Entente to make use of his capital for the movement of supplies up to the Salonika front. On November 30th, French and British troops had landed at Piraeus, and on December 1st were in action with the King's forces. About 40 Greek soldiers were killed, and there were several French and British deaths. Then the Entente forces agreed to withdraw. To ensure control of the eastern Mediterranean telegraph cables on December 6th, the British occupied Sirra Island, and within 2 months were in occupation of all the Cyclades Islands. In Salonika, the pro-Entente Greek forces, under Venizelos, set up a provisional government and declared war on Germany and Bulgaria. But when the Venizelists tried to take control of Athens, they were routed by forces loyal to the king and to neutrality. In Britain there was a change in the central direction of the war on December 6th. Aging and demoralized, Asquith was replaced as Prime Minister by David Lloyd George, the one person in the government, Churchill wrote to a friend, who possessed any aptitude for war or knowledge of it. Churchill went on to warn that the difficulties before the new government were enormous, and only disasters lie ahead for many months. On December 12th, the German Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, in a speech in the Reichstag, offered to open negotiations with the Entente in a neutral country. 3 days later, the French launched a massive attack on the German stranglehold around Verdun, pushing the line back almost to where it had been 9 months earlier, and capturing more than 11,000 German soldiers and 115 heavy guns. In triumph, the new French commander, General Nivelle, told his men, "I can assure you that victory is certain." One of the historians of Verdun, Alistair Horn, has written, with greater truth and no little bitterness born of deep study, "Neither side won at Verdun. It was the indecisive battle in an indecisive war, the unnecessary battle in an unnecessary war, the battle that had no victors in a war that had no victors." Would the war end? Now the combatants were in correspondence about possible talks. On December 20th, before the Entente had replied to Bethmann Hollweg's suggestion for negotiations, President Wilson asked each of the Allied powers to formulate its own peace conditions. Did the President realize, asked the British diplomat, Lord Hardinger, in retrospect, that to support peace at that moment was to support militarism with all the horrors it had entailed? A phrase in Wilson's letter about the United States being too proud to fight caused particular offense among those who had been fighting for more than 2 years. The official British answer came on the day after Wilson's note, and was made by Lloyd George, who had become Prime Minister 12 days earlier. "We shall put our trust rather in an unbroken army than in broken faith," he declared. He had been made Prime Minister by those in both main political parties who believed he would be by far the best person to prosecute the war with vigor. He would not let them down. On the day after his speech, and in direct response to it, General Ludendorff urged upon his superiors the immediate start of unrestricted submarine warfare. Despite President Wilson's intervention, the intensification of the war was clearly in prospect. On the day of Lloyd George's rejection of the American note, a National Service Department was set up in Britain to coordinate the calling up of more men to active service. In charge of the new department was a local politician and businessman, Neville Chamberlain, whose cousin and close friend Norman was then serving on the Western Front. As Christmas 1916 drew near, and throughout the festive season, there was every indication that the war would be continued on all fronts. On the Sinai front, Australian and New Zealand forces had pushed the Turks back to El Arish, a mere 20 miles from the border of Palestine, occupying the desert town on December 21st. In Romania, on December 23rd, Falkenhayn's army took 10,000 Romanian prisoners. Germany could now obtain much-needed food from one of the granaries of Europe. The Tsar's rejection of Wilson's note was made in an order of the day to his armed forces on December 25th. 2 days later, in the Aegean Sea, a German submarine sank the French battleship Gallois. On December 30th, the Entente powers formally rejected Bethmann Hollweg's suggestion for negotiations as empty and insincere. 3 days later, the Kaiser told those closest to him that, when the war was over, the coast of Flanders must be ours. The Christmas truce of 1914 was a thing of the past. No such fraternizations were allowed on the Western Front in 1916. A French frontline newspaper described the soldiers' activities just south of the Somme. On Christmas Day, about 20 of us were crowded in a rotten sap captured from the Germans near Ablaincourt. We went in there 24 hours earlier to organize that particular sector. Our men had covered nearly 40 kilometers on foot and had just spent 4 hours in the nauseating air of motor buses. They had brought 3 days' supply of food with them, which was supposed to last over Christmas night. For the evening meal, therefore, we ate what was left at the bottom of our bags, those bags which still had something in them. In that area of the Somme, covered in mud, there was no water to be had. These 2 army corps, the relievers and the relieved, had a truly wretched Christmas night. Distressing, too, for this 3rd Christmas of the war there were certainly, at the front, several other thousands of squads who had nothing but shells to help them celebrate Christmas. The hopes of many that President Wilson's involvement would bring peace were strong. Apparently the war is gradually coming to a close, the German-born Arthur Ruppen, a Zionist then in Constantinople, wrote in his diary on the last day of 1916. Probably it will still take some time, but 1917 will bring us peace. This was a chimera. Despite the killing, the wounding, and the capture of so many hundreds of thousands of men, despite Wilson's peace note, the armies were still burgeoning. The war would go on, after 2 years and 5 months of slaughter. Russia's ability to make war was enhanced in the last month of the year by the opening of the Murmansk-Petrograd Railway. As 1916 ended, Russia had more than 9 million men under arms. Germany had 7 million. Austria, although an estimated 800,000 of her soldiers had already been killed and 1 million badly wounded, had nearly 5 million. The year 1917 opened with a maritime loss, when a German submarine sank the British troop transport Ivernia off Cape Matapan, and 121 troops were drowned. They had been on their way to Egypt, to form part of the force that was pushing the Turks back across the Sinai Desert towards Palestine. 9 days later, a British force drove the Turks out of the border town of Rafah, taking 1,600 prisoners. The whole of the Sinai Peninsula, hitherto an outpost of the Ottoman Empire, was now under British control. In London that winter, Alex Aronson, a Romanian-born Palestinian Jew, offered his services to the British to help find a way to drive the Turks from Palestine. His family had already established a spy ring inside Palestine. He now put this at Britain's disposal. Their knowledge of the wells and springs in the desert between Gaza and Beersheba was to be a crucial factor in guiding the British forces when the time came to advance. Aronson, whose services were accepted after a searching interview, returned to Cairo. In addition to the Turks, whose mainland empire was in Asia, 11 European nations were at war as 1917 began. The most recent power to become a belligerent was Portugal, whose troops had yet to join the Allied line on the Western Front. The Allied side now consisted of the Russians, the British, the French, the Italians, the Japanese, the Portuguese, the Serbs, with a tiny toehold in the south of their country, the Belgians, likewise clinging to a fragment of their soil, and the Romanians, just driven out of their capital. The British forces included contingents from Australia, New Zealand, India, South Africa, the West Indies, and Canada. As well as the Turks, the Central Powers consisted of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Bulgaria. National aspirations were playing a larger part in the war. In Arabia, the Arab revolt was gaining momentum, with British officers, including T.E. Lawrence, participating in a series of raids on Turkish positions near Yenbo on the Red Sea, and 3 British warships assisting the Arab leader, the Emir Faisal, in the capture of Wezh 3 weeks later. Czechs, Slovaks, and Poles were also looking towards some fulfillment of their respective national aspirations, should Austria-Hungary collapse. Many Jews hoped that the defeat of Turkey would lead to some form of Jewish autonomy in Palestine. That January, a member of the Jewish spy ring, led by the Aronson family, inside Palestine, made contact with an Australian military patrol on the Sinai border. Only the United States among the great powers maintained its neutrality, despite the earlier loss of many of its citizens to German submarine warfare. There will be no war, President Wilson assured his fellow countrymen on January 4th. It would be a crime against civilization for us to go in. Wilson learned, however, from a conversation between his ambassador in Berlin and the Chancellor 2 days later, that the Kaiser's peace offer of the previous month was not what it seemed. While Germany was prepared to withdraw from Belgium, the guarantees she had mentioned in general terms were clearly unacceptable when spelt out. According to the Chancellor, Germany would require the permanent occupation of Liège and Namur, and of other forts and garrisons throughout Belgium, the possession of the Belgian railways and ports, and a German military presence, with Belgium denied an army of its own. Ambassador Gerard told the Chancellor, "I do not see that you have left much for the Belgians, excepting that King Albert will have the right to reside in Brussels with an honour guard," to which the Chancellor replied, "We cannot allow Belgium to be an outpost of Great Britain." All discussion of the future of Belgium was about to become academic. The Kaiser was on the verge of the step that would bring America into the war. On January 9th, he presided over a Crown Council at which the long-debated question of unrestricted submarine warfare was to be resolved. The first person to speak was the Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral von Holtzendorf, who assured the Kaiser that, with the introduction of unrestricted submarine warfare, England would sue for peace in 6 months. The Kaiser asked the Admiral about the effect of the sinkings on the United States. "I will give your Majesty my word as an officer that not one American will land on the continent," was Holtzendorf's reply. Hindenburg, who spoke next, cited a decrease in supplies of munitions going to the Allies as the great benefit. Bettmann Hollweg, ever an opponent of the measure, warned that it would bring the United States into the war, but then, with the military and naval chiefs against him, asked to withdraw his opposition. The Kaiser hesitated no longer. Unrestricted German submarine warfare against all shipping, whatever flag it flew and whatever cargoes it carried, would begin with the utmost energy from February 1st. The aim of the decision, the German submarine leader, Commodore Bauer, explained to his commanders, is to force England to make peace, and thereby decide the whole war. In January 1917, the last month in which restrictions were in force, German submarines had sunk 51 British, 63 other Allied, and 66 neutral ships. This came to more than 300,000 tons, of which a third was British. With American merchant ships as acceptable targets, those figures could now be substantially increased. In Austria there was less confidence that an outright victory could be secured by the new war measure. On January 12th, in Vienna, Count Czernin told the Austrian Council of Ministers that it was necessary to look for a compromise peace. This was made all the more urgent, as far as maintaining the unity of the Habsburg Empire was concerned, by an Allied declaration that day issued in Rome, promising to strive for the national liberation of all the subject people of the Habsburg dominions, chief among them the Poles, Czechs, Slovaks, Slovenes, Croats, Serbs, and Romanians. An appeal by President Wilson on January 21st, in his State of the Union address, that a united Poland should emerge from the war a sovereign state, with access to the Baltic Sea, was given public support by the Russian Tsar in the last week of January. In search of support in the military struggle, Poland's century-long captors were offering to become her liberators. In a prisoner-of-war camp in southern Russia, Romanians who had been captured while fighting in the Austrian army signed an oath to fight against their former Habsburg masters. On the Western Front that January, the confrontation between the contending armies, though not marked by any offensive, was a continual struggle against shelling, sniping, and mud. On January 12th, the poet Wilfred Owen was among those who went forward into the line for a 4-day stint near Beaumont-Hamel. 4 days later, on his return to his battalion's reserve billets, he wrote to his mother, "I can see no excuse for deceiving you about these last 4 days. I have suffered 7th hell. I have not been at the front. I have not been in front of it. I held an advanced post, that is, a dugout, in the middle of no man's land. The dugout held 25 men, packed tight," he explained. "Water filled it to a depth of 1 or 2 feet, leaving, say, 4 feet of air. One entrance had been blown in and blocked. So far the other remained. The Germans knew we were staying there and decided we shouldn't." For 50 hours, Owen's dugout was under shell fire, sometimes intense, sometimes intermittent. On the Sunday, he told his mother, "I nearly broke down and let myself drown in the water that was now slowly rising over my knees. Towards 6 o'clock, when I suppose you would be going to church, the shelling grew less intense and less accurate, so that I was mercifully helped to do my duty and crawl, wade, climb, and flounder over no man's land to visit my other post. It took me half an hour to move 150 yards. In the platoon to Owen's left, the sentries over the dugout were blown to nothing. A sentry guarding Owen's dugout was also hit by shell fire. In his poem, The Sentry, Owen wrote, "Down the steep steps came thumping, and splashing in the flood, deluging muck. The sentry's body, then his rifle, handles of old Boche bombs, and mud in ruck on ruck. We dredged him up, for killed until he whined, 'Oh, sir, my eyes, I'm blind, I'm blind, I'm blind.' Coaxing, I held a flame against his lids, and said if he could see the least blurred light, he was not blind. In time he'd get all right. 'I can't,' he sobbed. Eyeballs huge bulged like squids. Watch my dreams still, but I forgot him there, in posting next for duty and sending a scout to beg a stretcher somewhere, and floundering about to other posts under the shrieking air. As Germany moved towards an intensification of the war at sea, the recently appointed German Foreign Minister, Dr. Alfred von Zimmermann, worked out a scheme whereby, if unrestricted submarine warfare were to bring the United States into the war, Germany could win the support and active alliance of Mexico. With Germany's generous financial support, he explained in a coded telegram to the German minister in Mexico City on January 19th, Mexico would reconquer the territories it had lost 70 years earlier, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. Germany and Mexico would make war together, make peace together. On January 23rd, while the Zimmermann telegram was still a closely guarded secret, the German ambassador in Washington, Count Bernsdorf, still hoping to keep the United States out of the war, asked Berlin for $50,000 to influence individual members of Congress. As a result of skillful British cryptography, his telegram was deciphered in London 2 days before it was received in Berlin. But on February 3rd, less than 2 weeks after his attempt to buy American neutrality, the German submarine U-53, in one of the very first actions of unrestricted submarine warfare, sank an American cargo ship, the Housatonic, off the Scilly Islands. Although a British ship rescued the crew of the Housatonic, its cargo of grain was lost. In Berlin, Zimmermann told the American ambassador that evening, "Everything will be all right. America will do nothing. For President Wilson is for peace and nothing else. Everything will go on as before." Zimmermann was wrong. That day, President Wilson announced to Congress that he was breaking off diplomatic relations with Germany. He had not declared war, but he had brought 2.5 years of wartime diplomacy to an end. News of the break did not reach Berlin until the following morning. At that moment there were just over 100 German submarines available for action, and a further 40 undergoing repairs. 51 had been sunk since the outbreak of war. During February 3rd, as the possibility of America entering the war increased, the Portuguese expeditionary force arrived in France. Here were 50,000 more men committed to trench warfare, and to the hope of a breakthrough. On the following day, however, in a brilliant defensive move, the Kaiser ordered the withdrawal of his troops on the Western Front to the recently fortified Hindenburg Line, known to the Germans as the Siegfried Line. By removing his troops from the many kinks and salients that had been created during the fighting of 1916, this reduced by 25 miles the length of the line that had to be defended, releasing 13 divisions for service in reserve. Between the old front line and the Hindenburg Line, the Germans had systematically devastated the area, blowing up houses, burning farms, uprooting orchards, mining the few remaining buildings, and obliterating roads, so that the Allies would find nothing but useless ruination. When Crown Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, a field marshal and an army group commander, protested at the extent of the devastation, he was overruled by Ludendorff. As the Allied troops moved forward unopposed, they were amazed by the scale of the destruction. At the town hall in Bapaume, 2 French deputies were killed when the mined building blew up. Several members of a British divisional staff suffered the same fate elsewhere in the evacuated zone. Germany now prepared to face the might of the United States. The danger of America's entry into the war was offset, however, as far as the German High Command was concerned, by the continual news from Russia of military weakness and anti-war feeling behind the lines. On February 16th, General Hoffmann noted in his diary, "There is very encouraging news from the interior of Russia. it would seem that she cannot hold out longer than the autumn. 10 days later, as many as 500 Russians were protesting against the war in the streets of Petrograd. The British military attaché with the Russian army, Colonel Knox, had already sent London his estimate of Russia's dwindling military capacity. More than 1 million men had been killed. A further 2 million were either missing, that is to say, dead, or prisoners of war. More than 500,000 were in hospital, nearly 1.5 million were on extended leave or had been excused all further service. A further 1 million men had deserted. These men were living quietly in their villages, unmolested by the authorities, their presence concealed by the village communes, who profited by their labor. The number of troops at the front, and those available to be called up, was insufficient to meet the demands of 1917 if the losses continued as before. Nearly 2 years earlier, the Allies had promised Russia that she could annex Constantinople and the Straits once Turkey was defeated. On February 12th, the Russian government sought a further secret assurance with regard to its western frontier. It proposed doing so by giving France a free hand with regard to her German frontier. At an audience with the Tsar, the French ambassador in Petrograd transmitted the French desire to secure for herself the restoration of Alsace-Lorraine and a special position in the valley of the river Saar, as well as to attain the political separation from Germany of her trans-Rhinish districts, and their organization on a separate basis in order that in future the river Rhine might form a permanent strategical frontier against a Germanic invasion. The Tsar was pleased to agree to this in principle, the ambassador reported to Paris and London, and with his imperial authority behind it, negotiations for an agreement began, based on a Russian formula that had been expressed almost a year earlier, that while allowing France and England complete liberty in delimiting the western frontiers of Germany, we expect that the Allies, on their part, will give us equal liberty in delimiting our frontiers with Germany and Austria-Hungary. As Russia's armies and peoples plunged towards turmoil, its rulers were still looking forward to the territorial advantages of an imminently victorious power. Franco-Russian agreement with regard to the western frontier of Germany was reached on February 14th. On that day the Russian government accepted, in strictest secrecy, that Alsace-Lorraine would be restored to France. It also agreed that the French frontier with Germany would be drawn up at the discretion of the French government, that France would acquire the entire coal district of the Saar Valley, and that the German towns and regions west of the river Rhine would be entirely separated from Germany and freed from all political and economic dependence upon her. All that remained was to finalize Russia's frontiers in the east. These negotiations continued in Petrograd throughout February and into March. On February 22nd, on the Isonzo sector of the Italian front, the accidental explosion of a mortar bomb wounded Sergeant Mussolini in his trench. 4 of those with him were killed. He was in hospital for 6 months, during which time 44 fragments and splinters of shell were removed from his body. To stimulate national morale, the king, to whose monarchy Mussolini had once been opposed, visited the patriotic editor in hospital. When he was discharged from hospital, he returned not to the front but to journalism, and to the 5-year road to fascism and power. On the Salonika front, the ferocity of the winter made any Allied advance beyond Monastir impossible. But the Germans were always seeking a means to bring the war to this remote region. On February 27th, 15 German aircraft, triple-engined machines, each carrying 4 machine guns, caused many casualties in the Allied ranks. Some of the wounded British soldiers were taken to a hospital which was bombed 5 days later and were killed in their beds. A week after the second bombing attack, a third hospital was bombed. 2 British nurses were among the dead. The Balkan front provided a considerable focus for British nursing activity. Sympathy for the Serbs was widespread in Britain, and volunteers were not hard to find. In addition, the Royal Army Medical Corps had provided more than 6,500 beds for Serbian soldiers. One of those superintending the distribution of food for the Serbian Relief Fund in Monastir, Mrs. Harley, was a sister of Field Marshal Sir John French. She was killed by shrapnel during an artillery barrage. With all German submarine restraints ended, death at sea was increasingly an almost daily feature of the war. In the last week of January, 350 sailors drowned when the armoured merchant cruiser Laurentic, a former ocean liner, hit a mine off the coast of Ireland. On February 15th, an Italian troop transport on its way to Salonika, the Minas, was torpedoed by the German submarine U-39. Of the 1,000 troops on board, 870 were drowned. 2 days later, a British anti-submarine ship, the Farnborough, sank the U-83. There were only 2 survivors from the German submarine. The captain of the British ship, Commander Campbell, was awarded the Victoria Cross. On February 24th, a French liner, the Athos, was torpedoed in the Mediterranean. Among those drowned on the Athos were 543 Chinese labourers, recruited in China to work as part of a large labour force on the Western Front. When the news of the sinking reached China, it acted as a deterrent to recruiting. But by the end of the war, almost 100,000 Chinese were employed on menial tasks throughout the zone of the armies. The French government allowed private firms to employ Chinese labourers throughout France. Their contract, signed before they left China, obliged them to work 10 hours a day and 7 days a week, with due consideration made for Chinese festivals. Such consideration was not always given. Labourers were paid between 1 and 2 francs a day. Trickery was always suspected. A correspondent of the Times warning that the Chinese labourer has his own little tricks and dodges. As one Chinaman is to the Western eye indistinguishable from another, there is always a danger that Ah Lung may try to draw the pay of Weng Chao, who is on the sick list or has gone home. Consequently, every coolie has his fingerprints taken and registered under the supervision of Scotland Yard. Although the Chinese labourers on the Western Front were excluded from combat duties and worked behind the lines, they were not immune from danger. In a German air raid on a British Army base at Dunkirk, 8 Chinese were killed and 15 injured by a single bomb. After further air raids in that area, a group of Chinese employed by the French went on strike. French armed guards were sent to force them back to work. In the ensuing struggle, 2 Chinese were killed. There is a passage in Lloyd George's memoirs about these men, the graves of 1,612 of whom are scattered around northern France, in more than 20 British war cemeteries. At times, of course, Lloyd George wrote, these Chinese coolies came under aerial bombing or long-distance shelling. That did not greatly perturb them. They were far less nervous under fire than the British West Indian auxiliaries, who were similarly engaged in Labour Corps duties. But it tended to disorganize their work in another way, because if they suffered any fatal casualties, they would all break off work to attend the funeral, and neither threats nor cajolery had the least effect on them. nor would bombing or shelling by the enemy scatter their cortege until the obsequies had been duly completed. Those in charge of Chinese laborers were given a phrase book written by a British major. The phrases included less talk and more work. The inside of this tent is not very clean. You are very undisciplined, and if you are not more careful, I will be compelled to punish you. And this latrine is reserved for Europeans, and is not available for Chinese. What was available in one instance was a jetty made of logs built out over a river. The latrine was the space between the logs. On February 19th, a month after it had been sent, Zimmermann's telegram urging the Mexicans to enter the war against the United States and to recapture Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico was deciphered in London and immediately transmitted to the American government. The first reaction of the American diplomat who was shown it in London was, why not Illinois and New York while they were about it? The Zimmermann telegram was published in the United States on March 1st. Those in America who were alarmed at the prospect of war denounced the telegram as a forgery, but 2 days later Zimmermann announced that it was genuine. One more nail had been knocked into the coffin of American neutrality. The Allied war against the Turks, which had received such a setback a year earlier with the evacuation of Gallipoli and the fall of Kut, gained momentum on several fronts in the opening months of 1917. In Mesopotamia, British and Indian troops, steadily moving upriver again, reached Kut on February 24th, taking 1,730 Turkish prisoners. It was 10 months since nearly 12,000 British and Indian troops had been captured there and sent northwards on their cruel march. In Persia, Turkish forces were pushed back from Hamadan to Kermanshah. In Arabia, on the Hejaz Railway, the first serious raid was carried out on the line at Taweera by 50 Arabs under the guidance of a British officer, Captain Garland. Off Palestine, a Royal Navy yacht, the Managam, brought money to the Jewish spy ring working for Britain, handing it over at the Crusader port of Athlit. On the Sinai-Palestine border, British troops overran 2 Turkish border posts at Nakhl and Bir el-Hassana. The Allied aim that year was to drive the Turks from Jerusalem. 3 days after British troops in Mesopotamia occupied Ctesiphon, the scene of Britain's defeat a year earlier, bringing British troops once more to within 25 miles of Baghdad. The British Orientalist Gertrude Bell commented, "That's the end of the German dream of domination in the Near East. Their place is not going to be in the sun." On the day after her letter was written, the Turks began to evacuate Baghdad, 9,500 Turkish soldiers moving out as 45,000 British and Indian troops drew near. As the Turks left Baghdad, the Germans blew up the radio station, but 7 new aeroplanes, still in their crates, remained intact, awaiting the conqueror. After marching more than 100 miles in 15 days, British forces entered the city on March 11th. To the British troops, knowing nothing of the background, one historian has written, it was a bewildering reception. Persians dressed like Joseph in long silken coats of many colors, red-fezzed Oriental Jews in misfit European clothing, handsome Armenian refugees who had spent the night huddled in Christian churches, fearful of their fate if any of the fleeing Turks learned of their existence, lordly turbaned Muslims in black flowing robes, all turned out to cheer them as they tramped in through the southern gate. It was a gala display, a fiesta, something that had not taken place when Townsend's men had tottered painfully through the same streets. Those men were still captives in Anatolia, far to the north. Behind the lines, the severity of occupation continued. The 700,000 able-bodied men who had been deported from Belgium to Germany were working in farms and factories. In Serbia, a rebellion near Nice was suppressed by Austrian and Bulgarian troops with great brutality, more than 2,000 Serbs being executed. Anti-war propaganda was also spreading, not only in Russia but in France, where at the end of February, General Nivelle told the authorities that pacifist propaganda was reaching his soldiers. The conditions of trench warfare were also demoralizing. On March 26th, a frontline newspaper written and produced by French soldiers on the Western Front commented on the mud that had become a curse of the trench system. At night, crouching in a shell hole and filling it, the mud watches, like an enormous octopus. The victim arrives. It throws its poisonous slobber out at him, blinds him, closes round him, buries him. One more disparu, one more man gone. For men die of mud, as they die from bullets, but more horribly. Mud is where men sink, and, what is worse, where their soul sinks. But where are those hack journalists who turn out such heroic articles when the mud is that deep? Mud hides the stripes of rank. There are only poor suffering beasts. Look, there are flecks of red on that pool of mud, blood from a wounded man. Hell is not fire. That would not be the ultimate in suffering. Hell is mud. On the Eastern Front it was becoming almost impossible for many Russian officers to maintain military discipline. Early on the morning of February 17th, a number of frontline cavalry squadrons were issued with live ammunition and ordered to ride to cavalry headquarters some distance behind the line. They were not told of the purpose of this maneuver. Soon, one of their number, Georgy Zhukov, later recalled, everything became clear. From around a street corner appeared a demonstration carrying red banners. Spurring on his horse, our squadron commander, followed by other squadron commanders, galloped towards regimental headquarters, from which a group of officers and factory workers had emerged. A tall cavalryman then addressed the assembled soldiers, telling them that the working class, peasants, and soldiers no longer recognized the Tsar. The Russian people, he said, wanted an end to the slaughter of an imperialist war. They wanted peace, land, and liberty. The cavalryman ended his short speech with a call for an end to Tsarism and an end to the war. Though there had been no command, Zhukov wrote, the soldiers knew what they should do. They shouted and cheered, mingling with the demonstration. Throughout the Eastern Front, the Bolsheviks were appealing to the soldiers not to fight, and to join soldiers' committees to uphold and propagate revolutionary demands. From the front the agitation spread to the cities and to the capital. In Petrograd a strike broke out on March 3rd in the Putilov munition works, the army's main provider of weapons and ammunition. That evening, recalled the British ambassador's daughter, Muriel Buchanan, a bread shop in the poorer quarter of the town was looted, and the first little band of Cossacks patrolled the Nevsky. For the next 3 days there were riots in the streets by citizens demanding bread. By March 8th there were an estimated 90,000 factory workers on strike. That day, at Mogilev, the Tsar wrote to his wife that he was greatly missing his half-hour game of patience every evening, and, he added, I shall take up dominoes again in my spare time." In his diary he wrote, "In all my spare time I am reading a French book on Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul." Even more than the Kaiser, the Tsar had become isolated from his country's moods and changes. On March 10th, as a general strike began in Russia, martial law was declared in Petrograd. The United States was not yet in the war, and Russia was in turmoil. It was a crisis moment for the Allies, but how long the United States could remain neutral was an open question. Another serious challenge to that neutrality had come on February 25th, when a German submarine sank the Cunard liner Laconia off the Fastnet Rock. 12 passengers were drowned, among them 4 Americans. The American government's reaction was not very swift, however, or decisive. On March 5th, as the red flag of revolution was being held aloft in the streets of Petrograd, Woodrow Wilson told the United States Congress, "We stand fast on armed neutrality." The sinking of the American steamship Algonquin a week later, torpedoed without warning, followed by 3 more sinkings in 4 days, was a further provocation, but still led to no declaration of war. On March 10th in Petrograd, the power of the Duma, Russia's hitherto weak but now assertive parliament, was being challenged by the Petrograd Soviet of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies. Led by Prince Tseretelli, a member of the Menshevik Party, the Soviet derived its authority from the popular vote and from popular discontent with the war. Yet, despite the existence of the rival authorities of both Duma and Petrograd Soviet, the Tsar, from his military headquarters near the front at Mogilev, 450 miles away from the capital, still sought to carry out the duties of a sovereign, and to uphold his country's national interest. On March 11th he authorized the final phase of the Franco-Russian agreement on the future frontiers of Europe. Almost a month earlier, Russia had agreed to a virtual free hand for France in the West. Now, on March 11th, following further negotiations in Petrograd and Paris, the French agreed, again in the strictest secrecy, to recognize Russia's complete liberty in establishing her western frontiers. That liberty was of short-lived duration. On March 12th, as the Tsar left Mogilev to return to his capital, the soldiers of the Petrograd garrison, 17,000 men, joined the crowds in the streets of the capital demonstrating against him. There was street fighting when soldiers loyal to the Tsar, together with the police, sought to maintain order, but they were massively outnumbered. At 11 in the morning, the law courts on the Letyenyi Prospect were set on fire. Then police stations throughout the city were attacked and burned. The first Russian Revolution had begun. The struggle inside Russia intensified. While on his way to his ship on March 13th, the captain of the Russian cruiser Aurora, which was undergoing repairs in Petrograd, was murdered by revolutionary sailors. That same day, at the island naval base of Kronstadt, just outside the capital, mutinying sailors murdered 40 officers and sergeants, and arrested more than 100 other officers. On the following day, March 14th, as the Tsar's train approached the capital, it was stopped at Pskov by order of the revolutionaries. In Petrograd that day, the Petrograd Soviet issued its Order No. 1. All weapons would be controlled by elected committees, and all off-duty saluting of officers was abolished. The British ambassador's daughter reported a conversation that day between 2 soldiers. "What we want is a republic. Yes, a republic, but we must have a good Tsar at the head of it." The Tsar was still in his train on March 15th, unable to reach his capital. As the principal stations on the way to the capital were occupied by revolutionary troops, he had been forced to make a detour to Pskov. That morning from Mogilev, the commander-in-chief, General Alexeyev, urged all the army commanders by telegram to join him in an appeal to the Tsar to abdicate. He was supported by General Ruski, commanding the northern front, who was with the Tsar at Pskov, and who was insistent that only abdication would prevent anarchy. As the telegraphic replies came in to Alexeyev, it was clear that the army would not maintain the Tsar in power. General Brusilov was emphatic that abdication alone could save both the monarchy and Russia's ability to continue the war. Even the staunch monarchist, General Sakharov, commanding the Romanian front, favored abdication as the only means of persuading the soldiers to continue to fight. So, too, did the Viceroy of the Caucasus, the former Commander-in-Chief, Grand Duke Nicholas, the Tsar's uncle. By 2:30 that afternoon, Alexeyev was able to send all the telegraphic replies to General Ruski at Pskov. Armed with the telegrams, General Ruski went to see the Tsar. Within a few moments, the Tsar bowed to these representations. His uncle's participation in the unanimity weighed particularly strongly with him. Without further discussion, he telegraphed to Alexeyev, "In the name of the welfare, tranquility, and salvation of my warmly beloved Russia, I am ready to abdicate from the throne in favor of my son. I request all to serve him truly and faithfully." The war had claimed its first Allied sovereign. The 300-year-old imperial system over which he, the Tsar, had presided was over. The former pomp and circumstance, and the surviving class and power structure of the Russian Empire were all but ended. The secret treaties which the Tsar had approved, the territories which he had acquired or expected to acquire, whether from the Turks or the Germans or the Austrians, were no longer valid. The Duma moved to the Tauride Palace, where it formed a provisional government. Opposing it was the Petrograd Soviet, which remained in session, a rival authority to the new government. In Zurich, on the afternoon of March 16th, the calm of Lenin's study was disrupted when a fellow exile rushed in waving a newspaper and declared, to Lenin's astonishment, "Haven't you heard the news? There is revolution in Russia." But in Petrograd, the president of the Duma, N.V. Rodchenko, told the British military attaché, "My dear Knox, you must be easy. Everything is going on all right. Russia is a big country, and can wage war and manage a revolution at the same time." The political restrictions of Tsardom were swept away by the provisional government, whose authority was thereby enhanced. Political prisoners were granted an amnesty and released from their Siberian exile. To the disappointment of many soldiers and sailors, however, the provisional government announced that Russia would remain in the war. Lenin at once denounced this decision, and the provisional government itself creating the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." Two rival centers of power were operating in the Russian capital. At the head of the provisional government, Russia's new Prime Minister, Prince Lvov, urged active participation in the war. To countermand this, the Petrograd Soviet appointed political commissars to all military units. The main task of the commissars was to urge the soldiers not to fight. The revolutionary forces were strong and unleashed. On March 17th, the commander-in-chief of the Russian Navy, Admiral Nepenin, who had just resigned, was murdered by a sailor. Anti-war fever was intense, but the foreign minister, Paul Milyakov, in a statement on the following day, announced to the world that Russia would remain with her allies. She will fight by their side against a common enemy until the end, without cessation and without faltering. The former Tsar, having returned to his headquarters at Mogilev on March 20th, told the troops there that they should be loyal to the provisional government, and loyal also to its determination to continue with the war. That March, as Russia plunged into political turmoil, the war fronts continued to see facing armies unable to gain decisive advantage. The Germans had withdrawn from the Somme without loss to their new defensive line. In the air, a Canadian pilot, Billy Bishop, shot down the first of 72 German aircraft that he claimed to have shot down above the Western Front. On the Salonika front, the Bulgarians, using gas shells for the first time, failed to break through the Allied positions. In Mesopotamia, the British army advanced beyond Baghdad to capture Bakuba, 35 miles to the northeast, while its commander, General Maud, pledged the Allies to promote Arab freedom. Just inside the border of Palestine, the British attacked the Turkish positions at Gaza, but although outnumbering the Turks by more than 2 to 1, they were unable to break into the city. During the battle, German reconnaissance aircraft had been of crucial help to the Turkish defenders. At sea, 296 French soldiers were drowned on March 19th, when the U-64 sank the battleship Danton off Sardinia. 2 days later, a United States tanker, the Hilton, was sunk by a German submarine while in a specially declared safety zone in Dutch waters. 20 American crewmen were killed. President Wilson called Congress to meet on April 2nd. 8 days before, the joint German and Austrian High Command had agreed to provide railway facilities to allow Lenin and the group of 32 Bolsheviks with him in Switzerland to return to Russia, knowing that he would be a major force for civil unrest and for the removal of Russia from the war. On March 27th, the Petrograd Soviet called on all peoples to demand an end to the war. 4 days later, Lenin agreed to return to Russia by rail through Germany. He knew, or feared, that were he to travel back through the territory of the Allied powers, by rail through France, then by sea from Britain to North Russia, he might well be arrested in an attempt to ensure that Russia stayed at war. Russian troops were still fighting. On April 2nd, Russian units coming from Persia and British units advancing from Bakuba linked forces at the Mesopotamian town of Kizil Rabat. But on the following day, on the Eastern Front, the Germans took 10,000 Russian prisoners. The United States was still not at war, but on April 1st, near Brest, the armed American steamer Aztec was torpedoed and 28 of her crew drowned. The world must be safe for democracy, Wilson declared on the following day. There were already 533 Harvard graduates among the many thousands of Americans serving as volunteers in the Allied armies or in hospital and ambulance work behind the lines. Up to that time, 27 of them had been killed in action. On April 1st, the British Fourth Army captured Savy Wood, only 4 miles west of Saint-Quentin, whose cathedral spire could be seen from the new front-line trenches. Among the soldiers in action that day was the poet Wilfred Owen, who led his platoon through an artillery barrage to the German trenches, only to find that the Germans had withdrawn. Severely shaken by the bombardment, he fell asleep on a railway embankment and was blown into the air by a shell. A near miss, comments one of his biographers, that seems to have left him sheltering helplessly, close to the dismembered remains of another officer. When he got back to base, people noticed that he was trembling, confused, and stammering. It seems probable that his courage was called into question in some way by the CO, who may even have called him a coward. Despite the commanding officer's skepticism, a doctor diagnosed shell shock, and Owen was sent to hospital at Etretat. From there he wrote home on a postcard showing the cliffs near the town. "This is the kind of paradise I am in at present. Number 1 General Hospital. The doctor, orderlies, and sisters are all Americans, strangely from New York. I may get permission to go boating and even to bathe." Back in Britain, Owen was sent to the Craig Lockhart War Hospital for neurasthenic officers, of whose inmates he later wrote, "These are men whose minds the dead have ravished. Memory fingers in their hair of murders, multitudinous murders they once witnessed." Woodrow Wilson seemed to wish to find a way to end those murders, but the German government belittled his initiative. The German authorities were confident that they had widespread popular support. From his home in Berlin, Albert Einstein wrote to a friend in Holland on April 3rd of the extreme nationalism of the younger scientists and professors around him. "I am convinced that we are dealing with a kind of epidemic of the mind. I cannot otherwise comprehend how men who are thoroughly decent in their personal conduct can adopt such utterly antithetical views on general affairs. It can be compared with developments at the time of the Martyrs, the Crusades, and the witch-burnings." Unrestricted German submarine warfare had been in operation for 2 months. On April 4th, the United States Senate voted in favor of war by 82 votes to 6. 2 days later, the House of Representatives likewise voted for war by 373 votes to 50. That day, April 6th, the United States declared war on Germany. There could be no doubt about the potential impact of American troops on the battlefield. At least 1 million, in due course more than 3 million, were to be under training in the United States. But it would clearly be a long time, at least a year, and possibly more, before the vast apparatus of recruitment, training, transportation across the Atlantic, and supply once in France could be mastered. The American army was small, its recent military experience limited to a punitive expedition in Mexico. The task of creating an army to serve in Europe began slowly at first. It was a full month after America's declaration of war on Germany that the former commander of the Mexican expedition, General John J. Pershing, then stationed in Texas, received a somewhat cryptic telegram from his father-in-law, a United States Senator. "Wire me today whether and how much you speak, read, and write French." Before he could even reply that he spoke French quite fluently, Pershing had been offered the command of the American forces that would eventually be sent to France. That April, the omens for Germany and Austria were not good. Slowly, the United States would become an active belligerent. Russia, despite the continued arrest and frequent murder of officers by their own men, was still at war. The Allied powers now outnumbered the Central Powers in manpower and resources. Germany and Austria had one geographic asset, however, that could not be taken away from them: the advantage of internal lines of communication. Railway, road, and river networks linked their armies, their factories, and their capitals in a compact continental mass. The link between New York and London, and between Britain and France and their essential overseas supplies of raw materials and food, could be, and was, hampered by submarine attack. the links between Berlin, Vienna, Budapest, and Belgrade could not be effectively disrupted. The Allied sense of moral indignation was stimulated on April 8th when the British steamer Torrington was sunk off Sicily by a German submarine, the U-55. Not only did the U-55 destroy one of the lifeboats, killing 14 people in it, it also deliberately submerged, while 20 of the steamship's passengers were still clinging to the submarine's hull. All of them were drowned. That day, in a move designed to destroy one of the pillars of the alliance, Lenin and 32 Bolshevik colleagues began their journey from Zurich, traveling by special train through Germany and Sweden, and then by boat across the Gulf of Bothnia to Russia. The Kaiser, told of this stratagem, approved of it. His Austrian counterpart, the young Emperor Charles, warned him, however, that a successful Bolshevik revolution in Russia could be dangerous for all monarchies, 5 of which had already been dethroned in this war. Lenin reached Petrograd on April 16th, thanks to the facilities provided to him by the Germans. His first speech at Petrograd's Finland railway station contained an ominous sentence for Germany. The hour is not far when, at the summons of Karl Liebknecht, the German people will turn their weapons against the capitalist exploiters. On the Western Front, a new Allied offensive was imminent. On April 5th, during a sortie over German lines, Leif Robinson, who had shot down the airship over England the previous September, winning the Victoria Cross, was himself shot down and taken prisoner. He spent the rest of the war in captivity, his several attempts to escape being foiled. His award-winning exploit did not endear him to his captors. The Boche harried and badgered and bullied him in every way possible, a fellow prisoner later recalled. Those who had attempted to escape were particularly ill-treated, and Robinson, referred to with derision by one camp commandant as the English Richthofen, was frequently punished and humiliated. British soldiers awaited the new offensive on the Western Front, but revealed nothing in their correspondence. In a letter to a friend on April 8th, the British poet and painter Isaac Rosenberg wrote, "We've been in no danger, that is, from shell fire, for a good long while, though so very close to most terrible fighting. But as far as houses or sign of ordinary human living is concerned, we might as well be in the Sahara Desert. I think I could give some blood-curdling touches if I wished to tell all I see, of dead, buried men, blown out of their graves, and more, but I will spare you all this." On April 9th, Easter Monday, British and Canadian forces launched simultaneous offensives at Arras and at Vimy Ridge. In the preparatory air struggle, when for 5 days British pilots tried to clear the skies for reconnaissance work, 75 British aircraft were shot down and 19 pilots were killed. The first British assaults on the morning of April 9th were successful. The Hindenburg Line was pierced, and 5,600 Germans taken prisoner. Almost the whole of the German front-line trench system was overrun within 3/4 of an hour, and the second line within 2 hours. By nightfall, even part of the third German line was in British control. The Canadians were also successful in the first hours, taking 4,000 prisoners. Part of the success on April 9th came from a new artillery device, the rolling, or as it was later called, creeping, barrage, whereby the targets of the artillery would move steadily and systematically forward, while the infantry followed close behind it, taking advantage of the effect of the artillery in stunning the defenders and disrupting the defences. The creeping barrage at Arras was devised and executed by Brigade Major Alan Brooke. The German third line, however, so much better fortified than any previous line, held fast against the renewed assaults hurled against it, even when parts of it were taken. As the day wore on, the British tanks, which were intended to go ahead of the infantrymen, fell behind them, beset by mechanical faults and trapped by the mud. Horse-drawn guns had difficulty crossing the captured German trenches, an unexpected and awkward obstacle for those artillerymen who had never had to take their guns beyond the front line before. Nor did the word success mean that the suffering of the victors was less than that of the vanquished, in either this attack or any other. Among the Canadians killed on April 9th was Private Earl Hembroff, who, the previous October, had been serving on the Somme with the Canadian Field Ambulance. On that occasion he had written in his diary, "Not many rats, and Fritz too busy to put over gas." Also killed at Arras on that first day of the battle was the British poet Edward Thomas, who so loved the English countryside. This ploughman, dead in battle, slept out of doors, many a frozen night, and merrily answered stead drinkers, good bedmen, and all bores. At Mrs. Greenland's hawthorn bush, said he, I slept. None knew which bush. Above the town, beyond the drover, 100 spot the down in Wiltshire, and where now at last he sleeps, more sound in France, that, too, he secret keeps. Another British soldier killed on April 9th was R. E. Verned, a 41-year-old Londoner. After being wounded on the Somme in 1916, he had refused a desk job at the War Office in order to return to the front. He was killed by machine-gun fire while leading his platoon in an attack on Havrincourt Wood. In his poem, A Listening Post, he had expressed his confidence in the tightness of the Allied cause. And yonder rifleman and I wait here behind the misty trees, to shoot the first man that goes by, our rifles ready on our knees. How could we know that if we fail, the world may lie in chains for years, and England be a bygone tale, and right be wrong, and laughter tears? On the night of April 9th, the attacking forces tried to sleep in unexpected cold with snow flurries. At least one man died from exposure. On April 10th the attack was resumed, given an added urgency for its commander, General Allenby, by the news that substantial German reinforcements were being brought up. On that second evening of the battle, Allenby felt confident enough that a breakthrough was within his grasp to send a message to his commanders. All troops are to understand that the Third Army is now pursuing a defeated enemy, and that risks must be freely taken. Allenby's most recent biographer, Lawrence James, comments, relayed to the men at the front, the message was received with incredulity. A sense of imminent victory persisted even on the following day, when, at Haig's insistence, cavalry were sent forward to penetrate what seemed to be a widening gap in the German lines. As men and horses trotted forward in a snow blizzard, they were heard singing the Eton boating song, Jolly Boating Weather. They were halted, however, Allenby later wrote, and then pushed back by wire and machine guns. On that third day of the battle, April 11th, Allenby captured one of his objectives of the first day, the village of Monchy-le-Preux. But as snow blizzards became more frequent, the first German reinforcements reached the battlefield. For many of the attackers, 3 consecutive days in action had brought them to the limit of their endurance. Allenby was warned by a front-line officer that the men were suffering from cold and were tired out. Haig now urged caution, telling Allenby that the time for great risks had passed, that further infantry attacks would lead only to unnecessary loss of life, and that we must try and substitute shells as far as possible for men. Allenby tried one further infantry assault, sending a Scottish battalion forward to a point where they were accidentally hit, and hit severely, by a mistimed British creeping barrage, and then by skillfully placed German machine guns. On April 14th, in an act of widely reported heroism, 10 men of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, having lost 485 of their colleagues killed or badly wounded, held Monchy-le-Preux for 5 hours against a German division, until reinforcements came. At Vimy Ridge, the Canadians had gained 4,500 yards of the German line and taken 4,000 German prisoners, but at a cost of 3,598 of their own men killed and more than 7,000 wounded. That day, 3 British generals defied army tradition by protesting directly to Haig at the mounting casualties. Allenby argued that the troops had spent too long in the trenches and had forgotten how to fight a war of movement across country. On April 15th, Haig ordered an end to the offensive. By the standards of the Western Front, Allenby could regard himself as a victor. A dent of 4 miles had been made along 10 miles of the German front line. In a cemetery in the suburbs of Arras, a British national memorial gives the names of 35,928 soldiers killed on that battlefield, but who had no known grave. In this cemetery there are also 2,395 individually named British graves and a number of other graves. British air losses had also been high during the Battle of Arras: 131 aircraft and 316 airmen, a third of the strength of the Royal Flying Corps in France, which called the month Bloody April. Above the French lines, Captain Joseph Vuillemin began, on April 16th, the first of a series of successful aerial combats that were to win him the Croix de Guerre with 13 palms and 11 stars. On Vimy Ridge, 250 acres of shell-pocked land, given by the people of France in perpetuity to the people of Canada, are planted with Canadian trees and dominated by a massive war memorial with the names of 11,500 Canadian soldiers killed on the battlefield but never identified for burial. Throughout the battlefield, large and small cemeteries tell the story of the heavy loss of life among the attackers. 67 military cemeteries mark the course and destruction of this battle alone. The poet Siegfried Sassoon expressed his feelings thus: good morning, the general said, when we met him last week on our way to the line. Now the soldiers he smiled at are most of 'em dead, and were cursing his staff for incompetent swine. He's a cheery old card, grunted Harry to Jack, as they slogged up to Arras with rifle and pack, but he did for them both by his plan of attack. On April 16th, the day after the Battle of Arras was brought to an end, the French launched their own attack against the German forces on the River Aisne, using 20 divisions along a 25-mile front. Planned by General Nivelle, and known as the Nivelle Offensive, the attack was a disaster. Despite the first use of tanks by the French, Nivelle planned to advance a full 6 miles. His men were halted after 600 yards. He had expected about 15,000 casualties. There were almost 100,000. Of the 128 tanks in action, 32 were knocked out on the first day. Of the 200 aircraft planned to be in action, only 131 were available when the battle began, and these were worsted in combat with the German fighters. Every element in the planning proved disastrous on the day. Even the use of black African troops to drive forward into the German lines, decimated by machine-gun fire, one historian has written. Senegalese troops break and flee. One of the objectives of the Nivelle offensive was the fort of Nogent-l'Abbesse, one of the circle of forts around Rheims, from which the Germans repeatedly bombarded the city. But the heights to the east of Rheims were extremely well fortified, and despite the enthusiasm in Paris at news of initial successes, as several heights were overrun, the German counterattacks were successful. 2 villages in the battle zone, Norroy and Moronvilliers, were totally destroyed. As Nivelle's offensive on the Western Front was crumbling into failure, in Palestine the British launched their second attempt to capture Gaza. Again the Turks were outnumbered by 2 to 1. This time 8 tanks and the first gas shells used on the Palestine front were intended to make victory certain. But the attack was a failure. The tanks were unsuitable for the desert conditions. 3 of them were captured by the Turks, and Gaza remained under their complete control. Reinforcements were called for. Both Italian and French troops were brought from Europe to join the next assault. 17. War, Desertion, Mutiny. April to July 1917. Far away from the battlefields, and with America's impact still to be felt, 2 of Germany's 3 partners, Austria and Bulgaria, were beginning to try to find some way of discussing peace with the Allies. Working through diplomats in Switzerland, on the 12th of April 1917, there was an initiative in which they tried to find out what terms would be acceptable. But the mood of the Allies was uncompromising. America's decision to enter the war seemed to open up the prospect of a decisive swing in the Allied favor. 5 days later, an ominous foretaste of what was to become a storm took place on the Aisne, when 17 French soldiers deserted their trench shortly before an attack was due to begin. On the flank of the Aisne, General Mangin made a 4-mile penetration of the German line. But when the battle was called off on April 20th, Nivelle admitted that there could be no breakthrough. In the air, the Germans had also maintained ascendancy on the Western Front. On April 21st, Baron Richthofen celebrated his 80th aerial victory. On the following day, in what had so recently been an integral part of the Tsarist dominions, German troops entered Helsinki. On April 23rd, on the Western Front, in an attempt to relieve the growing German pressure on the French and lessen the potentially disastrous impact of the French mutinies which were spreading, British troops were again in action east of Arras, at Monchy-le-Preux. Haig had been reluctant to restart an offensive he had called off 8 days earlier at the request of 3 of his generals, but the French were insistent. Among those killed on the first day of the renewed offensive was a friend of Vera Brittain, Geoffrey. Another of her close friends, Victor, had been blinded near Arras 2 weeks earlier, after having been shot through the head. As often happened during the war, a letter from a soldier who had been killed reached its destination after his death. 3 days before he was killed, Geoffrey had written of how he hoped he would not fail at the critical moment, that he was a horrible coward, and that for his school's sake he so wanted to do well. Geoffrey's letter ended, "If destiny is willing, I will write later." Vera Brittain subsequently commented, "Well, I thought, destiny was not willing, and I shall not see that graceful, generous handwriting on an envelope any more." Her Geoffrey had been killed by a sniper while trying to get in touch with the battalion on his left, some hours before the start of the attack. Shot through the chest, he died speechless, gazing intently at his orderly. The place where he lay was carefully marked, but when the action was over, his body had disappeared and was never afterwards found. Vera Britton's brother, Edward, who had recovered from his wound on the Somme, wrote from the Western Front, "Dear child, there is no more to say. We have lost almost all there was to lose, and what have we gained? Truly, as you say, has patriotism worn very, very threadbare." Haig wanted the offensive at Arras to continue. On May 1st, perturbed by the heavy casualties, Allenby asked him to call it off. Some units, beset by mud and bad visibility, had advanced without proper support and were left isolated and were lost as a consequence of their gallantry. Haig, however, was convinced that more gains could be made. 2 days later a night attack failed when the units moving forward lost contact with each other in the dark. But still the offensive was to continue, and for 6 days after Allenby's first protest it went on. On May 7th, however, Allenby warned Haig that the reserves then being sent into the battle were semi-trained troops unable to use their rifles properly. Twice as many British troops as German were being killed in the renewed attacks that Haig now demanded. In the House of Commons on May 10th, Churchill, then in opposition to the government, pointed out that American troops would not be ready for action until 1918. Is it not obvious that we ought not to squander the remaining armies of France and Britain in precipitate offensives before the American power begins to be felt on the battlefield? He received no answer. There would be more offensives before the Americans arrived. Allenby's protests, too, were to no avail. Within a few weeks of his warning to Haig, he was sent back to London, where he learned that he was not to command again on the Western Front. He was convinced that he had been sacked. Allenby's command was given to the victor of Vimy, General Byng. For Allenby, there was a distant posting to Cairo and command of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force. The British and Imperial troops there had twice tried to cross from the Sinai into Palestine. On both occasions they had been defeated by the Turks outside Gaza. Allenby was not being sent out, however, merely to hold the line or fight a third losing battle. Lloyd George, undeterred by these past failures, gave him the instruction, "Jerusalem by Christmas." The capture of the Holy City would be an unexpected, exotic gift for a nation tired of the setbacks and casualties of the Western Front. For Britain and the countries of the Empire, the number of war dead and the need to mark their graves led, on May 21st, to the creation of the Imperial War Graves Commission. It was charged by royal charter with the duty of marking and maintaining the graves of all members of the armed forces of the Empire who died during the war, to build cemeteries and memorials, and to keep registers and records. Around Arras itself, where battle was raging that May, more than 100 cemeteries mark the sites and losses of the conflict. 1.25 miles from Arras Station, a memorial to the missing lists the names of 35,928 soldiers who were killed in action in the region in 1917 and 1918, as well as all the British pilots and aircrew who fell on the Western Front but have no known grave. In the graveyard attached to the memorial are more than 2,600 named gravestones of British, Canadian, South African, New Zealand, Indian, British West Indian, and Newfoundland soldiers. Also 1 Frenchman, 1 Russian, and 28 Germans. On the Salonika front, April 24th saw a 12-hour British assault on the Bulgarian positions above Lake Doiran. After a 2-day preliminary artillery bombardment, it was hoped to drive the Bulgarians out of their first line of trenches, and then bringing up artillery to force them back out of their second line. The attack was planned for after dark. Half an hour before it was to begin, the Bulgarians, using searchlights, launched an artillery barrage of their own. Still, the attack went forward. Twice the Bulgarian trenches were reached, and twice lost. One line of advance lay up a narrow defile, the Jumu ravine. Here the force of the explosion of the shells was such that men were killed by being blown against the rock surface. It was a long way from Devon and Wiltshire, from where the first British troops caught in the ravine had come, only to be killed at long distance by the heavy shells of German naval guns, always hellish when used on land. Fighting continued until dawn. While some units were forced back to their own trenches, others succeeded in taking the first line of Bulgarian trenches and holding them against 4 successive counterattacks. When day came, the Bulgarians allowed British stretcher-bearers to collect the wounded from the ravine. One medical orderly was even allowed to go through a gap in the Bulgarian wire to take out a man who was lying wounded only 10 yards from the front-line parapet. A French attack on the Monastir front was meant to have taken place simultaneously, but had to be postponed because of heavy snow. When fighting was renewed at dusk on April 26th, a British brigade, which had succeeded in crossing the Jumu ravine, went forward too soon, and was caught by its own artillery fire. More than 5,000 of the attackers were killed or wounded during the battle. In Petrograd, despite the existence of the war-making provisional government, the Soviet was acting as a parallel source of authority and as an anti-war focus. On the Eastern Front, the anti-war movement was gaining in strength, but was not yet universally supported. Early in April, the Russian 109th Division fraternized with the German troops opposite them. A loyal Russian artillery unit opened fire on the rebels, whereupon their leader, Lieutenant Kaust, arrested the 2 artillery officers who had given the order to fire. On April 20th, Kaust and 10 other soldiers from his regiment appeared before a specially convened assembly of the Russian 12th Army and demanded an immediate peace, with a simultaneous laying down of arms by both sides. The assembly, however, although made up only of soldiers without any officers, would not support them. Its president, a Jewish soldier named Rom, had to intervene to prevent Kaust and his colleagues being attacked by the other men. In Petrograd, the British military attaché, Colonel Knox, suggested that Kaust and his fellow agitators should be arrested. He was told by the Assistant Minister of War, Colonel Yakubovich, that this was something the army could not and dare not do, even though it had publicly announced increased disciplinary powers. Yakubovich also told Knox that of drafts 1,000 strong sent from depots in the rear, only 150 to 250 men reached the front. In the munitions factories, the technicians were being expelled. Bolshevik anti-war propaganda was also incessant. On April 23rd, the party's newspaper, Pravda, asked the Russian soldiers, "Are you willing to fight for this, that the English capitalists should rob Mesopotamia and Palestine?" On April 24th, in an unprecedented act of divisiveness, the Ukraine demanded autonomy from Russia. Strikes in the Russian factories had already reduced Russia's coal production by almost a quarter over the previous year. On April 27th, Lenin, having arrived in Petrograd 11 days earlier, took the chair at the Petrograd Bolshevik Conference. That day the sailors at Kronstadt declared their support for the Bolsheviks and announced that they would have nothing to do with the orders put out by the provisional government. 2 days later, the Russian Commander-in-Chief, General Alexeyev, informed the Minister of War that information from all sides indicates that the army is systematically falling apart. Looking at the Russian situation from Germany, General Hoffmann noted in his diary on the following day, "We are showering newspapers and leaflets on the Russians and trying to get at them in various ways. The Russian Revolution," Hoffmann added, "is a godsend to us." But at the beginning of May, more than 50,000 wounded Russian soldiers demonstrated in favor of the continuation of the war, and on May 4th, by a narrow margin, and to Lenin's distress, the Petrograd Soviet gave its support to the provisional government. The Eastern Front would remain in place, despite a massive increase in the number of deserters, as many as 2 million by the beginning of May. The nightlife of Petrograd would also go on. Theaters and cabarets remained open, the historian John Wheeler Bennett has written. At the Europe, Jimmy the barman from the old New York Waldorf Astoria continued to purvey his famous concoctions. The ballet season was in full swing, with Karsavina enchanting her public, while at the opera Chaliapin had never been in better voice. The Germans looked with alarm at the decision of the Russian Provisional Government to remain at war. "We are giving the Russians much good advice," Hoffmann wrote in his diary on May 12th, "telling them to behave sensibly and make peace, but they don't yet seem anxious to do so." The chairman of the Duma, Rodchenko, was looking for means of stimulating the war effort. That month he authorized the establishment of an all-women's battalion. It was headed by Maria Bochkareva, the daughter of a Siberian peasant and former serf who had fought against the Turks in the War of 1878, reaching the rank of sergeant. In 1914, his daughter had been refused admission into the army. After successfully petitioning the Tsar, she fought on the Eastern Front for 3 years, being wounded 4 times and decorated for acts of bravery on 3 separate occasions. The creation of the Women's Battalion made such an impact that the British suffragette Emmeline Pankhurst travelled to Petrograd to support Bochkareva's efforts, which the anti-war Bolsheviks denounced. The ability of Russia to continue at war was everywhere being undermined. At Pernau, on the Gulf of Riga, the men of one regiment demanded of their commander that he take off his shoulder straps with their badge of rank as a mark of sympathy to their brothers of the Baltic Fleet, who had already declared their support for the revolution. The commander refused and was murdered. The men of a whole Russian division, the 120th, not only crossed over into the German trenches as an act of mass desertion, but pointed out to the Germans the location of the Russian artillery battery facing them. On May 27th, a battalion commander told Colonel Knox that while none of his men had deserted, everything in the rear had gone: transport drivers, depot units, etc. His men are absolutely without boots and are wasting from sickness. It had become clear in the Allied capitals that the United States' entry into the war would not have any influence on the battlefield for at least a year. This was a grave setback for the Allies, especially as Germany, the country whose indiscriminate submarine warfare had forced America into the war, continued to operate at sea with relative impunity. At the beginning of May, it was announced that the shipping losses of the Allied and neutral states in April was the highest of the war thus far, 373 ships, with a total weight of 873,754 tons. Among the German successes that spring was the sinking of the troop ship Arcadian on April 15th in the Aegean, when 279 British soldiers were drowned. The sinking of the French destroyer Étendard off Dunkirk 10 days later, when all her crew was lost. The sinking of the British destroyer Derwent by a mine on May 2nd, when 52 sailors were drowned, and the sinking of the British troopship Transylvania in the Gulf of Genoa on May 4th, when 413 soldiers were drowned, but 2,500 were saved by the Japanese destroyer Matsu that was escorting them. For more than 3 years, the British Admiralty had resisted all calls for the introduction of the convoy system, unwilling to see its warships taken away from their fleets or diverted from participation, however remote, in a major naval battle. But the ever-rising scale of German submarine successes forced Lloyd George's government to set up a system whereby all merchant ships sailing across the Atlantic Ocean would sail in groups and be given naval protection. A convoy of 10 to 50 merchant ships, with possibly a troop ship attached to it, could be escorted throughout the voyage by 1 cruiser, 6 destroyers, 11 armed trawlers, and 2 torpedo boats, each with an aerial balloon whose observers could look down from their baskets to detect underwater submarines and the tracks of torpedoes. Only with the introduction of the convoy system on May 24th did the scale of the German submarine sinkings decline. In the first convoy, which sailed from Hampton Roads, Virginia, to Britain, the only merchant ship lost was one that fell behind the convoy. In June, 60 merchant ships sailed in convoy across the Atlantic without a single loss. Of the 1,100,000 American troops brought across the Atlantic in convoy between May 1917 and November 1918, only 637 were drowned as a result of German submarine sinking. When the American troopship Tuscania was torpedoed in February 1918, the convoy of which she was a part rescued 2,187 of the 2,397 troops on board. 7 more convoy collection points were set up after May 1917. These were at Halifax, Nova Scotia, for ships coming from the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence, at Panama, for ships coming from Australia and New Zealand, at Rio de Janeiro, for Argentinian supplies of foodstuffs and horses, on which so much of the British war effort depended, at Murmansk for military supplies being sent to Russia, at Port Said and Gibraltar for the trans-Mediterranean, East African, and Indian Ocean trade and troop transports, and at Dakar, on the Atlantic coast of Africa, for the trade and war supplies from East and South Africa, and from the Far East. Germany's hope of being able to starve Britain into surrender was over. But despite the success of the convoy system, the war at sea continued to be a harsh one. On May 26th, a German submarine sank a British hospital ship, the Dover Castle, off the coast of Algeria. 7 passengers drowned. 4 years later, in June 1921, the submarine's commander, Captain Neumann, was accused of war crimes at the Leipzig War Crimes Tribunal before German judges. He was sentenced to 4 years' imprisonment, but, with the help of prison officials, escaped after 6 months. His escape applauded by the German press, as if he were a war hero. On the Western Front, despite the heavy casualties at Arras, the British Expeditionary Force had, in 6 weeks of fighting, pushed the Germans back between 2 and 5 miles, along a 20-mile front, firing more than 6 million shells. Half the German divisions engaged were forced to take a period of rest and recuperation. In the first week of May, the British poet Isaac Rosenberg finished the first draft of a poem that described the course of a limber carrying barbed wire up to the front line on the Western Front. The wheels lurched over, sprawled dead, but pained them not, though their bones crunched. Their shut mouths made no moan. They lie there, huddled, friend and foeman, man born of man and born of woman, and shells go crying over them, from night to night and now. Earth has waited for them, all the time of their growth, fretting for their decay. Now she has them at last. For those who fought in the trenches, there were many moments of contemplation and long periods of waiting, with time to reflect on the purpose and consequences of the war. In a letter to his parents from the Western Front, a young soldier wrote on May 20th, "Nothing but immeasurable improvements will ever justify all the damnable waste and unfairness of this war. I only hope those who are left will never, never forget at what sacrifice those improvements have been won." His name was Norman Chamberlain, a cousin of the future British Prime Minister. Also with time to reflect, but in the isolation of a prison cell on the Salisbury Plain, Clifford Allen, leader of the No Conscription Fellowship, who had been in prison since the previous August, faced his third court-martial on May 25th. There was no substantial reason, he told the court, to prevent peace negotiations being entered upon at once. Quoting a recent statement by a cabinet minister that so far in the war 7 million human beings have been killed in all the nations and 45 millions wounded, Allen went on to ask, will there be such a supreme difference between peace now and peace in, say, 2 years' time, as to justify the supreme sacrifice of, say, another 7 million lives? In years to come, the peoples of all nations will look back with amazement when they come to realize how the governments permitted and instigated this sacrifice to achieve so small a result. The longer that conscientious objectors were kept in prison, Allen added, the more certainly you establish our hope that the spirit of Russian freedom shall not be confined within Russian national boundaries. He was sentenced to 2 years' hard labor and sent to Winchester Prison. By mid-May, the troops under Haig's command had made greater advances than at any time since the start of trench warfare 2.5 years earlier. These gains included 61 square miles of German-held territory, more than 20,000 prisoners of war, and 252 heavy guns in just over a month of fighting. The tank had become an integral part of the British infantry advance. The first German tank trial was held only that month, on May 14th, at Mainz, 2 days before the renewed Battle of Arras ended. On the Salonika front, a new Allied offensive opened on the evening of May 8th, with a British night attack. Like the attack 2 weeks earlier, it was frustrated by Bulgarian searchlights and artillery fire, so that only 500 yards were gained on a 2-mile front. On the following day, Russian, Serbian, Italian, and French troops, the latter including Annamites and Senegalese, were also in action elsewhere in the line, especially north and west of Monastir. Such gains as were made were soon lost, most of the overrun trenches being exposed to Bulgarian, German, and Austrian artillery fire. The Bulgarian lines could not be breached, guarded by German heavy guns, Austrian howitzers, and Bulgarian artillery. The April and May objectives, high peaks with high-sounding names, remained in Bulgarian hands. As one of the historians of the campaign, Alan Palmer, has written, not a single Allied soldier had come within 2 miles of the Grande Couronne, the central keep of the Devil's Citadel. From its ramparts, the eye would stand sentinel for another 16 months, watching and counting and waiting. In the plain, as summer came, the British withdrew beyond the river Struma, holding a series of bridgeheads across it that could quickly be reinforced if the Bulgarians showed signs of hostile activity. In fact, the Bulgarians welcomed the respite and put out placards with the words, "We know you are going back to the hills, so are we." That summer, the official British newspaper correspondent in the Balkans, G. Ward Price, commented, "The only forces that hold the Struma Valley in strength are the mosquitoes, and their effectives may be counted by thousands of millions." Another enemy had also reached the Balkans. On May 18th, the commander of the Russian forces on the Salonika front, General Dietrichs, expressed his concern at the effect of the news from Russia on his men. The latest events in Russia, he wrote, added to the slowness and uncertainty of postal communication, and the various rumors and occasional gossip reaching the trenches from the rear and spread around by good-for-nothings can only strain the men's nerves further, worrying them and paralyzing their will. As the Balkan impasse continued, the Italian army launched its 10th Battle of the Isonzo on the front with Austria. British artillery batteries, in action for the first time on the Italian front, earned the Italian commander, General Cadorna's, lyrical recognition. Amid the roar of battle was clearly heard the voice of British guns. The battle lasted for 18 days, and although many of the hilltops captured by the Italians were lost again during the Austrian counter-attacks, it was an Italian victory, with 23,681 Austrians taken prisoner, among them more than 600 officers. The Italian soldiers had no illusions about a swift breakthrough. Among their many jingles was the verse, Il general Cadorna ha scritto alla regina, se vuoi ver Trieste, compra una cartellina. Among their prisoners, the Italian soldiers took many Czechs and Slovaks, Croats, and even Italians from the Austrian province of Istria. Some then joined the Italian army to fight against their former imperial masters. In Petrograd, the war minister of the provisional government, General Guchkov, resigned on May 13th, warning that there was a limit to the democratization of the army, beyond which disintegration is bound to begin. On May 15th, the Petrograd Soviet issued a manifesto to the socialists of all countries, demanding a platform of peace without annexations or indemnities. The provisional government rejected all calls for peace. On the day after the publication of the Socialist Manifesto, the Minister of Justice, Alexander Kerensky, accepted the War Ministry portfolio. His aim was to renew the offensive abilities of the Russian army. In the Reichstag that day, the German Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, offered the Russians immediate peace. The provisional government rejected this, but the anti-war forces were gathering. On the day of the German peace offer, a leading revolutionary who had been interned in Canada for the past month arrived in Petrograd, Leon Trotsky. At the same time, the provisional government took into its ranks 6 moderate members of the Petrograd Soviet, members of the Menshevik faction which Trotsky had once led, and to which Lenin and the Bolshevik members of the Soviet were implacably opposed. War and revolution had become inextricably entwined. One of the most energetic members of the provisional government, Alexander Kerensky, who had just been appointed Minister of War, was determined to halt the drift to anarchy and to peace. On May 19th, he announced that no further resignations would be accepted from senior military officers, and that all deserters who did not return to their units would be punished. 3 days later, he replaced the vacillating General Alexeyev with the victorious Brusilov as commander-in-chief, and on May 25th, he issued an order for the offensive. But on the following day, it was reported that 30,000 deserters a day were reaching Kiev from the front, on their way back into Russia. In Austria, at the end of May, when the Austrian Parliament, the Reichsrat, met for the first time since March 1914, the Polish deputies declared their support for Polish independence, while the Serb, Croat, and Slovene deputies announced the formation of a Yugoslav parliamentary club. On the following day, in an attempt to diffuse nationalist discontent, the Emperor Charles promised a more nationally oriented post-war constitution. Anti-war feeling was not only seen that spring in Russia, and in the growing number of French army desertions. On May 22nd, the British cabinet had approved a scheme to counterattack the pacifist movement in Britain. Conscientious objectors were prepared to face long prison sentences rather than serve in the trenches. Poets who were in the trenches had begun to write with unprecedented bitterness. Siegfried Sassoon caught a mood of hopelessness in his description of a soldier in a working party, piling sandbags along the parapet of his trench at night, eager to get back to his tot of rum and sleep. He pushed another bag along the top, craning his body outward. Then a flare gave one white glimpse of no man's land and wire, and as he dropped, his head the instant split, his startled life with lead, and all went out. The first 243 American soldiers to reach Britain did so on May 18th. They were the medical staff and orderlies for a base hospital. On May 26th, the first American combat troops arrived in France. By the end of that week, a total of 1,308 had landed. The arrival of the first American troops coincided with a dramatic change on the French sector of the Western Front, where the growing number of desertions turned, on May 27th, to mutiny. At the front itself, along the Chemin des Dames, as many as 30,000 soldiers had left their trenches and reserve billets and fallen to the rear. Then, in 4 towns behind the lines, the troops ignored their officers' orders, seized buildings, and refused to go to the front. On the following day, at Fère-en-Tardenois railway station, the mutineers tried to get to Paris, but the trains were prevented from leaving. 2 days later, at the front, several hundred French infantrymen refused to move into the front-line trenches, where they were needed to go to the support of French-Moroccan troops already in the line. On May 28th, when the French mutinies were in their second day, the commander of the American Expeditionary Force, General Pershing, and his staff left New York for Liverpool on board the British steamship Baltic. During the transatlantic voyage, Pershing decided to plan for an army of at least 1 million men to reach France as early as possible. For the French High Command, beset by its daily barrage of news from the disaffected regions, even as soon as possible seemed a distant prospect. On June 1st, at Missy-aux-Bois, a French infantry regiment took over the whole town and established an anti-war government. For a week there was chaos through the French war zone, as the mutineers refused to go back into the line. The military authorities took swift action. Under Petain's guiding hand, mass arrests and courts-martial followed, with 23,385 guilty verdicts being passed for mutinous behavior. More than 400 soldiers were sentenced to death, 50 of them being shot, the rest sent to penal servitude in the French colonies. For several million infantrymen, some of whom had been fighting for nearly 3 years, Pétain brought in immediate improvements, organizing longer periods of rest, more home leave, and better food. I set about suppressing serious cases of indiscipline with the utmost urgency, he explained to his army commanders on June 18th. I will maintain this repression firmly, but without forgetting that it applies to soldiers who have been in the trenches with us for 3 years, and who are our soldiers. Within 6 weeks the mutinies were over. They died away with a surprising speed, one historian has commented, that leaves a mystery as to which of Pétain's actions had most effect in reconciling the army to endless continuation of a dreary and dangerous war. The scale of the mutinies made clear to the French High Command that the soldiers were unwilling to go through the torments of a renewed offensive. They would hold the line, but not go over the top. This put a considerable burden on the British forces on the Western Front, who were soon to bear the brunt of a renewed Allied effort in France and Flanders. The awful losses incurred by the British in the Third Battle of Ypres, Passchendaele, writes a leading British military historian, were in part the result of efforts to distract German attention and strength from the weakened French sector. From the air, a new type of warfare was introduced on the afternoon of May 25th, when 23 German bombers set off from 2 airfields in Belgium for London. The machines were Gothas. There was something in the very name, Gotha, that seemed to add terror. Each carried 13 bombs. Because of cloud, only 2 reached England, but the 5 bombs dropped by one of these aeroplanes caused more casualties than in any of the Zeppelin raids before it. At a military camp at Shorncliffe, 16 Canadian soldiers were killed. At Folkestone, it was civilians who were the victims, 16 men, 30 women, and 25 children. When the raid was over, 95 people had been killed and 192 injured, and a new element had been introduced to warfare. That was not to find its apogee until 2 decades had passed. "The ancient Jehovah is still abroad," Albert Einstein wrote to a friend in Holland on June 3rd. "Alas, he slays the innocent along with the guilty, whom he strikes so fearsomely blind that they can feel no sense of guilt." During the next German bombing raid on June 4th, 13 British civilians were killed. The war on the battlefield had become one of bizarre contrast. On both the eastern and western fronts, the savagery of the conflict was matched by mass desertions, mutinies, and fraternization. On the eastern front, General Hoffmann noted in his diary on June 1st that an armistice was to all intents and purposes in being at many points. At other points there was fighting. It is indeed a strange war. 3 days later, in Paris, as the mutinous French troops everywhere revealed their hatred of the war, the French Minister of War, Ponleve, estimated that there were only 2 reliable French divisions between the front line and Paris, 70 miles away. In an attempt to gain extra men, and also to encourage anti-Central Power sentiment, on June 4th, the day of Ponleve's warning, the French government authorized the formation of a Polish army to serve alongside the Allied forces on the Western Front. In Warsaw, Polish university students went on strike as a manifestation of national aspirations. In England, an anti-war meeting was held in Leeds in the first week of June. One newspaper commented on June 4th, "Leeds, as a city, did not extend a hearty welcome to the National Labour and Socialist Convention, which opened in the Colosseum this morning." The first resolution, moved by the former and future leader of the Labour Party, Ramsay MacDonald, congratulated the Russian people on their revolution. There was then a call, amid cheers, for the delegates to fetch out Clifford Allen and do as the Russians had done. Bertrand Russell, who was present, championed those 1,000 pacifists who, like Allen, were in prison, stating that, by their refusal of military service, conscientious objectors had shown that it was possible for the individual to stand against the whole power of the state. That was a very great discovery, which enhanced the dignity of man. Among those in prison for refusing military or alternative civilian service was Stephen Hobhouse, the member of a wealthy Quaker family who had renounced his inheritance and worked for the poor in the East End of London, and Corder Catchpool, also a Quaker, who in the Second World War was to lead a campaign against the bombing of German cities. On June 5th, the registration began throughout the United States under the Selective Draft Act, for all men between 21 and 30 to register for military service. This act, declared the New York Times, gave a long and sorely needed means of disciplining a certain insolent foreign element in this nation. The reference was to America's Jews, whose pacifist elements were no greater by proportion than those of other Americans. Universal military service, one American rabbi insisted, was an institution deriving from the time of Moses. In support of this pro-war view, there was also a verse in the Psalms which British Jews had cited 2 years earlier as a religious justification for going to war. "Blessed be the Lord my rock, who teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight." Within 2 months of the passage of the Selective Draft Act, Jews made up 6% of the American armed forces, though they were only 2% of the population. On the Western Front, with the pessimistic Allenby no longer one of his commanders, Haig told his senior generals on June 5th, "The power and endurance of the German people is being strained to such a degree as to make it possible that the breaking point may be reached this year." 2 days later, the British Expeditionary Force launched its second offensive in 2 months against the German trenches, dugouts, and fortifications on the Messine-Weizskiata Ridge. The attack was preceded in the early hours of the morning by a phenomenal explosion, so loud that it caused panic in German-occupied Lille, 15 miles away. This was the culminating effort of the tunneling companies that had first reached France 2.5 years earlier. 19 mines were exploded under the German front line, with a total explosive power of 500 tons. It had taken British, Canadian, and Australian tunnellers more than 6 months to dig the shafts, one of which was 2,000 feet long. The deepest of the mines were placed 100 feet below the German trenches. One of the explosions at Spanbroek Molen blew a crater 430 feet in diameter. 2 mines failed to explode. One of them was deliberately detonated in 1955. The other remains underground somewhere in the northeast of Ploegsteert Wood, its exact position unknown. Exciting periodic local nervousness, as I found on my own visits to the area in 1970 and 1971. The effect of the explosions at Messina was devastating. 10,000 German soldiers are thought to have been killed outright or buried alive. Thousands more were stunned and dazed, and 7,354 taken prisoner. A British artillery bombardment of 2,266 guns added to the impact. Among the British officers whose men moved forward in the immediate aftermath of the mine explosions was the 20-year-old Anthony Eden. As the barrage opened, he later wrote, simultaneously the noise of the guns deadened all sound from the mine, except that we could hear, even above this crescendo, the screams of the imprisoned Germans in the crater. We could do nothing for them, for we had at all costs to keep up with our barrage. Moving forward immediately behind the British artillery barrage, Eden and his men captured a German machine gun and its crew intact. Presumably, they were too shaken by the mine explosion to do their job in time. From Eden's company, only 1 British soldier was killed that morning. He must have gone ahead of the other men, seeking to knock out a German position. Eden recalled coming across him. The man had just fallen and lay spread-eagled on the ground, mortally wounded and already unconscious. I knew the rifleman for one of our most trusted soldiers, and, for some reason I cannot explain, I was overwhelmed, for the moment, with most bitter sadness. Perhaps it was the helpless position in which his body lay, the sudden and pathetic waste of a young life, a boy determined to do his duty. Quite possibly he had been hit by a fragment of our own barrage, but that altered nothing. He had done what he set out to do, and by his firm will he had helped to save many lives, for which he had paid with his own. Eden added, 60 years after the event, the momentary flash of that scene is still fresh in my mind. The mine explosions under the Messina Ridge created throughout southern England what Vera Brittain recalled as a strange early morning shock, like an earthquake. On the following night, her blinded soldier friend Victor died in hospital. Her brother Edward, home on leave, was already a changed person. Unfamiliar, frightening Edward, who never smiled nor spoke except about trivial things, who seemed to have nothing to say to me, and indeed hardly appeared to notice my return. Within 4 days of the underground explosions, the Germans abandoned Weizsäcker and Messina and withdrew to a new line further east. The withdrawal was skilfully and deliberately conducted on the orders of Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria. During the withdrawal, on June 8th, a 24-year-old German aviator had his first acknowledged victory. His entire squadron watched from the ground and from the air as he shot down an Allied plane after a prolonged dogfight. His name was Lieutenant Hermann Göring. Within a week, the front-line stalemate was re-established. That June, T.S. Eliot sent The Nation magazine a letter he had received from an officer who had been at the front since before his 19th birthday. The officer was angered by what he saw as the lack of understanding at home of conditions at the front. The leprous earth scattered with the swollen and blackened corpses of hundreds of young men, the appalling stench of rotten carrion, his description continued, mud like porridge, trenches like shallow and sloping cracks in the porridge that stinks in the sun, swarms of flies and bluebottles clustering on pits of offal, wounded men lying in the shell holes among the decaying corpses, helpless under the scorching sun and bitter nights under repeated shelling, men with bowels dropping out, lungs shot away, with blinded, smashed faces or limbs blown into space, men screaming and gibbering, wounded men hanging in agony on the barbed wire, until a friendly spout of liquid fire shrivels them up like a fly in a candle. But these are only words, the officer ended, and probably convey only a fraction of their meaning to the hearers. They shudder, and it is forgotten. The will of governments to continue to fight, despite the actual horrors of trench warfare, despite the chaos in Russia, despite mutiny in France, did not dissolve. The South African leader, General Smuts, who was a member of the British War Cabinet, was advocating the earliest possible British offensive on the Western Front. Otherwise, he said, the Germans would have time to recover their spirits. If we could not break the enemy's front, we might break his heart. The offensive was planned for June 10th, under Haig's command. 2 days earlier, on June 8th, Lloyd George called an emergency cabinet meeting to discuss Smuts's argument. The cabinet also had before it details of the scale of the French mutinies. Lloyd George proposed the immediate postponement of the British offensive. Instead, he argued, Britain should examine the possibility of a separate peace with Austria, which would isolate Germany and might lead the Kaiser to end the war. He saw no point, Lloyd George told his colleagues, in Britain alone seeking to break through the German lines, when the French were finding it difficult to go on, and their reserves physically and mentally exhausted. Smuts, reluctant to see the offensive abandoned, asked that Haig be consulted as to the prospects of success. The 3-word message came back from the Western Front. Haig was hopeful. He was asked to come to London to explain his hopefulness in greater detail. On June 8th, the day of this War Cabinet discussion in London, General Pershing and his headquarters staff reached Liverpool. In welcoming their arrival, one British newspaper told its readers that, whereas in 1776 America and Britain had been separated by the Prussian policy of King George III, Now Prussianism had served to reunite them. The graphic turned to Shakespeare for its inspiration. Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this son of New York. It was well meant, even if Pershing was, like President Truman after him, from Missouri. During Pershing's conversation with King George V on the following day at Buckingham Palace, the king mentioned the great cost of the war, the large numbers of men Great Britain had already furnished the army and navy, and the tremendous losses they had suffered. The king then mentioned rumors that the United States would soon have 50,000 aircraft in the air. Deeply embarrassed by this rather typical exaggeration of America's military power, Pershing told the king that such reports were extremely exaggerated, and that we should not be sending over any planes for some time to come. At that moment, America had only 55 training planes, 51 of which were obsolete and 4 obsolescent. On that second day in London, Pershing learned that the German sinkings of Allied shipping, a total of 1,500,000 tons in April and May, were so high that there would not be sufficient British shipping to bring the American Expeditionary Force to France or to keep it supplied once it had arrived. 15 ships had been sunk in British waters alone during the 11 days that Pershing was crossing the Atlantic. Indeed, to guard against the possibility of a torpedo attack, his ship had not responded to any of the frequent distress calls it had received. On June 9th, the Russian Provisional Government rejected a German offer of an armistice. At the same time, in an attempt to curb the French army mutinies that had been widespread for almost a month, 2 different but not mutually exclusive policies were being pursued. On June 10th, the first 2 mutineers sentenced to death were executed. In some units, 1 in every 10 of the mutineers was shot. 9 days after the first execution, General Pétain began the formidable task of speaking in person to all the regiments in which there had been mutinous outbreaks. In 2 months he visited more than 80 divisions. It was a long and arduous task. A secret report sent by 83 préfets to the Minister of the Interior in Paris that month on the morale of their departmental capitals revealed that morale in 54 towns was poor or indifferent, and in 36 towns contaminated. On the Italian front, the increasingly frustrating battle for the mountain tops was renewed in the Trentino on June 10th. But Italian deserters gave details of the assault to the Austrians, who were able to counter-attack with success. 6 peaks were attacked by the Italians. Only one, a 6,794-foot peak known as Height 2101, on Mount Ortigaro, was captured. The Austrians were able to hold on to the 6,906-foot mountain peak. As the battle for the peaks continued, it became more and more difficult. An Italian assault on the summit of Mount Ortigaro was eventually successful, and 1,000 Austrians were taken prisoner. But even then the Austrians retained their hold on a nearby 6,729-foot peak, and on another main Italian objective, Mount Camogeletti. Then, to the dismay of the Italians, 2 weeks after its capture of Mount Ortigaro was retaken by the Austrians, and nearly 2,000 Italians made captive. When the battle ended after 3 weeks of fighting, the line on the map had hardly changed, but 23,000 Italians and nearly 9,000 Austrians had been killed or wounded. On the morning of June 13th, the war came once more to the quiet world of civilians and cities, when 14 German bombers, flying at 12,000 feet, attacked London. More than 100 bombs were dropped, killing 162 civilians, the capital's highest death toll of the war. In the city of London, Vera Brittain saw several derelict tradesmen's carts bloodily denuded of their drivers. At a school in Poplar, 15 children were killed and 27 maimed for life. Such a slaughter of the innocents was a horribly familiar aspect of warfare in towns and villages on the continent, writes the most recent historian of the East End, but in London there had been nothing comparable for 900 years. Grief, shock, and anger once more turned xenophobic. Since the bomb had fallen in daylight, it was assumed the school was itself a target. The targets were in fact the nearby docks, warehouses, and railway lines. Some parents were so alarmed that they sent their children out of London, a spontaneous precursor of the organized evacuations of the Second World War. Among those who were sent away to Reigate were the young Vinogradsky brothers. That day, June 13th, General Pershing reached France, landing at Boulogne and traveling by train to Paris. His arrival was the long-awaited, much-hailed harbinger of a new impetus to the Allied war powers. He has captured the fickle Paris crowd, one observer noted, and could be elected King of France tomorrow if it depended on Paris. But Pershing was warned by an American friend who had been living in France, "There is a limit to what flesh and blood and endurance can stand. The French have just about reached that limit." It was going to be many months, perhaps as much as a year, before American troops could take their place in the line in sufficient numbers to make any impact. At his first meeting with Pétain on June 16th, Pershing understood the Frenchman's meaning when he said, out of the blue, at a point where the conversation had flagged, "I hope it is not too late." But the French will to fight was not over. On June 15th, between Pershing's arrival in France and his meeting with Pétain, the French aviator, Captain Joseph Villemain, had won a palm to his Croix de Guerre when he was flying a reconnaissance over no man's land and was attacked by 5 German aircraft. He fought them off and continued his reconnaissance. It was French-Moroccan troops watching this exhibition of aerial skill from their trenches who demanded that the captain be rewarded. In the war against Turkey, the Royal Navy yacht Managam returned 2 Palestinian Jewish agents to Athleet on June 15th, after they had been trained in the use of explosives in Cyprus. Their task was to blow up a section of the Haifa to Damascus railway between Afula and Deraa. Further south, the Damascus to Medina railway was being blown up by Arabs between Amman and Deraa, this time with T.E. Lawrence's guidance and with British explosives. British aircraft were also in action against Turkish positions behind the lines. On June 23rd, flying both from the aircraft carrier Empress and from airfields near Gaza, they bombed the railway station at Tulkarm, the airfield at Ramla, and the German military headquarters in Jerusalem, located in the Augusta Victoria Church and Sanatorium on the summit of the Mount of Olives. The main bomb damage was to a large roof mosaic of the Kaiser and his wife. On the Western Front, the Portuguese expeditionary force was in action for the first time on June 17th in Flanders. On the following day, the British were in action at Messina. Among those mortally wounded was Paul Freyberg, brother of the hero of the Ancre battle of November 1916, who died at Boulogne while on his way to hospital in England. The New Zealand poet Elsden Best wrote of him, "Today the lonely winds are loose, and crying goes the rain, while here we walk the field they knew, the dead who died in pain, the fields that wait the slow hours long, for sounds that shall not come. In other fields, in other earth, the laughing hearts are dumb." On June 19th, Sir Douglas Haig crossed from France to England to tell the War Cabinet why he wished the summer offensive to go ahead, despite Lloyd George's hesitations. Haig argued that Germany was within 6 months of total exhaustion. With one more push, the war could be won in 1917. He was strongly supported by General Smuts. Lloyd George gave way. The renewed offensive, the largest since the Somme a year earlier, would begin on the last day of July. On June 28th, fierce fighting broke out on the Aisne, where the British and Canadians made some small gains, and at Verdun, where the Germans overran a few French-held trenches. 2 days earlier, the first large contingent of American troops had arrived in France, 14,000 men, who disembarked at Saint-Nazaire. But this was to have no effect at all on the battlefield. The men had first to train and to be reinforced by colleagues, the next contingent of whom did not arrive for another 3 months. America was in the war, but in France her effort was necessarily focused on building up port and training facilities, supply lines, and store depots. Some gaps were immediately evident. Some of the artillerymen had not only arrived without their guns, but had no idea what those guns looked like or how they operated. Many of the infantrymen were recent recruits, as most regular soldiers had been kept back in America to act as leaven for the recruits still being assembled. Even Pershing was shocked by the poor quality of his men. His most recent biographer tells of an episode when, in the poor light of a hayloft in which American soldiers were billeted, Pétain mistook Pershing himself for a sergeant and asked him, "Sergeant, are your men content?" Taken aback, but in full control, Pershing replied, "Oui, mon général, nous sommes très contents," whereupon Pétain passed on unaware of his mistake. On another occasion, a French general approached a disheveled American sentry. Instead of standing to attention, the American handed the general his rifle and sat down in a doorway to roll himself a cigarette. Pershing, an excellent organizer, established a network of training schools for his new arrivals, and initiated a vast apparatus of supply and preparation, essential to ensure American participation in the front line 10 or 12 months hence. That participation was a long time away. The Americans had arrived, but the question, "Where are the Americans?" was often asked. On July 4th, however, when American troops marched through Paris to the grave of Lafayette, who had been buried at his request in earth brought from America, there was a pandemonium of enthusiasm and great excitement when an American officer, Colonel Charles Stanton, declared in front of the assembled Parisians, "Lafayette, we are here." That summer, yet another belligerent was about to enter the war. On June 12th, the pro-German King of Greece, King Constantine, had abdicated in favor of his second son. On June 26th, the pro-Allied Venizelos had become Prime Minister. All was now ready for Greece to commit itself to the Allies. Then, in a hoped-for upsurge of Allied fortunes, on July 1st, encouraged to do so by Kerensky, General Brusilov launched his second offensive against the Austro-German forces on the Eastern Front, and on July 2nd, Greece declared war on the Central Powers. Almost 3 years after the outbreak of war, one almost broken power was renewing the offensive, and one hitherto neutral power was entering the conflict. 18. Stalemate in the West, turmoil in the East. July to September 1917. Inside the Russian Empire, without the Tsar at its head, power in the capital was still divided between the provisional government, eager to create a liberal democratic system, and the Soviets with their revolutionary doctrine. At the first Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets, held between 16th and the 22nd of June 1917, the Bolsheviks had 100 of the 781 delegates, and were emphatic that the war should cease. But with Kerensky as Minister of War, the provisional government moved forward with its plan to renew the offensive as soon as possible. A British journalist, Michael Farbman, returning from Petrograd to London, reported on June 28th the growth in the power of the extremist socialists owing to mistrust of the war aims of the Allies, and equally ominous for the Allies, the worn-out condition of the Russian railways and rolling stock, which was rapidly destroying the means of communication. On July 1st, a massive peace demonstration was held in Petrograd. That same day, General Brusilov, victor of the previous year's offensive, went on to the offensive in eastern Galicia along a 50-mile front. 31 Russian divisions, supported by 1,328 heavy guns, launched the attack, the aim of which was to reach and capture Lemberg, 50 miles to the west. The front was defended by German and Austrian troops, more than 10,000 of whom were taken prisoner in the first forward thrust. On the second day of the battle, Czech soldiers fighting alongside the Russians in a specifically Czech brigade prevailed upon many of the Czech troops facing them, part of the Austrian 19th Czech Division, to desert. Russian troops, too, were seen throwing down their rifles and refusing to go forward, standing sullenly with arms folded, John Wheeler Bennett has written, while their officers, threats and prayers alike proving useless, spat at the silent men and went towards the enemy alone. In a separate Russian attack southward, General Kornilov took 7,000 Austrians prisoner. The complete collapse of the line was averted by the arrival of German reserve troops, but Kornilov continued to press forward, crossing the Dniester to take Halleck and then Kalush on the road to the Carpathian passes and the Hungarian border, along which the Russians had marched so triumphantly in the opening months of the war. The Russian advance reached Ligiani, threatening the eastern Galician oil fields. In the defense of Ligiani, the Austrian philosopher, Corporal Ludwig Wittgenstein, won the Silver Medal for Valor for his work as an artillery observer when, under heavy fire, he directed the guns in such a way as to cause heavy Russian losses in decisive moments. The Austrians began to advance on July 23rd, and the oil fields were saved. But all was not well for the Central Powers. Behind the German lines, Polish troops hitherto loyal to Germany, and forming several Polish legions within the German army, were refusing to swear an oath of loyalty to the Kaiser. More than 5,000 were arrested and interned during July. Also arrested was the leader of the Polish legions, Józef Pilsudski, who supported the refusal of his men to remain loyal to Germany. When the German governor of Warsaw, General von Besseler, appealed to Pilsudski on July 21st to work in tandem with the Germans, Pilsudski replied, "Your Excellency, do you imagine for one moment that you will win the nation's confidence by hanging Polish insignia on each of the fingers of the hand which is throttling Poland? The Poles know the Prussian stranglehold for what it is." Pressed to become the leader of a German-sponsored Poland, Pilsudski retorted, "If I were to go along with you, Germany would gain one man, whilst I would lose a nation." Pilsudski was then imprisoned by the Germans for the rest of the war, and his soldiers, who had fought so bravely against the Russians on all the Eastern war fronts, were interned in German camps. National ambitions were proving a serious impediment to the war-making abilities of the Central Powers. Germany's troubles with the Poles were mirrored by Turkey's troubles with the Arabs. In the southernmost extremity of the Ottoman Empire, Arab hostility to their Ottoman masters was having its effect. On July 6th, T.E. Lawrence was present when 2,500 Arabs overwhelmed the 300 Turkish soldiers defending the port of Aqaba, at the head of the Red Sea. This brought the Arab forces to within 130 miles of the British front line in Sinai, where General Allenby was under instructions from London to reach Jerusalem by the end of the year, despite his predecessor's repeated failure to capture Gaza. Crossing the Sinai Desert, skillfully avoiding all Turkish patrols, Lawrence met Allenby in Cairo on July 10th, securing a monthly subsidy for the Arabs of £200,000 in gold, subsequently increased to £500,000. For their successful seizure of Aqaba, the Arabs were paid £16,000 in gold. For Allenby, a personal tragedy intervened at the end of the month, when a telegram arrived announcing that his son Michael had been killed on the Western Front, hit in the head by a shell splinter, and dying 5 hours later without recovering consciousness. Allenby wept. His new colleagues found him a pitiable figure in his distress. In a letter to his wife, trying to comfort her, Allenby wrote, "Michael achieved, early, what every great man in the world's history had made it his life's ambition to attain, to die honored, loved, and successful, in full vigor of body and mind." Michael Allenby had fought on the Western Front for 18 months. He had won the Military Cross for bravery. He was not yet 20 years old when he was killed. In Britain, on July 7th, the government agreed to establish a Women's Auxiliary Army Corps. This was the first time that women were to be put in uniform and sent to France, to serve as clerks, telephonists, waitresses, cooks, and as instructors in the use of gas masks. Tradition dictated that only men could hold commissions in the forces, so none of the women volunteers could become officers. Those in charge were given the ranks of controller and administrator. The principle underlying the establishment of the Corps was the need to release soldiers who were doing menial jobs in Britain and France for active service at the front. Women were already working in enormous numbers in munitions factories throughout Britain. Long hours, acrid fumes, and low pay were among the negative features of the work, but the patriotic call for volunteers was as strong as for soldiers. "The situation is serious. Women must help to save it," was one of the banners held aloft during a Women's Right to Serve march in London, when news of the shell shortage became public in the summer of 1915. At Gretna, in Scotland, 11,000 women were employed in the National Cordite factory. More than a third of them had been domestic servants before the war. With the object of keeping the workers within the factory area and away from undesirable temptations elsewhere, one superintendent recalled, no late ordinary evening trains were run between Gretna and Carlisle except on Saturdays, when the latest train left the neighboring city at 9:30 p.m. Women played an essential part in providing the necessary munitions of war. The dangers were ever present. Women working with the explosive TNT were jocularly referred to as canaries, because of the yellow discoloration of the skin, which was a symptom of TNT poisoning. 61 women munitions workers died of poisoning, and 81 in other accidents at work. In accidental explosions during the war, 71 women were killed, 1 at the factory at Gretna, 69 at Silvertown in East London, when 72 women were also severely injured. The explosion at Silvertown, in which an accidental fire ignited 50 tons of TNT, devastated a square mile of London's East End, causing more destruction than all the First World War air raids on the capital combined. Because the factory was owned by Brunner, Mond and Company, there was an intensification of xenophobia, on the grounds of the German origins of the owners. On the Eastern Front, among the Russian units in action, was the 300-strong Women's Battalion formed in May under the command of Maria Botchkareva. Known as the Women's Battalion of Death, according to the popular Russian accounts at the time, the battalion captured 2,000 Austrian prisoners, but then the troops serving alongside it, imbued with Bolshevik ideas, and fearful that the women's success would provoke reprisals from the enemy, beat Botchkareva up and forced her to disband her battalion. But Florence Farnborough, into whose field hospital at Ceret some of the wounded women were brought in mid-August, wrote in her diary, "In honor of those women volunteers, it was recorded that they did go into the attack. They did go over the top. But not all of them. Some remained in the trenches, fainting and hysterical. Others ran or crawled back to the rear. Botchkareva retreated with her decimated battalion. She was wrathful, heartbroken, but she had learnt a great truth. Women were unfit to be soldiers." The German High Command placed more and more emphasis on the ability of the German submarine campaign to bring the Allies to their knees. The statistics for the monthly sinking of Allied and neutral shipping gave Ludendorff in particular a sense that the Allied ability to continue the war must be waning, as war supplies and food were sunk without respite on all the seas and oceans. But the statistics raised false hopes. On July 10th, Walter Rathenau went to see Ludendorff to warn him that even the highest estimates of Allied shipping sunk were illusory, as the British were making extraordinary efforts to replace the lost vessels. Rathenau also drew Ludendorff's attention to the possibility of America building more tonnage than we sank. The soldier was not to be deterred by figures or forecasts, however, telling the industrialist that he respected what he had said, but you will admit that I have to follow my feeling. Rathenau did not know at the time how right he was, for in Britain a shipping expert, Arthur Salter, was organizing exactly the replacement program Rathenau had warned of, to the extent that by the summer of 1917 almost no extra time was needed to make up each loss of tonnage. Feeling, however, as Ludendorff expressed it, had replaced facts and figures in the German search for victory. Not only submarine torpedoes, but gas canisters seemed to the German High Command to hold a prospect of victory. On the Western Front, July 12th saw the first use of mustard gas, fired by the Germans at the British near Ypres. More than 50,000 shells were fired, and more than 2,000 Allied soldiers affected by the gas. 87 were killed. In the next 3 weeks, the Germans fired 1 million gas shells, killing 500 more soldiers and incapacitating several thousand, but they were unable to break through the British lines. On July 17th, the British retaliated, firing 100,000 gas shells containing chloropicrin and causing 75 German deaths. This retaliation led to no breakthrough. More Britons died that July in a single accidental explosion at Scapa Flow on board the battleship Vanguard than in all the mustard and chloropicrin gas attacks combined. In that one sudden explosion, 804 sailors were killed. There were only 3 survivors. On the Eastern Front, German troops were taking over from the Austrians in the central sector. "Yesterday's news has quite relieved my mind," General Hoffmann wrote in his diary on July 17th. "Litzmann has retaken Kalush, and there are now such strong German reinforcements in these parts that nothing need worry us." 2 days later the Germans broke through the Russian positions at Zlochov on a 12-mile front. "The affair is developing according to plan," Hoffmann wrote on July 21st, but added, I should like a few more prisoners. The fellows ran away so frantically that we could not catch any of them. Only 6,000 to date, and only 70 guns. Austrian territory had been liberated by the Germans. The Emperor of Austria was here yesterday, Hoffmann wrote on July 23rd, and he behaved in the sort of way that falls just short of direct discourtesy. There was, of course, no question of any thanks for the reconquest of a province for them. 3 days later the Kaiser came to Zlotchov, driving from there to Tarnopol. His troops, not the Austrians, had won back eastern Galicia for the Central Powers. He was, of course, in a brilliant humor, Hoffmann noted. Peacemaking efforts had continued that summer, with as little success as earlier in the year. In July, the British arms manufacturer, Sir Basil Zaharoff, held a secret meeting in Switzerland with the Turkish War Minister, Enver Pasha, and offered the Turks $1,500,000 in gold if they would sign a separate peace with the Allies. Enver was tempted, but refused. In Berlin, the Reichstag was recalled in order to vote more money for the prosecution of the war. It demanded that when peace came, it should be a peace without any territorial annexations by Germany. A peace resolution brought forward in the Reichstag on July 19th was passed by 212 votes to 126, with 17 abstentions. It urged the German government to work for a peace by agreement and a permanent reconciliation. But Dr. Michaelis, who had succeeded Bettmann Hollweg as Chancellor 6 days earlier, and was the nominee and mouthpiece of the General Staff, insisted that Germany would not seek peace. I do not consider that a body like the German Reichstag is a fit one to decide about peace and war on its own initiative during the war, were his dismissive words. All thoughts of a negotiated peace were likewise dismissed by the Kaiser, who, on July 20th, for the first time in almost 2 decades, met representatives of all the German political parties except the independent socialists. In an uncompromising speech, he told them of his plans for a second Punic War against England, in which the whole of Europe, under Germany's leadership, would destroy Britain's world domination. The delegates of the moderate parties were shocked, all the more so when, in reference to Germany's recent victories on the Galician front, he declared, "When my guards appear, there is no room for democracy." The Reichstag peace resolution was of no interest to the ruler of Germany. An attempt by the former leader of the British Labour Party, Ramsay MacDonald, to gain support in the House of Commons for the Reichstag peace resolution was defeated by 148 votes to 19. Bitterly, MacDonald wrote to President Wilson that American neutrality would have been better for peace. On July 27th, a meeting was arranged of Bolshevik sympathizers in the East End of London. Calling themselves the London Soviet, their purpose was to demand an immediate end to the war. To encourage the local populace to break up the meeting, the government arranged for the Daily Express to reveal where it would take place. It also distributed leaflets stating that a pro-German meeting was taking place and exhorting the citizens, "Remember the last air raid and turn up." 8,000 did, including many soldiers in uniform, who stormed the platform and broke the meeting up. During the last week of June and the whole of July, negotiations took place on the island of Corfu between various South Slav representatives about the possibility of creating a new country, partly within the confines of Austria-Hungary, based on the assumption that Austria-Hungary would in due course disintegrate, and that Serbia would regain its independence. The Pact of Corfu, signed on July 20th, envisaged a post-war union of the three main southern Slav groups, Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, who would form one country ruled by the Serbian royal family. Local linguistic and religious minority rights would be guaranteed, and a constituent assembly elected by secret and universal suffrage. The idea of this new nation appealed in particular to the United States, where there were many South Slav emigrant groups, and where the possible emergence of democratic, nationally cohesive systems on the ruins of an imperial structure was welcomed as an advance in human relations. The conflict during the negotiations and after them between Serbs who wanted domination by Belgrade and Croats who wanted a unified South Slav state, Yugoslavia, rather than a Greater Serbia, was acute and unresolved. Such futuristic planning was in contrast with the day-to-day problems that were created by the continuation of the war. Mutinies and discontent were still threatening the fighting abilities of several armies. On July 16th, 4 days before the Corfu Pact was signed, French troops on the Salonika front mutinied. Yet it was from this front that the liberation of Serbia had to come. The French soldiers were not revolutionaries. Their demand was for the right to go home on leave. 300 of them were persuaded to accept new leave arrangements, but 90 were arrested. Other fronts on both sides were troubled that month by unease among the troops. An Italian officer wrote from the Austro-Italian front, "Certain bad elements who have got into the units worry me a great deal." In Germany, Ludendorff was sufficiently concerned about the dissemination of political propaganda among the German frontline troops to order a detailed examination of all letters being sent to soldiers at the front. It was in Russia, however, that the main threat lay to the Allied ability to make war, or to plan for a peace based on conquest. On July 16th, an uprising in Petrograd, encouraged by Leon Trotsky, demanded an immediate end to the war. 6,000 sailors at the Kronstadt naval base joined the revolt, which Trotsky thought would lead to revolution, but which Lenin, who had been recuperating from overwork and exhaustion, regarded as premature. Disturbances continued for 3 days. On July 18th, officer cadets loyal to the provisional government and to the prosecution of the war broke into the offices of the Bolshevik newspaper, Pravda, and smashed them to pieces. Lenin, afraid of being arrested, even killed, went into hiding. On the Eastern Front, the Russian military successes were coming to an abrupt end. On July 19th, General Hoffmann ordered a counterattack east of Zwotchov that created a 12-mile breach in the Russian lines. More than 6,000 Russian soldiers were taken prisoner. Thousands more fled from the battlefield. As news of this defeat reached Petrograd, Prince Lvov resigned as prime minister and was replaced by Kerensky. That day, the last 500 Kronstadt rebels surrendered. But at the front, the Russian advance had turned into a retreat, almost a rout. Tens of thousands of Russian soldiers simply threw down their rifles and fled from the war zone. Hundreds of officers were murdered. 2 Allied armored car units, one British and one Belgian, were serving on the Eastern Front near Buchach. Their officers pleaded with the Russian deserters to return to the front line, but in vain. The Austro-German forces had begun to move forward towards the Russian border. On July 21st, near Tarnopol, the British Royal Naval Air Service detachment of armoured cars took place in the Russian defence. The 2 towns of Halich and Stanislau were recaptured on July 23rd, Tarnopol 2 days later, the Kaiser being present to watch the Austrian advance. On July 28th, the Austrian army, faced not by an organized Russian defense, but by 40,000 Russian deserters fleeing eastward, reached the Russian border at Husiaten. General Brusilov, whom Kerensky had appointed commander-in-chief of the Russian armies, was replaced by General Kornilov, whose first order of the day condemned the treachery of certain units. One possible area of help for the Russians was a British offensive on the Western Front, to draw German troops and guns back from the east. It was Haig's belief that the British army could break through the German lines that summer without waiting for substantial American forces to arrive. General Pershing had made it clear that he did not intend to commit his troops to action until the summer of 1918, when he would have 1 million men under arms ready for battle. Even that million was almost twice as many as the War Department in Washington thought they could provide. Haig met Pershing for the first time on July 20th, noting in his diary, "He has already begun to realize that the French are a broken reed." General Smuts, fresh from his slow but steady successes against the German forces in East Africa, argued before the War Cabinet in London that it was Britain's moral duty to launch an offensive on the Western Front that year. Churchill, who had just been brought back into the government as Minister of Munitions, but who was not a member of the War Cabinet, urged Lloyd George to limit the consequences of any renewed offensive on the Western Front. "The armies are equal," Churchill warned the Prime Minister. "If anything, the Germans are stronger. They have larger reserves and ample munitions, an endless series of fortified lines, with all kinds of flooding possibilities, and great natural difficulties of ground, constitute insuperable obstacles." What Churchill had in mind, he explained to the Minister of War, Lord Milner, on July 26th, was that the United States would ultimately provide the manpower needed for victory, and that the next offensive should be postponed or severely limited until sufficient American troops had arrived in France to tilt the military balance of power against Germany. Britain's main part would be to manufacture the munitions, tanks, and aircraft that these American troops would need, and provide the shipping to bring over both men and raw materials. This was a long-term plan for 1918, and even 1919, which would avoid a repetition of the enormous loss of life on the Somme, and avoid further failures. Haig was confident, however, that he could achieve at Ypres in the autumn of 1917 what had proved impossible on the Somme a year earlier, a breakthrough that would breach the German trench lines altogether and a sweep behind the German lines, forcing the Germans to pull back deep into Belgium as much as 25 miles, before the potentially vast American army arrived in the line. More than 2 million men were already under Haig's command. Churchill's warning was ignored. German mustard gas attacks had been continuous on the Western Front since July 12th. The British medical services worked at full stretch to try to cope, but the mortality rate was high. Major J.W. McNee, in charge of a mobile laboratory, noted of one typical case, exposed to mustard gas on the morning of the 28th of July 1917, admitted to casualty clearing station on the evening of the 29th of July, suffering from severe conjunctivitis and superficial burns of face, neck, and scrotum. Respiratory symptoms gradually developed, and death occurred about 100 hours after exposure to gas. In the 6 weeks following July 12th, just over 19,000 British soldiers were incapacitated by mustard gas, many of them being blinded, and 649 dying within a week or 10 days of the attack. Among the British officers who were in action that summer was Siegfried Sassoon, Wounded in the neck, he was taken back to base hospital on one of the hundreds of hospital trains that crossed and recrossed the French countryside. There were 500 other wounded men on board. My memories of that train are strange and rather terrible, Sassoon later wrote, for it carried a cargo of men in whose minds the horrors they had escaped from were still vitalized and violent. Many of us still had the caked mud of the war zone on our boots and clothes, and every bandaged man was accompanied by his battle experience. Although many of them talked lightly and even facetiously about it, there was an aggregation of enormities in the atmosphere of that train. I overheard some slightly wounded officers who were excitedly remembering their adventures up at Wancourt, where they'd been bombed out of a trench in the dark. Their jargoning voices mingled with the rumble and throb of the train as it journeyed, so safely and sedately, through the environing gloom. The front line was behind us, but it could lay its hand on our hearts, though its bludgeoning reality diminished with every mile. Sassoon was sent back to London. When he reached Charing Cross Station, a woman handed me a bunch of flowers and a leaflet by the Bishop of London, who earnestly advised me to a clean life and attend Holy Communion. His stretcher was then popped into an ambulance, which took him to a military hospital. Sassoon, who had earlier won the Military Cross, was so badly wounded that he could have remained on home service. He decided, however, that rather than remain silent and accept the comforts of home service, he would resign from the army and speak out against what he now regarded as a wrongful war. In a letter which was published in the newspapers that July, Sassoon wrote that it was his belief that this war, upon which I entered as a war of defense and liberation, has now become a war of aggression and conquest. And he went on to declare, "I have seen and endured the sufferings of the troops, and I can no longer be a party to prolong these sufferings for ends which I believe to be evil and unjust. I am not protesting against the conduct of the war, but against the political errors and insincerities for which the fighting men are being sacrificed. On behalf of those who are suffering now, I make this protest against the deception which is being practiced on them. Also, I believe that I may help to destroy the callous complacence with which the majority of those at home regard the continuance of agonies which they do not share, and which they have not sufficient imagination to realize." On July 23rd, Sassoon was admitted to Craiglockhart War Hospital for neurasthenic officers. He was fortunate to be hospitalized rather than court-martialed. Influential voices had been raised in his support, and a government minister told the House of Commons that there seemed to be something wrong with this extremely gallant officer. Members should not seek to exploit a young man in such a state of mind. While at Craiglockhart, Sassoon met a fellow patient, Wilfred Owen, whom he encouraged to write of the war as both men had seen it. The result was one of the most powerful poems of the war, Owen's Dulce et decorum est. To die for the fatherland is a sweet thing and becoming. Bent double, like old beggars under sacks, knock-kneed, coughing like hags, we cursed through sludge, till on the haunting flares we turned our backs, and towards our distant rest began to trudge. Men marched asleep, many had lost their boots, but limped on, bloodshot. All went lame, all blind, drunk with fatigue, deaf even to the hoots of gas shells dropping softly behind. Gas, gas! Quick, boys! An ecstasy of fumbling, fitting the clumsy helmets just in time, but someone still was yelling out and stumbling and floundering like a man in fire or lime, dim through the misty panes and thick green light, as under a green sea I saw him drowning. In all my dreams before my helpless sight he plunges at me, guttering, choking, drowning. If in some smothering dreams you too could pace behind the wagon that we flung him in, and watch the white eyes writhing in his face, his hanging face, like a devil's sick of sin, if you could hear at every jolt the blood come gargling from the froth-corrupted lungs, obscene as cancer, bitter as the cud of vile, incurable sores on innocent tongues, my friend, you would not tell with such high zest the old lie, dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. The renewed assault in the Ypres salient, on which Haig was so determined, began on July 31st. Following a 3,000-gun barrage, 9 British and 6 French divisions moved forward on a 15-mile front. Their first objective was the village of Passchendaele, 4.5 miles beyond their starting point. In the first 2 days' battle, the advances were greater than during any previous Western Front offensive. In one sector 2.5 miles were gained, elsewhere 1.5 miles. Among the British dead on the first day was Lance Corporal Francis Ledwidge, the 26-year-old Irish veteran of the Gallipoli and Salonika fronts. He was laying wooden planks on a muddy track so that guns and munitions could be taken forward to the front line, and had paused for a mug of tea when a shell exploded near him. He was killed at once. His pre-war poetry had rejoiced in pastoral Irish scenes and tales of the fairies. And now I'm drinking wine in France, the helpless child of circumstance. Tomorrow will be loud with war. How will I be accounted for? It is too late now to retrieve a fallen dream, too late to grieve, a name unmade, but not too late, to thank the gods for what is great. A keen-edged sword, a soldier's heart, is greater than a poet's art, and greater than a poet's fame, a little grave that has no name. Ledwidge's own grave does not have his name on it, in Artillery Wood Cemetery at Beausinge. This cemetery was begun immediately after the battle in which Ledwidge was killed, and remained in the front line until March 1918. By November 1918 it held 141 graves. After the war, bodies were brought to it from the battlefields, and from other nearby cemeteries. It now contains 1,243 British, 30 Canadian, 10 Newfoundland, 5 Australian, and 3 New Zealand graves, as well as the graves of 506 unknown soldiers, the little graves that have no name. At heavy cost in dead and wounded, the British forces in the Ypres salient advanced on July 31st, and in the following days, pushing the Germans back almost a mile in places. It was nothing like as far as Haig had envisaged, but further than in any previous assault in the salient. Among the British officers wounded on the third day of the battle was Captain Noel Chavasse, the medical officer who, a year earlier, had been awarded the Victoria Cross on the Somme for rescuing the wounded in No Man's Land. Now, having again carried wounded soldiers back to his battalion's first-aid post, a dugout in the trenches, and gone out into No Man's Land under heavy fire to tend to the wounded, he was taking a short rest in the dugout when a shell entered it. Most of the occupants of the dugout, almost all of them wounded men, were killed. Chavasse, the man who had brought them in and tended to them, was hit in the stomach. Bleeding profusely, he dragged himself up the stairs and managed to crawl to another aid post. Taken from there to a casualty clearing station, he was operated on by a specialist from Guy's Hospital, London. He died 2 days later. To a nurse who was with him in his final hours, he dictated a message to his sister. "Give her my love, tell her duty called, and called me to obey." Soon after Chavas's death he was awarded a second Victoria Cross. His brother Christopher wrote more than 40 years later to a friend, "I still mourn my Noel every day of my life, and have done so for 44 years. I seem still to think things over with Noel, and to feel he might walk into the room any minute." Also in the Ypres salient, another Chavas brother, Aidan, was killed in action, missing, presumed dead. His name is one of the 54,896 inscribed on the Menin Gate, with no known grave. Less than 2 weeks after the start of the July 31st offensive, the Belgian government, on whose soil the offensive was being fought, signed an agreement at Le Havre with the British government, whereby the land on which the British war cemeteries and graves in Belgium were located was conceded in perpetuity to Britain. The agreement was signed on August 9th, almost 2 years after a similar British agreement with the French. It was recognition of the mounting scale of British losses on Belgian soil. More than 5,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner during the 3 days of battle from July 31st to August 2nd. For the Kaiser and his commanders, however, the danger was not only on the Western Front. On August 2nd, as British troops took up their new positions in the Ypres salient, trouble broke out aboard the German battleship Prince Regent Luitpold at Wilhelmshaven, when a stoker, Albin Kobis, led 400 sailors into the town and addressed them with the call, "Down with the war! We no longer want to fight this war." A marine sergeant and a few men persuaded the sailors to return to the ship. There was no violence. Several hundred sailors with what were called bad political attitudes were, however, sent to shore stations, and 75 were imprisoned. Kobis was sentenced to death and shot by an army firing squad at Cologne. Before his execution he wrote to his parents, "I die with a curse on the German militarist state." Also shot was Max Reichpeitsch, who had led a demonstration on another warship, the Friedrich der Grosse. Another sailor, Willy Weber, who was sentenced to death but had his sentence commuted to 15 years in prison, told the court, "Nobody wanted a revolution. We just wanted to be treated more like human beings." On the very day of these disturbances in the German fleet, a British naval pilot, Commander Edwin Dunning, was making military history, taking off from an airfield at Scapa Flow and landing, for the first time, on the aircraft carrier Furious. Hitherto, planes could take off from, but could not land on the deck, and had to be brought to the carrier by barge and winched back on board. After making a second successful landing 5 days later, Dunning was killed that same day, making a third attempt, when his plane slipped over the side of the carrier and into the sea. On the Eastern Front, the Russian retreat continued. Austrian troops recaptured the city of Czernowitz on August 3rd. On the Romanian front, on August 6th, the Russian Fourth Army fled before a German assault. The Russians hoped, however, to find a point on the Eastern Front from where they could move westward again. At the end of July they had been successful in the central sector, in one engagement capturing almost a complete Austrian division, 12,000 men, and on August 8th they launched an attack on the Austrian forces defending Kovel. On that sector, south of the Pripyat marshes, the Austrian troops were facing much larger Russian forces, 863,000 to 480,000. Understandably, they were alarmed. For the Germans, this was a typical failure of their allies' nerve. General Hoffmann commented that the Austrian army resembled a mouthful of hypersensitive teeth. Every time the wind blows, there's toothache. German troops were sent, as they had been the previous year, to reinforce the Austrians. The Russians launched a massive assault, with some regiments advancing 17 times despite intense machine gun and artillery fire. So horrifying was the stench of Russian corpses in no man's land that the Russians asked the German commander, General Marwitz, for a truce in which they could bury the dead. Marwitz would not agree. There could be no better deterrent to future offensives, comments one historian, than this forest of rotting corpses. The Austrians held off the Russian attack. The Kovel offensive continued, but the Austrian line was not broken. Kovel remained under the control of the Central Powers. Despite repeated efforts to do so, the new Russian commander of the Central Front, General Alexeyev, was unable to repeat Brusilov's breakthrough of 1916. As a gesture of inter-Allied solidarity, on August 6th, some 3,000 Russian troops reached the Scottish port of Invergordon on their way to the Western Front. There, on August 10th, the British renewed the Ypres offensive, but the advance was impeded 4 days later by heavy rain. On August 16th, the village of Langemarck was taken, but a German counterattack recovered much of the ground gained. The initiative lay, however, with the British, who were helped in capturing the fortified German pillboxes by the use of tanks, and also by a ferocious French diversionary attack on the German lines at Verdun, when more than 5,000 Germans were taken prisoner. On August 18th, as the British and French were making steady gains on the Western Front, the Italians launched their 11th battle on the Isonzo. 3 days later, a British nurse on the Italian front, Viscountess d'Abernon, wrote in her diary, "The camp has been submerged beneath an ever-rising tide of wounded. 770 passed through yesterday. At one point, her casualty clearing station ran out of stretchers. The men seem extenuated with hunger and fatigue. We get a very large number of head cases, also shattered legs and arms, but so far few abdominals. I sometimes suspect that the medical officers at the front leave them purposefully on one side. Probably they think it is no use bringing down desperate cases. Best to give a fighting chance to those who may win through. But the sadness and horror of it all." Italian troops were also in action in the Balkans on August 18th in a different task, that of firefighters, joining with all the Allied forces then in Salonika to try to put out a fire that raged beyond control. Nearly half the city was burned down, and 80,000 people were made homeless. The British base headquarters were destroyed, as were almost all the stocks of quinine needed to fight the scourge of the Salonika front, the malarial mosquito. A munitions store filled with grenades had also blown up. For the troops, who always hoped for a few days' leave in the city, writes the historian Alan Palmer, it was still possible to enjoy the natural beauty of the Gulf and to find some peace in the hills behind the town. But there were many high spirits who looked for something noisier, and Montmartre, or was it Babylon, had gone up in smoke. For the rest of the campaign, Salonika remained a desolate place. Since the launching of their new attack on August 18th, the Italians had captured 5 mountain peaks and taken more than 20,000 Austrian and some German prisoners. Among those brought into Helen d'Abernon's casualty clearing station was a tenor from the Hanover Opera House. His poor face was concealed by a sanguinary mass of bandages. It was only possible to give nourishment by means of an India rubber tube passed underneath. It seemed as though gangrene had already set in, yet he wrote down an anxious inquiry as to whether we thought he would ever be able to sing again. On August 24th, she noted, "The stream of sick and wounded has swollen to a flood." On the previous night, 4,000 Austrian prisoners had passed through, on their way to be interned behind barbed and electrolyzed wire at Silverdale. Some are very young, some looked like Montenegrins, some like flat-faced Kalmucks. All were slouching in a ragged, tired way, but they seemed in good spirits, and were laughing and singing in snatches. Internment, a serious deprivation of liberty in peacetime, meant life in wartime. An Austrian counter-attack on August 28th was repulsed by the Italians, who took another 1,000 prisoners. The Austrians withdrew to a new line. Italy had gained 6 miles of mountainous terrain, but there was a dark side also for the Italians, a growing number of desertions, estimated at more than 5,000 in July, and a further 5,000 in August. On the Western Front, the initial British promise was not maintained. On August 22nd, a mere 880 yards were gained on the Menin Road for more than 3,000 dead and wounded, bringing the casualty figure to more than 60,000 in 3 weeks. It was a terrifyingly heavy toll. For the Germans, who had once more beaten back a sustained and numerically massive attack, it was a triumph. Among the terrors of the battlefield were those of mental breakdown, which had begun to make their appearance in the first weeks of the war, and had been intensified during the Somme and Verdun offensives in 1916. On the British sector of the Western Front, special centres were set up in 1917 to deal with the increase in mental disorders, in particular hysteria. The centres were given the acronym NYDN Centres, standing for the somewhat disingenuous, not yet diagnosed, nervous. As diagnosis was being made, games and exercises were provided, there was a lending library, and concerts were given. The centres were established 12 to 15 miles behind the line, so that the noise of battle would be muted. After treatment, men who had broken down under their experiences were sent back to Britain. Other men, judged unstable but still usable, were transferred to employment and labour companies in the back areas. Those judged fit to return to active service were sent to convalescent homes and given further training before being sent back to the trenches. As many as a third of those brought to the centres were found to be only temporarily disordered. Dazed, silent, unable to understand questions, and confused, they made a rapid recovery and returned to the trenches. Others were shattered for life. In Britain, in addition to 6 peacetime hospitals that could deal with nervous disorders, an additional 6 hospitals for officers and 13 for other ranks were set up in 1917 and 1918 to deal entirely with those whose mental balance had been disturbed by their experiences in the trenches, and who had been sent home forever. Was there a way out of the stalemate on the Western Front? In a conversation with one of the King's private secretaries, on August 14th, Lloyd George, who as early as January 1915 had favoured striking at Austria as a way to victory, and who still wanted to focus Britain's efforts on the Italian front, spoke bitterly against his own military advisers. Britain had made an egregious mistake, he said, in not throwing our weight on the side of Italy in order to smash Austria. Take Trieste, and then shake hands and make peace with Austria. Summoned to meet the War Cabinet in London, on September 4th, Haig argued in favour of continuing the offensive on the Western Front. he was able to enlist in his support an appeal from Pétain for continued British activity to prevent a German onslaught on the French positions, still weakened by the aftermath of the mutinies. Pressure from the Italians for British troops to be sent to counter a possible Austrian offensive, and Lloyd George's support for this was discussed, but it was turned down after Haig reiterated his confidence in breaking through the German lines. Taking advantage of the turmoil inside Russia, during the first week of September, the Germans achieved 2 victories at the extremities of the Eastern Front. On September 3rd, after a massive bombardment with more than 100,000 gas shells, German troops drove the Russians from the Baltic port of Riga. On the Romanian front, at Marasesti, the Germans advanced 5 miles on an 18-mile front, taking 18,000 prisoners. American troops had reached the Western Front, but in small numbers and with limited tasks. Throughout August, General Pershing, from his headquarters in Paris, had been establishing the basic structure for American participation in the war, still planned for the summer of 1918. On August 13th, he set up a line of communication system to link the ports with the bases and the forward depots. On August 20th, he created a general purchasing board, headed by a friend from his University of Nebraska days, Charles G. Dawes. The board's first and immediate act was to order 5,000 aircraft and 8,500 lorries from the French. These were to be delivered by June 1918. When Pershing's advisers told him that the creation of such a centralized purchasing agency was illegal, he brushed their objections aside, commenting later, "An emergency confronted us, and it was no time to discuss technicalities." On September 4th, 4 Americans were killed during a German air raid on a British base hospital, the first United States Army fatalities in France. On the following day, 2 American soldiers, both engineers, were killed by German shell fire while repairing a light railway attack at Gouzeaucourt behind the lines. There was an American aspect to a Royal Naval success that September 5th, when the German submarine, U-88, was sunk by British mines off Terschelling. In 1915, her captain, Walter Schwieger, had sunk the Lusitania, one of 49 ships to have succumbed to his torpedoes. 6 weeks before his death, he had been awarded the highest German decoration for bravery, the Pour le Mérite, in recognition of his skills in having sunk 190,000 tons of Allied shipping. No mention was made in the citation of the 30,000-ton Lusitania, by far his largest victim. On the Western Front, on September 5th, an episode took place the outcome of which only became known in 1991, as a result of a historian's patient detective work. A soldier in one of the Liverpool Pals battalions, Private James Smith, was executed at Kemmel for desertion. He had joined the army in 1910 and fought at Gallipoli in 1915. Sent to the Western Front in 1916, he had been buried by a German